Today, a whirlwind of a worlds comes to its inevitable end as two surprise powerhouses meet here in Incheon for the World Championship Finals. You're getting some looks at the arena, the sights of all of South Korea, who's played host to this tournament for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's boiled down to these two teams here on this day, this evening. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined by Indiana Frosker in black, Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi, and Joshua Jat Leesman. The first time I came to Korea was 2014 Worlds. I was sitting in the stands as a fan to get to watch that World Championship. It is such an honor to be here this year and able to cast it. How are you guys feeling coming into this arena today?
I mean, frankly, Dash, I was right there with you. First time also seeing a World Final. I was in Korea, and now first World Final today. Yeah, it's amazing because this Worlds has been historic. I know this is a Worlds that's going to be remembered for thousands of years, maybe not thousands, but
thousands of years.
thousands
Let's
of years.
shoot for the moon, Yamato.
Yeah.
We're going for thousands.
And you said it's coming to its inevitable end. Like, does it have to? I want at least 5 games.
Please
Like,
give
at
me 5
least.
games, please. If this World Championship could continue onwards, I would love it because it's been exciting from start to where we are now. You can still throw your weight, though, into the World's prize pool by picking up Championship Kha'Zix and his corresponding bundles so that you can remember this tournament for years to come, maybe thousands of years, and leave your mark on the 2018 World Championship. Now, the World's 2018 bracket was filled with legends who came up short and challengers who defied expectations. Strongest among them were EU's Fnatic, who made short work of EDG and Cloud9. Opposite, the LPL's Invictus Gaming, who struck down LCK champions KT Rolster and EU's G2 Esports. Those paths produced some record-breaking stats, like a faster overall average game time compared to 2017. The average game time being 32:17, 8% lower than 2017. More impressive than that, though, in my opinion, is the number of solo kills that have come through in this tournament. 189. That's more than double what we had just last year, and it's been done with more unique champion picks than ever seen in a World Championship before.
Yeah, there's just been so much cool stuff at this World Championship. People like seeing skill expression, individual outplays. They don't like super long, outdrawn, low-scoring games. So it's delivered from a gameplay perspective as well as from having surprising results.
I mean,
Double
you
the
were in
kills,
the
double the
thick of
fun.
it. You were in the thick of it, Yamato. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Oh,
you
it's all
off.
good.
But when it comes to the exploration of the unique champions and what could be playable, along or tied rather to this notion of solo kills and individual prowess being rewarded more than it ever has before, how did it feel to kind of experience and fumble your way through that?
Like, I've been playing this game for 8 years, but this year I felt like I was newly born, you know? It was crazy because the meta was broken in such a fashion. We had Heimer doing his bot lane over in Europe, and it all of a sudden became this rock, paper, scissors kind of system where you had to think, oh, what can we pick? And we just looked at every single champion in the game, and that just created so many different scenarios, different kind of levels of matchups where we saw so many soul kills because of it, because these matchups are not mapped out completely.
And now you were looking for the right champion picks to get the wins. Frosk, we were doing our best to try and figure out why the picks were successful. Give me the analyst perspective of trying to figure out this Worlds from a meta perspective.
I mean, it's kind of just been about playing the early game. I think right now it's based all about the lanes, which means the matchups are so important. So it's going to be a skill check and what I like to call like a ready check on anything. Can you play these certain champions? If you don't feel confident in the Aatrox matchup, and I actually feel like Aatrox has been thrown to the wayside, or let's say the blind Victor, if you're not comfortable, then suddenly you're hamstrung in the ban. So we're going to see how deep the champion pools go, especially in those solo laners, because that can be the determining factor. Games can win or lose before 15 minutes.
Flexibility is wildly important in this World Championship. Now, those numbers backed up some moments that will forever be remembered in World's history, as pointed out by you in our World's favorite moments, not least of which was IG's insane base race versus KT Rolster.
This is going to be your game-ending push one way or the other. It's KT going for the base. It's going to be a base race. Nexus turret number 1, taking down to half HP. KT looking to end it right here, right now. Ning taken down to half. It's Shy versus Smeb at the base at the same time. Otto's going to be taken very low. Yukao barely going to be kept alive. Score taken down to one corner. Smeb nearly going to be killed now as well. Def taken so low. The Blade Caller's not able to find him. Def goes in a killing spree. It's the Shy still in the base. It's KT looking to try to stand and fight if they can. The Shy has made his way onto the inhibitor turrets, onto the Nexus turrets. They're going to be taken down. KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's onto the blue Nexus. KT's onto the red. Who's going to win? The Shy will not. And KT takes it to game 4.
Holy crap! They won the top side 4v4 with Baron buff on. KT Rolster still are in Worlds!
And holy crap, Invictus Gaming almost 3-0'd KT Rolster. Imagine that side of the bracket. It's 3-0 KT Rolster, 3-0 G2 Esports into the finals.
I have to catch my breath every time I watch that clip. I think my favorite moment is a small one where Kobe starts fanning himself with an invisible fan. It's only like 2 seconds long, but he goes for it. I'm like, yes, I feel you in that moment, Kobe. Percy Propa, though, had to give a shout out to Perks popping the hell off versus RNG. Let's take a look.
No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash either! No flash either!
Nice, nice. Rise flash 2, rise flash 2. I'm stalling time.
Guys, we are getting top. If you, as long as we're down, we are fucking. Guys, that bot lane could be on the way.
We're fine. We're smurfing. Push out of the base.
Okay, hey, LeBlanc, let's base and I'll go with you to top, okay? Oh, LeBlanc is going crazy, actually.
Holy shit.
Okay, well, LeBlanc really wants to actually go.
Oh my goodness, I just completely agree with Perks popping off there. It's unfortunate that Worlds only has one champion because that Game 5 performance by Perks, one of the best Game 5 performances I've ever seen.
Very much top tier. And what a way to enter a Game 5, right? That's when all the nerves are starting to hit you. But if I'm anyone other than Perks on that team and he starts racking up those kills, we just walk it in now. Just,
I think it's absolutely crazy because on my end, I've been on that Game 5 behind the scenes, and when you know your players all of a sudden 3-0, 4-0, everyone can relax. Oh, he's doing the work, we can relax. Coaches can relax, everything's cool. He's taking over. Perks definitely carried that game.
A sight to be seen, yeah, very much smurfing. Twitter user I300 appreciates the little things at Worlds like Fnatic Blippo's reactions.
These reactions are... He has so many of them, too.
Wait, the fun for me is the internal monologue, right?
Yeah, like, who can do the best whip?
Woo-hoo, baby! Oh, whoa! That's my jungler. Oh, okay, I see you, the shy. That's something like that, right? Yeah, he's like, oh,
that was deeper.
Oh, baby! There it is. That's the one misplay he's made all tournament.
Okay.
I love that face. Such an expressive face. I love players who get into it too, right? When you feel that emotion of it on the moment, and you can really track the rise and fall of a team as those big team fights go in their favor, and when a player feels like they're in control of the game.
Yeah, and how lucky Europe did to get Blippo. He's got such a strong personality, but he's also backing it up with his in-game performance. You know, the fact that recently just started, now looking at his first Worlds final, I mean, this guy is just skyrocketing.
Oh, without a doubt. Finally, Kent Corrado points out one Vitality coach's speech with Shocks as a turning point for the tournament's trajectory.
We brought our own flair, and G2, when they showed up in their style, they're winning. When Fnatic are doing their style, they're winning. Just stay true to yourselves. Do not try to chase anyone. Don't try to copy anyone. Just be confident. Don't limit yourselves either. Go into this tournament, play your next games, believing that you can fucking win everything. That is the mentality you need to have to conquer the best. Because anything is possible if you just believe and play with confidence and stay true to yourselves. So do that for me, Europe, please.
Well, I feel like I can win anything right now, but some say that Yamato Cannon, or would argue that Yamato is the MVP of this world so far. One victorious player, though, will join the likes of Ruler, Faker, and Mata as the World Championship Finals MVP, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take that. I'm going to take that trophy back from you later in the day. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're ingrained in history forever. They'll remember that. Well, let's go over some of those World Finals MVP, because these are some marquee performances across the years.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important to note that it's World's Finals MVP, not overall Worlds MVP, so it's how you perform on the day. And if we talk about front runners that I think could get it, so much of the semifinals and knockout stage has been about the solo lanes. So the solo lanes for the winning team, whether that be Fnatic or IG, I think are the favorites.
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of this interesting idea that if it is Fnatic that take home the final, I think it's much more likely that a jungler or an ADC can pick it up. Broxa and Reckless are just kind of waiting for that last pop-off performance, whereas if Invictus Gaming win, it feels like it is almost always going to be Rookie or the Shy.
Definitely, I have to echo that sentiment, because Fnatic, I feel like they're so well-rounded in their approach. It feels like they have so many possibilities of playing different ways. And when you have this possibility of playing different ways, usually there's different people at...
And it's more about how you decide to play on that day, right?
Yep.
They have every option available to them. Which path will they choose? After tweeting out your favorite moments of the Worlds, you sent the desk some questions, so we decided to grab some ahead of the World Championship match. First up, Timus asks, is this the best Worlds meta we've ever had?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Feels like an easy
Of course, Vitality
answer.
says that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the solo kills we saw, which is double last Worlds, close to the lowest average game time, 9 unique champion picks. But the most impressive thing for me is how it doesn't feel like you can hide a player. In previous years, there'd be the wet noodle fight with Tank's top lane. Now, if you do that, it's a skill matchup against a Kleptomancy user who's going to try and snowball the game, or you have to shut him down. So there's skill checks absolutely everywhere, which leads to a very dynamic and exciting game.
You got to step up across the board. Next, Diego Garcia asked, who is the breakthrough player of the tournament, and who is the most disappointing? Let's start with breakthrough.
For breakthrough, I'm actually going to say Blippo. I feel like, again, no one outside of Europe really saw this guy coming. He's sitting behind Soaz. That is such a huge shadow and huge shoes to fill. And the fact that they've been able to balance both Soaz and Blippo, not just over the course of their season, but the course of their tournament. He had to fill in big pressure situations, and he's got a big pressure situation again. So if he takes it home, again, this guy's just skyrocketing.
I think in terms of disappointing, I think the main expectation that people had was of Korea's performance. Everyone expected them to be the favorites.
Disappoint the entire region.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
the whole region. I mean, let's be.
It's fair.
Yeah, it is fair.
I feel like Genji was the one that stood out the most to me because we, in preparation, we prepared so much harder and we expected so much more from them. And I felt like, you know, everyone expected more from them. The former world champions coming in the group, looking as a favorite next to RNG, and they just fell short.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on the lens with which you look at most surprising or most disappointing, because everyone who watched the LPL knew who the Shy was. But I did feel like it was a bit of a coming out party for him in the semifinals when people said, wow, that's the Shy.
Oh, he's really turned it on recently.
But from my perspective, it's Broxa, actually, because no one would have said Broxa would be the best jungler at Worlds, and he has been the best jungler at Worlds and could be a reason Fnatic wins if he performs today.
There it is. Finally, C9YDan tweeted, "This Worlds holds plenty of surprises and upsets, but what out of all of the surprises stood out to you the most?"
I think it's in the name, no? C9.
C9?
C9 going all the way to semis. You know, we had them in our group as well. They performed with their own style, with their own flair, and they took North America to new records. I think C9's route all the way to semis was very impressive.
Yeah, and specifically that day where C9 went 3-0, Vitality also went 2-1. You got to see the schedule where it's a bunch of RNG and Samsung, or rather Genji losses, and just Vitality and C9 winning the first 5 games of the day. It was insane.
I feel like it's the Vitality effect, if we're going to give it that name. You know, this idea that everyone's just going to throw some darts at the board, see what sticks, follow their style. And it felt like we finally did get very different iterations of like the late game team versus the early game team.
That day will go down in history in a sense. A group that felt predetermined, and then on the second day, second week, or second round robin of groups went completely out the window. Now the anthem of this year's Worlds kicked off an amazing tournament with a music video to match. So here's a look behind the scenes of the creation of Rise.
So Worlds is the top of the ladder. It's the peak of millions of hours that millions of players all over the world have put in, and our job is to give it a soundtrack. It started with kind of like last year, we had a rough instrumental, some kind of texture and stuff. I sent it to you.
We had a really great conversation about ideas, things we were talking about earlier, like climbing the mountain, a pump-up song. We wanted something that was like a fight song.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to
Glitch Mob has always been kind of this anthemic, hard-hitting electronic, but also it has its own style. And with this song, it just felt perfect.
The very first stuff you guys showed us was like some sketches of this character like climbing up from this like rocky mountain. We're like, well, that's Glitch Mob in a nutshell.
We knew that coming in, our job was to take a different angle with the sounds that were there.
Right when the pickup vocal starts, what is going on under that? It's so cool.
Yeah, that's a Josh sound. Josh made that sound.
This thing?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Dude, I love that sound. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna run this a little more. Keep hollering out what you need. I can't sing that chorus, that rise, rise. I can't actually hit that. Telly was the only person that just smashed it acoustically, just exactly the way we needed it.
and when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know it?
He's got this thing where it just like screams.
Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise.
To have like this level of collaboration that's, you know, between Justin, Alex, Seb, you guys, me, like there's just so many different perspectives. Every time someone listens to the song, they're gonna find something new that they didn't hear the last time.
When we have those conversations, all I'm doing is picturing Worlds. I got the chance to go to Beijing with these guys. I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. That's the goal. Like, just aim straight for that. That reaction's undeniable.
And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know it? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Just under 45 minutes until we get to see that opening ceremony. But we've had a lane swap, and co-heads of esports at Riot Games, Will and Roselle and Jared Kennedy, have joined us. Gentlemen, congratulations. You made it to Worlds.
We did.
How does it feel?
Happy to be here.
Dream
on
come
the big
true.
Stage.
what has been your impression of this world so far? And you kind of just saw us all trying to make sense of it, but as fans of League of Legends and being able to watch the whole thing, what's your takeaway?
Goat Worlds.
It's been crazy.
Goat Worlds.
It's been crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, crazy meta, team fighting,
crazy
pocket
upsets,
picks, outplays, base races, upsets,
favorites out. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome music video.
Right?
I mean, yeah, couldn't have asked more.
No Korea in the semis.
No Korea in the semis. That's nuts too.
In Korea.
The end of an era, the beginning of a new one, perhaps.
It's been insane.
Now, an announcement just came out this week of the next 3 cities at the World, or next 3 countries rather, that the World Championship will head to. I want to ask you guys why this decision was made, or why this announcement was made now, the rationale behind, you know, looking that far into the future.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who haven't heard, right, we've announced the next 3 regions for the World Championships. You know,
Europe, China,
Europe,
NA.
China, NA. You know, and it's exciting, and really we're proud of the team to finally be able to announce with this far ahead. I mean, it's indicative of our long-term investment, long-term commitment to making this a sport that lasts decades, and this enables partners to be able to invest and really go bigger on Worlds. It enables the cities that we're going to and the regions we're going to actually, you know, make the event bigger and be better hosts, and exciting seeing all these international fans here. It enables fans to actually travel and book travel and make it out. So we're just very proud to just have those next 3 Worlds lined up, and hopefully they can deliver a fraction of what this Worlds has delivered this year.
And maybe even a defending champion next
Indeed,
year. Fnatic taking home.
Could be defending it home.
That'd be spicy.
Yeah, and here's the thing, you know, as I mean, you guys were just talking about all the outplays, the bloodiness of this. As we move closer to kind of global parity, you know, the fact that Korea isn't in this Final Four, and so the West is rising up. What do you think that does to the health of like the global ecosystem for League of Legends and esports as we look forward?
Look, I think global parity is huge, and you're starting to see a lot of it. We're not completely there yet. I don't think Korea, by any means, is down and out. I think the East still has a large percentage of the top talent in the world, but League of Legends is a team sport, and the Western teams have really risen to the occasion in this tournament. It's been really exciting to see, and what's also really exciting is the young talent. So if you look at this final, we've got Caps coming out of Denmark, we've got Jackie Love out of China, and so it shows that talent can emerge from anywhere. And I think that that type of global parity, the fact that talent's coming from all around the world, bodes really well for the future of the sport.
I think we'll see some Empire Strikes Back next year.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
But for now, let's just enjoy Whippo and his reactions and all that good stuff.
And how much do you think that long-term partnerships or franchising, you know, both the LPL, the NALCS, and now even Europe looking next year for long-term partnerships has kind of impacted this global parity? Do you think there's a correlation there, or if this is going to be the model for future leagues as we move forward?
So whether or not it's the model for future leagues is to be determined, but franchising or long-term partnership is a means to an end. It basically creates a platform on which we can build for the long term. And if you look at China, if you look at North America, that's what we're seeing. I mean, the LPL continues to crush. Uzi just got a Nike endorsement deal. The LPL is doing home and away in North America. You saw teams investing more. Liquid finally broke through. They've got a beautiful facility paid for by Steve, which we think, you know, who knows, maybe that helped them. And, you know, we're on our way to seeing a lot of investment around the world. Each region will make their own decision, but we so far think that permanent partnership's been a great thing.
I mean, a lot of people point to the LCK, birthplace of esports in Korea, that investment in the ecosystem being one of the major factors for why they've been dominant across all esports in the world. Prediction time, guys. I've got analysts who have struggled week after week after week in this tournament to get any of them right, but I'm going to turn to you. Fnatic, IG, we're in a position we've never been in before. Europe versus China.
One right answer.
Yeah. Well, I saw your tweet. I understand where you're at. Look, we've done our homework. We watched the dive.
Okay.
You know, watch this or that.
He's not making eye contact with me.
Read the tea leaves. And so far, no one has any clue what's going to go on. So I'm going to go with my heart. I'm going to hope for 5 games. I want Fnatic to be defending their title next year, so 3-2 Fnatic. That's my prediction.
Do you align?
IG in 5, Fnatic strikes back in Europe.
Ooh, oh, that would be quite a story. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you guys once again for taking the time to join us here on the desk. Please go enjoy.
It's our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. Now, looking back at the championship matchup, Shock's caught up with Youngbuck to gauge his confidence here in InShot.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm here with Youngbuck head coach for Fnatic. Youngbuck, what a wonderful occasion. Now, you've gone through a lot with G2 and Fnatic both, and also in your player career. Could you first talk to me about what it's like to see this awesome venue and these two teams in the final?
It means so much to me. I've never seen a venue this big because we've never made it this far. I've never made it this far with any of my teams, even though we've been trying to represent the West for like 2 years with both G2 and now it's Fnatic, and MSI didn't go that well. And now we're here on the big stage, and we've already been talking as a team like there are so many players who have to miss out on this opportunity, but we are here, we made it, and we can be really proud of ourselves.
There are, of course, a lot of players from Europe that would wish they were in this position. What does it mean to the EU LCS and for Europe that Fnatic was able to make it this far?
I think it means a lot to Europe, but also to NA that we have been giving hope and that Cloud9 has been doing the same, because all these years it's always been about going to Worlds and Korea will win and China might be able to overthrow the Koreans. But now here we are as a Western team actually representing all of Europe in the finals, and I hope that it also inspires the other teams to let them know that you guys can also be here.
It is definitely a huge inspiration, but now let's get to the meat of it. You gave me a very interesting prediction when I asked you before your match versus C9. Versus IG is a different beast, though. They are such a phenomenal team. What are your predictions for today?
So I think we're going to win the first game, almost no matter what. But I think Red Side will be very difficult. And I think if we overcome the second game, even if we somehow drop the first game and come back in the second game, we'll take the series. If not, it might be a very tough series. But I will say 3-1.
I would say a bit less confident then before the semifinal.
Well, it's the finals and not the semifinal.
Clearly, that is true. Thank you very much, Youngbuck. The best of luck. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. Youngbuck calling the victory, but he says perhaps in a 3-1 fashion.
I hope he calls the victory.
Well, I would be, yes, I would be concerned
I'm not sure
if he did it.
mentality, Dash.
Nah, we'll give it to IG. Saying blue side he thinks is going to be very important for this team today.
And that's what everyone needs to be paying attention to. It's what are these teams going to determine what is the priority pick. We saw some blind LeBlanc going through. We know that both Rookie and Caps can pop off on this pick. But if the LeBlanc gets banned, like how far down the line do we go? Because that's your big thing with blue side is you have the ability to immediately grab a power pick.
I feel like usually in tournaments when the meta is established and more power picks are coming through, you understand which ones are the counter picks. Usually Red Side is beginning to gain more strength. I think IG with their championship pool here, I think they can create a lot of hassle there for Fnatic.
Yeah, willing to note the Fnatic won the coin toss. That's why they got selection in that first game. And every week at the tournament has actually kind of changed our perception of picks and power on blue side or red side, whether it's Victor or unknown Victor counter pick 3 that we might see today.
And we'll dive into the specifics of this matchup on the other side, but we're stepping away. But after the break, we look at the history of the finalists and break down the matchup taking place here in Moonhawk Stadium. Don't go anywhere.
To make it out alive, so higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven.
Welcome back to World's Countdown, where we're moving in towards the opening ceremony just before it kicks off. We looked at the fine print and the producer's dismay. Jat squeezed in a clause that if we ever went to Worlds in Incheon on a non-Olympic year, he'd get a Jat Stat segment. I don't know how no one caught that, but I have to relinquish control over to him for one last time this season.
Specificity is key, Dash.
Yeah, well, I'm bringing my glasses next year, and I'm reading your contract.
So, hint, all this is related to the teams we're seeing playing today.
Okay.
We've had the World Championship so far, and we talked about the shorter average game time. But of the group stage teams, who has the lowest average game times? The two teams. Lowest and second lowest average game time.
From group stage?
From group stage onwards.
Oh,
of the teams
onward. So they could still be teams that went to knockout stage.
And this is everyone worlds, not just IG or Fnatic.
Yeah, it's all 16 teams from groups onwards.
Okay.
I would say either Invictus Gaming or Fengvu Buffalo. Or maybe even one of the LMS teams, because they got... I was
crushed.
I was going to look for Smash. I'm like, oh, too hard.
What are you thinking?
Like, our games were pretty quick.
They were.
They were.
But you had that one, like,
but you had one really long
game.
one.
You guys messed up all the averages.
47-minute long Cloud9 game for you guys.
I like the...
Don't remind me.
I like the Fengvu Buffalo call. I feel like a majority of their games were short.
All right, remember, it's related to these two teams.
Invictus Gaming? No, or 100 Thieves or G-Rex. Probably G-Rex.
So it could be teams that they beat as well.
So what are your top, what are your two lowest?
I'm going to go with Cloud9.
Okay.
And RNG. Oh, no, because they had the long game against you guys. So Cloud9 and...
G-Rex.
And IG.
Okay, Cloud9, IG, G-Rex, and IG.
Yeah.
And...
I think both LMS teams excluding Flash Wolves.
Okay, you're close, but it's actually the two teams that Fnatic and IG beat up on. G-Rex and 100 Thieves have the two shortest average game times.
The two teams in their group.
At the World Championship.
Oh,
IG
my
and Fnatic
goodness.
are right behind them. That was by far the fastest group. Okay.
Okay.
Next question. Of players in this game, so all 12 players across their world stats, who has the lowest gold at 10, XP at 10, and CS differential at 10?
The lowest?
The
gold
lowest.
difference at 10, XP difference at 10, and worst CSD
So they're
difference.
not doing
This
well.
is the same player.
The Shy.
Okay.
Because I'm cheating off of a graphic that we use later in the broadcast.
Okay, sure.
But I remember his CSD and his gold differentials actually being pretty low. They're positive, but they're low.
All right, Frosk?
I would almost go Reckless. I feel like he picks up a lot of all of these in post-lane phase. Like, that's where he acquires a lot of his farm.
Yamato?
Can I pick supports?
You can pick anyone,
I'm picking Hylissang. He roams all the time. He's never in lane.
Yeah, that's true. He just pieces out.
Yeah, he's never in lane.
I'm going to
Doesn't take
say
it
caps off. It's caps.
What?
Worst
Really?
10 and a negative 7.5 CSD at 10. Even in the LeBlanc game against Jensen's Lysandra, he was down in CS in those games. He's had a rough go.
I was going to say, it does kind of align with the expectation versus reality storyline that's been tied to him at this
Really
World
crazy.
Championship.
All right, going to champion pool since we've done players. Who am I? I have the highest win rate.
Got it!
I have the highest win rate of champions with more than 2 games, so it's not Heimerdinger and it's not a one-trick. An overall record of 10-2, but an only 34% pick ban presence. And if it's IG or Fnatic playing me, I have a 4-0 record overall.
Oh,
What champion am I?
Braum.
I was going to say Braum, too.
Well,
Or
they
LeBlanc.
seem so wildly confident in that, I have to go with
4-0 record.
I'm going with them because they said Braum.
It's either the Braum or LeBlanc.
I fully trust my analyst, Jet.
Hylissang alone is 6-0 on Braum.
I will never trust you ever again.
83% win rate.
Well, Braum counts.
I don't know. He's champion.
Braum does count him, to be true. You're close. But yeah, I don't even think we're going to see Ornn in this series just because of the
Probably
top
not.
players. But if you do, you know these teams have had a lot of success with it.
Well, there you have it. Today, though, we have the return of an LPL representative to the final after years of touting their strength as potentially the second best region in the world.
And it was the fact that it's Invictus Gaming. You know, when you have two titans that have dominated the LPL for so long, you've got RNG, you have Edward Gaming, and it's Invictus Gaming that not only pop out between those two, but then are fed into a bracket stage with KT as well as RNG, and they managed to make the finals. And here's the thing, like, everyone's looking at the LCK, like this is going to be KT Rolster or maybe RNG. No one expected this dark horse. We knew that they were good, but we didn't know that they were going to be finals good.
Yeah, absolutely. They have performed so well. In the whole Vitality effect, we don't necessarily talk about the effect it might have on IG because they didn't play like RNG did, who were super bot focused, or like any of the LCK teams did. They also played their style.
Very much came in. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you just have to understand that Invictus Gaming aren't even the best team in the LPL, and they now have the opportunity to be the best team in the world. They've never won a domestic championship.
Yeah. And they had to take down one of those Korean teams to get to this finals. Of course, instead of taking down Korea in Korea for the final, they're up against a region that's consistently in that conversation for number 2 in EU.
I think Europe, the first time I was at Worlds with Splice, I felt how hard we were getting underestimated. We faced RNG in our group stage. First game, they smashed us. I think we lost in like 20 minutes. The second game, all of a sudden my bot lane is solo killing Uzi and Mata because I felt like there was disrespect in the air, and I think this is a sentiment that has been around the entire time.
I mean, we have a perfect example of the LPL looking past Europe. It was RNG versus G2, and G2 just comes over and basically kneecaps them, takes them down. You could see the shock on Uzi's face. And it's always, as an LPL representative, it's always Europe that gets you. You know, you think about G2 versus WE, you think about EDG versus Fnatic in the quarterfinals, twice that they've done it. And so far, if the LPL is always like, nah, it's just about us in the LCK, Europe just comes up and sucker punches them every single time, says, no, you must respect us.
Exactly, and if they're not careful, then Europe's going to absolutely overtake them. The game score is still in the LPL's favor at international events, 39-24, but including this Worlds, the best of 5 record, it's tied.
Tied up.
4-4. You might call this final the tiebreaker.
Oh no, don't say
LPL.
Oh, you might. You might call it that, Bet. And I love to
You
call
always
it
wins
that.
those.
That's true.
I know.
Now, more often than not, though, it is actually Fnatic as the European representative up against an LPL squad.
Absolutely. They've been around for so long. I mean, I think back to the 2000 World Championship where Reckless wasn't even old enough to be on Fnatic. That's the first time Fnatic had played Uzi. That was the semifinal against Starhorn Royal Club, and it keeps happening again and again. Since then, Fnatic has played EDG in the quarterfinals twice.
And that's the thing. If you're going to throw your faith behind, you know, a Western or a European squad, it's always going to be Fnatic. They're the kings of Europe, and they're now kind of taking the rightful place. Season 1 champions now looking at season or possible Season 8 champions. And again, IG haven't even won their domestic region. Fnatic are like, no problem. Check out our trophy case.
Yeah, usually the last one standing, hoping to be the absolute last one standing tonight. Now, in the journey to the finals, Fnatic booked their trip to Incheon after a dominating semifinal win, captured on this week's Mic Check.
We're not only playing against C9, we're also playing against IG already. Mental. True.
I agree.
It's the new pictures. There's bearded Reckless on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they win the beard war.
All right, guys, make sure have a high energy. Kill them. Oh, okay?
Yeah, man.
All right, kill them all. Let's win today.
Yep. I get 6-1 creep.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously,
I'm going.
Okay. I'm gonna.
The blind's moving with him.
Right, they're coming.
You guys have short window, okay?
I'm ulting for HP. You guys need to get out.
I can't get out.
You guys.
You get out of Ken. Get out of Ken.
Okay, I should be fine.
Go, Echo, go. Echo flash, yes, no?
Yes, has flash. No.
He's left. Nice. Let's fucking go, guys. Nice.
There we go. We see Echo.
Winning.
Okay. Echo.
No, it's good. We can win this.
He flashed on me.
He's dead.
I'm coming. We can do Nash, no? We can do Nash. Nash is free. Yes, we have Mount. I have a full item complete. I mean, I'm Monster Vicar, by the way. Unkillable in all situations of the game.
I have nothing to help.
Don't let him kill me!
Oh, I'm dead.
Run, no!
Oh, Sneaky's dead too.
Nah, we're fine.
No.
Oh, we're fine.
We've done this before.
Oh, that's
what? You didn't say the claw?
That's a no claw play.
I'm playing for KDA over here.
Come on. That's not
nice
KDA.
man.
That's beautiful KDA right there.
Yeah, almost.
Okay, nice try.
Nice. That's nice.
Nice, guys.
That's good shot.
Really baited me.
Why did he bait you?
Understand.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Is that another free kill? I told you he had flash.
Yeah, and Hilly was like another free kill, so I had to go for it. But I was thinking first, like, well, he's just gonna flash and kill me. But then Hilly was like, another free kill, so I was like, then I felt pressure. Okay.
Chunk him.
We're gonna blow him, yeah. Just watch out. Yeah. Nice.
Good shot.
Yeah. 3K. I can't get vision anymore. Now
3K. Going in.
Can we finish?
Yeah.
Nice one.
He flashed in, he flashed in. Let's fucking go, guys.
It's fine. Nice.
Look. I bought them. I'm not Zen. Zen. Watch his ear, He can still kill us all. He's in smoke. Look here, Zit. Zero.
I can E on him, maybe.
I'm dead. He's gonna kill us all.
Win. He killed everyone. Holy shit, Cap. Is that a penta?
Oh my
Did you penta kill? Oh my Cap!
Don't show that you're like overly excited to be in the finals. Show that.
I think this is where I cut in and say that let's win first.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Don't worry, we're gonna win, Broxah. Don't worry. Don't be like overly excited or anything. Show IG that you're ready to play a finals, and you're not here for fun.
Yes, I agree.
It's a mental game already.
I'm here for fun.
I'm here for fun.
I'm having fun.
No fun allowed.
But win first, Broxah.
Oh yeah, right.
Win
That
first.
was actually my rule.
No fun allowed.
No
That's
fun
my
allowed.
rule.
Be the Falco.
No mana pro. Yes,
I don't have mana for all. It's gonna be awkward.
I think you're trouble. Yes, flash.
Okay, I'm dead.
Nice.
Nice one. They can't get out, by the way. They have to walk through us.
I got Ulo. I can go soon.
Here we go. I'm going Echo. We're peeling Lissandra's dead. Lissandra's
Win. And mid almost. Oh!
Just run. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, he's
Just go
going
mid,
here.
go mid.
Go mid. Then we're gonna...
I will have him in big
Gets hurt.
Yeah, that
I'm
do
going.
the stun as well. Nice. We're going to finals.
Bye.
Hey, do you know what we do now? I think
Confident,
we
guys. Confident. We're gonna win worlds.
A look back on the semifinal victory that brings Fnatic to this best of 5 tonight. Words of wisdom from Broxah. Win first.
Yes, please.
Please win first. But I have a question for you guys. Is this Fnatic team, this version of Fnatic, the best Western team we have ever seen?
I think first, what comes to mind is Moscow 5, previous alterations of Fnatic. I think Fnatic has been very lucky in their group draw, in their bracket draw as well. And I feel like if they beat IG today, it will cement them as the best Western team of all time.
Yeah, because I think the context is so important. The last time you really thought a European team was the best in the world was in 2012 with Moscow 5. And to then have 5 years of Korean dominance and so much maturation of the sport. Yes, I think if Fnatic loses, there will be people that look back and say, they never played a Korean team and look who they played in the semifinals. But if they win, I think there would be no doubt that this would be the best Western team of all time.
Yeah, and I think it's, again, if we talk about like context, you know, I don't want to compare this Fnatic versus other like European or Western team superstars, because for me it's just like, this is the best chance that I think a Western team is ever going to get at lifting the trophy.
It's hard to argue with a world title if they are to secure it. What about on the side of IG? If they win, are they the best LPL team that we've ever seen?
I like this question.
This is
a
so
tough
hard.
one.
So you have to understand, if you don't watch the LPL, Edward Gaming and RNG have won everything. And then there's maybe like a WE championship in there, an OMG early one. The first time that Invictus Gaming even went to the finals, it was in 2013 spring and 2018 summer. Now they've been to the playoffs like 10 times, but they just have never lifted the trophy. At that big final last hurdle, they haven't got it. So can you be the best LPL team just because you lift the Summoners Cup?
That's how important Worlds can be, though.
It's
right?
the only
Like,
one that matters.
The LPL hasn't won a World Championship, and if you looked at their year in totality, 2 17-1 regular seasons and a World Championship, I feel like it will be hard for a single LPL year to top that. So it's crazy to think without ever winning an LPL title. I think the answer is yes if they were to dominate.
This is like when you go to university and the professor's like, by the way, the final test, that's worth 90% of your grade.
Exactly.
This is bringing back some nightmares for me. Thank you very much for that. It's tough, right? You've got a team in RNG that's won everything but a world title, and then you have IG who's poised to do what RNG has not. One of Fnatic's most veteran players, though, Reckless, feels that for this team to reach its peak, it had to tread through some serious valleys.
So the first moment I thought we could do really well at Worlds was in Spring Split, when I was having probably the split of my life, and we were winning the split once again after not having the trophy for about 2.5 years. But then MSI came around and I realized we have way too many flaws. We only knew really how to play around me, and the AD carries at MSI were a step above, I would say. I think the only ones I could match were the ones that didn't matter, and the ones I couldn't match were the ones that mattered. So I felt like MSI was kind of a wake-up call for me to give my teammates more trust so that we can have more styles of play when it really comes down to it and when we're in these big moments at Worlds. Which is why I think this whole thing about me stepping down in the summer split was actually a good thing, because it allowed my team to figure out how to play the game without me, so that when I came back for the playoffs, it didn't necessarily feel like it was my show anymore. It was our show instead. And I think that is why we are so successful this Worlds as well, because we have a different guy every game stepping up and carrying the weight. And I think that is much more valuable than me doing it game by game.
I mean, Reckless there accrediting, you know, him stepping away from the team as being a big boon to their development and what has made them successful here at the World Championship.
Yeah, and this guy's matured so much. I remember his first major international event when he was 16 years old. It was IPL 5, and that tournament had the defending world champions in TPA. It also had one of the best Korean teams at the time in Azubu Blaze. And Fnatic, with the 16-year-old Reckless, made it all the way to the finals where they played against Team WE, and then they fell short. And he's been grinding really ever since that to try and prove that he can win a best in the world title, and now he has that chance, which is incredible.
You know, speaking of grind, like I played with him in a team. When he was 14, I was 16. It was back in season 1, even pre-season 1. And already then, he was working hard. He wanted to play every tournament, wanted to play solo queue all the time. And this drive, 8 years, and it has never been lost.
One of the many veterans on the stage searching for that title. 18 minutes ahead of game time, or opening ceremony rather. Fans are streaming in, the stadium's beginning to fill up. I want to talk about another one of the guys, the veterans on the side of IG, who's looking to hoist that Summoners Cup.
And really, it's going to be about Rookie. Anyone who's watching Invictus Gaming knows that this is the guy to focus on, and it's the road home for Rookie. You have to understand, he won LCK in 2014. At the height of his career, leaves for the LPL with the Great Korean Migration, and we call him a career Korean. He's really left his fingerprint on one of the most historic organizations, a pillar of the LPL. And so for him to approach Worlds after never being in a final, to lift that trophy in front of a Korean crowd, it just justifies everything. It's hashtag worth for Rookie. I made the right call.
All right, well, for more on that matchup, let's gather some thoughts from Captain Flowers, Papa Smithy, and Kobe, who will be bringing you Game 1 after the opening ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dash, and I cannot tell you how excited we are to be here for the World Finals, especially a Finals with so many explosive players on the Rift. As we heard from Reckless, Fnatic has been carrying from all over the place. We've been seeing carry performances across the board from IG as well, and I know, Papa Smithy, you were specifically excited about the top lane.
Yeah, I'm just waiting and counting down for the champion set. The opening ceremony is going to be great, but I'm just excited about the opening bands and how the top lane really pans out, because we have to remember, we've come a long way. We saw Aatrox versus Urgot dominate the conversation in the lead up to this tournament, at the start of this tournament, and then the evolutions from there. We're in a grand final where Jace and Victor Top are the most contested top laners in many ways. It's actually affected the starting lineups because Soaz was starting, Duke was starting for these teams earlier in the year when it was more of that bot lane focused meta. The MSI meta feels like a long time away, and now we have the Shy and of course Whipper on the other side, or those dominant forces, and what they get their hands on and whether there's something new, because you take those solo queue accounts, there's some spicy stuff in there, Kobe.
There definitely is, and with the increased importance that we've seen with these all-star solo laners, I want to turn the lens as well towards the junglers and the supports, the roles that are setting those guys up, because it has been so much about the movement for both of these two teams. In the game number 1 where IG beat Fnatic in group stages, Ning had very successful early ganks bottom lane to set them up. Meanwhile, when Fnatic got their victories, it was Broxa and it was Hylissang making so many movements, especially up towards the mid lane.
And with the amount of crazy plays that we've seen so far at this tournament, it's going to come down to who wants it more, who really is the better team that can show up and do what, honestly, we've seen both of these teams do so many times now already. But that's what we're looking out for ahead of the championship match. Until then, back to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can't wait to see you guys in that cast. But Fnatic versus IG, both in Group D. First time we've ever had two teams from the same group run the knockout stage and meet each other in the finals. What a treat.
They demolished that group.
Absolutely.
Like, it really just felt like an appetizer for them to play against each other, and then Fnatic winning 2 games in a row on that final day to get what ended up being a very important first seed.
I feel like it's so hard to take anything away from these games because the meta has evolved so much. In these games, we had a lot of dives bottom, and right now, you know, we see the Ornn on the...
There's the Ornn, yeah.
There's the Ornn. The meta's completely shifted. The only thing we can take away is the stylistic differences. We have a team that is heavily focused on the team play and one that is focused on the individual play.
Yeah, and it's now kind of a question of what's the next evolution? Have we seen all that this Worlds has to offer? Because it feels like every single stage along the way, we get like a brand new pick or something surprising that comes out. Even Victor being moved down into the bottom lane. So what's the cherry on top here? Is it simply a Western team or an LPL bringing home the first championship? Or are we going to see it like another trump card get laid down?
I mean, we just heard from the casters that they're kind of looking at jungle support, the more supportive roles behind some of those solo laners. But that's what I want to talk about. Top lane, mid lane, we've got some big names as well as some big expectations for how they'll play out.
And the solo lanes are absolutely crucial. We see this tilting so many different matchups. We're going to start in the top lane with Whippo versus the Shy, the two designated starters for these teams because they both brought top lane subs. But the Shy really invalidated the Aatrox pick in this series against G2, unless he was playing it, in which case he was 4v1. 1v4, the other way around.
There you go.
And then you look at Whippo, who actually has better numbers than the Shy across the entire tournament, much because of his domination of Licorice in their semifinal.
And the thing is if you take a peek at their solo queue, they've got a few extra champions still kind of hanging around there, and we'll see if they pop out during the
you want to say
series.
Ribbon?
I want to say Ribbon. And it should be noted, if you
Ribbon.
don't know anything about the Shy, he was originally a streamer before he went pro, and he was a Riven one-trick. So if you're looking at one of the best Riven players in the world, he's played it a couple times in the LPL, it's sick.
He wants to play it so he can get that skin
Wants the
if he
championship
wins.
skin.
Exactly.
Yeah. And listen, based on performance, I do feel like the Shy has been the best top laner in the world at this World Championship. Is his individual mechanics, how quickly he cancels auto attacks, how much he wins these matchups by, has been so incredibly impressive. I think if we get peak the Shy, I think IG wins the series, but he's got to show up.
He's definitely a top performer, but he is up against Whippo. Kind of a surprise player here in 2018. He's maybe now a household name through the 2018 World Championship, but before this, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who knows who that guy is.
Oh, it's crazy. Like Whippo, I barely know him. Like he just appeared out of nowhere, you know, and he has this personality about him, you know. Whenever he's getting interviewed, he has this energy about him, and I think it's been, the journey of Whippo is just incredible.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he has this name even makes it ridiculous. It makes sense for him to take it home. The story of Whippo is one for the enemies,
And what I think is so impressive about Whippo is just not his mechanical 1v1 ability and his champion depth, but the decision-making that he does. For a player that is so new to the competitive scene and such a bright spotlight, he hasn't been blinded by that glare. He keeps a cool head, he's hitting his proper teleport timings, and again, then you have the reassurance of Soaz, like the oldest player, or in terms of like championships that he's attended, just sitting right behind him. It's like, he's got nothing to worry about.
Right, that's just the top lane. Let's stroll on down to the mid lane where we find Caps versus Rookie.
Yeah, and this is another matchup of Titans, but when they did play in the group stage, it was Rookie getting the better of Caps, and then the team that's linked to Caps kind of helping him through that so he could play in team fights. You look at Rookie in this tournament, and he has been unmatched in the mid lane, specifically in the laning phase, and then it is all about being able to transition that to the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's about that dominant lane phase, the fact that he never misses any CS, that he's always perfect on the roam. To be fair to Caps, Rookie did get the counter pick several times. I don't expect this to be the same matchup.
Plus 20?
It's ridiculous.
On average.
And I almost feel like
Worlds.
it's going to be a gauntlet toss of who's going to get LeBlanc. Are they going to ban it? Because if you give it to either of these guys, they'll pop off and control the game.
I think it's something that is very important to highlight as well. I feel like the Hylissang interaction and Broxah interaction is much heavier for Caps. And Caps as a player likes to play, if he has an advantage, he likes to just continue snowballing mid lane. Rookie, when he gets advantages, snowballs the rest of the map. So it's a very interesting kind of dynamic with these differences of styles.
Yeah, and look at how many different champions are on these pools. We saw something similar for top lane. You only get 3 bans at the start on each side. There is so many mind games and skill matches and skill checks that are going to happen between the Jason and Lysandra, or if you can push Caps down to the Azir. It is so much about how these guys perform. All 4 of these guys we just mentioned are spectacular players, capable of beating their opponents, even if I think IG has a slight edge going into it.
11 champions between them. You only have a maximum of 5 games. So again, this boils down to those priorities. What do you as a team and as a player value specifically in that 1v1 matchup across from, say, Rookie, the best performing player at the tournament?
And it's also kind of like what confidence you have to break that. We'll see so many people, what if they decide to leave the LeBlanc open, it gets the priority pick, and they feel comfortable taking the Lysandra matchup into it.
Well, when it comes to Reckless's dream of raising that trophy, IG mid laner Rookie has no qualms with crushing the Fnatic ADC.
일단 뭐 레클레이스 선수 하면은 생각나는 게 잘생겼다 밖에 없어서 저는 레크레스가 실력도 출중하지만 또 외모가 뛰어나시니까 저희가 이제 비교적 외모가 좀 딸리거든요. 그래서 저희한테 우승컵 드리는 것도 좀 나쁘지 않을까 생각해요. 레크레스 그냥 뭐 영화배우 하셔 돈 벌어서 될 것 같은데 장난이고 뭐 레크레스 되게 오래 하셨으니까 그렇기 때문에 이 롤드컵 우승이라는 타이틀이 되게 목숨도 걸고 되게 갈망하실 텐데 뭐 저희도 똑같거든요. 저도 뭐 레크레스보단 안 했지만 그래도 오래 했던 베테랑 선수라서 그냥 서로 약간 누가 더 갈망하냐 이 차이일 것 같아요.
A little bit of fun in the interview before the matchup. I wonder if he's still feeling that lighthearted and giddy stepping on stage with all the pressure that's mounting. But something that we do in particular when series feel close is we take a look at the teams lane by lane by lane in comparison to see where we might give the edge to either squad. So we've done the same. Let's pull up the scorecard and see who indexes where.
Yeah, I think we have painted Invictus Gaming as this mechanically lane-focused team, and what might decide is how well they can transition team play, whereas Fnatic, how well can they do in lane so that their team play can take over? I think you see that with the jungle, the bot, and support, which have actually been more supportive to the solo lanes in the last few weeks of the World Championship.
Something I want to highlight, though, I feel like Reckless is someone that plays very, very few amount of champions. He has kind of set this meta for him. Very good at Zyra Khan. Like it a lot when Hylissang is playing Braum as well. I'm curious to see what happens when bot lane bans start to happen, because IG can play the Draven. They can play these majestic champions that can dominate the lane phase, and I think that might kind of change the matchup a bit.
Yeah, this is what I expected. Kind of this next evolution, or the cherry on top, is Jackie Love to go to one of his signature picks in the Draven and actually try to play towards lane phase, because I think that's kind of like the one wrench that you can throw into this matchup. Everyone knows the solo laners are going to go back and forth, who's going to get the matchup, who's going to determine the draft phase, but IG could just decide to wipe the board clean, throw it down, Draven Thresh.
I think another important note when looking at that graphic, while there are 3 check marks on the side of Fnatic, doesn't necessarily mean that Fnatic is by any means a favorite. We've looked at this tournament as very much a solo lane dominated tournament, especially when we've come to the knockout stages.
Exactly. It's more important to win the mid and top lane, but also other lanes can contribute to the mid or top lane victory, right? Like, it's a 1v1 CS matchup, but a team can win mid lane, as we actually saw even in the tiebreakers between Fnatic and IG. Rookie won the CS war, but then Hilly was coming mid and Broxa was coming from the other side, and Rookie completely lost his lead, and then Caps took over in team fights. So it's just very close and very exciting.
This place is filling up with only 7 minutes to go before the opening ceremony, and now comes my favorite time of the countdown, when I get to talk to you guys about your favorite moments or most interesting moments from Worlds so far. And this has been one filled with twists, turns, topsy-turvy, upsets, as we heard Waylon and Jared saying so long ago. But let's start with it. Yamato, what for you has been the most interesting thing about Worlds 2018?
I love the meta. I love the meta game. I think it's, it's been summarized that, wards are gone. That's why it's so crazy. But I think it's way more than that. I feel like when you strive for perfection, you try to push your limits and you play on the edge. That's why there's so many crazy mistakes happening sometimes, dives going wrong, because these teams that want to win are playing on the edge. And when you do, you strive for perfection, you want to get there, and that's why the game looks so different. And Korea has always been playing safe and punishing these other teams that played safe and made mistakes while doing it. But as we proceed, go further and further, I think it's going to be just crazier and crazier.
That's what I think is really interesting, is a lot of people will see just like these 24, 27-minute victories and think, that team smashed them. But I feel like the meta is so volatile right now that it comes down to these very tiny micro decisions, a level 2 gank that goes sideways because of the snowball factor. You have champions like Aatrox, like LeBlanc. If you get 1, 2 kills onto these champions, the game is pretty much over. So I feel like even if it's a smash one way or the other, it's still a very close series, and it's right in those micro moments of who's going to make the big outplay.
Yeah, because I got to say, going into 20 minutes, even if you're 3,000 gold ahead, yes, we've seen some games run away. We've seen a lot of 3,000 to 4,000 gold comebacks at 20 minutes as well, because if you out-execute in a 4v4 or you get 4 people to the place in the right time, you'll win the fight. And I love what you talk about of playing close to the edge, because I feel like so many Korean teams have been coached for so many years to make the reliable play, only take 90-10s.
Yeah.
But if the other teams get good enough at the 60-40 and the 50-50, they're going to take so many more shots than you on the edge. And the Korean teams are so far away from the edge, they're not even trying, it almost felt like at some moments. So I think some of the changes that were made to the game rewarded that. I don't think it was because of wards, as Yamato said. Ward numbers are actually very close to last year. Even though the map is a little bit darker, there's larger things of play as far as how much risk teams are able to take successfully.
Frostgren, what about for you? What's your big takeaway?
For me, it's looking a lot at the champions. You know, I've just loved, I used to be a draft macro coach, and so looking at the drafting, I just think it's ingenious, some of the things that these teams are doing. And so again, it's who is going to be able to play the deepest champion pool? Are we going to see any of these really interesting picks where maybe champions are getting flexed in strange positions to try to catch someone off guard? Because right now it feels like blue side is the side that most teams are opting in for. But if someone can break red side, make that really work for them, either get bonus power picks so they feel confident enough that they can flex them around, or they just can stack their laners like Invictus Gaming, suddenly this series is very, very different. It's not just about who gets blue side most.
Go ahead.
I think also speaking to the point of champions and the impact of it, I felt like during this season we had this huge meta break where everyone just became open-minded about what they could play in different lanes. We had the Heimerdinger bottom and a bunch of other things. And I think that kind of opened everyone's mind. All of a sudden we have players that have 15 champions in the champion pool, 20 champions in the champion pool. And when you get to that point, you don't get to have these matchups that everyone has played out. For example, Azir versus Lulu every single game over and over. Right now we see different things all in every single game pretty much.
Yeah, and it's partly to do with teams playing their style. I also think that I've loved watching how much player skill matters in draft phase, because I just think back to the semifinal between Cloud9 and Fnatic where it almost felt like Cloud9 was fearful. They banned Akali, Aurelia, and LeBlanc every single game. That's not going to happen in this series because their mid laners feel confident in both sides of the matchups. But if you don't, you're in a spot where you need to be good at all those things to survive. And I think that's been more true than in any previous meta where there's nowhere to hide in draft plays. Yep. All your players have to be able to play almost all the matchups in order to succeed.
Every best of 5 has had its own identity. This one will be no different than the others in that sense. Jat, what about for you? 2018 Worlds, how's it been?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about history at the World Championship so far. And I remember casting some of the early World Championships, 2012, when the LCS started in 2013. And I was always thinking, like, how long could an esports career really be? Because there were a lot of people at the time that thought you would burn out in 2 years, or you cap out at 22 and then your mechanics die.
Right, and Mr. 17-year-old comes in and takes your spot.
Exactly, and that's not true. We've seen a great maturation of the sport, and I love looking at the two teams that are on stage today. We have Reckless, who Yamato mentioned has been playing League for his entire adult life, since he was 14. Rookie had almost all of the veterans on these teams have been playing forever. And then you also have the rookies. You have Jacula, who's still 17. You have Bwipo, who won Outstanding Rookie for the EULCS this year. You have this mix of young and old players. And I just think that's cool.
Which just brings us back to the idea that this is such a refreshing finals. Not only do we have two regions who haven't been here, right, in quite some time, Europe, obviously season 1, but haven't been here in quite some time to be able to step onto the stage and have that opportunity for their regions, but both veterans and young players alike trying to do it together.
Yeah, and it's amazing to then revisit Korea, you know, from 2014 to 2018, and the fact that it is kind of turning the next page in League of Legends, this new era of it, the fact that it's not double LCK, that we could have a different champion here, or recrowning a season 1 champion. And then you do have that great mixture of the veteran talent as well as the rookies.
And while we don't have a Korean team in the final, what better a place to return to, right? Kind of the birthplace of esports being in Korea. You know, again, as I said, my first World Championship, or first time to Korea was watching the World Championship, and I'm glad to be back.
And I gotta say, Europe watched a Korea final in Europe. China watched a Korea final in China. Guess what Korea gets to watch? Europe versus China.
Yes, sweet revenge almost. But as you can see behind us, there is not an empty seat as the fans pour in anticipation of that opening ceremony. Just under a minute away. So with that, we are going to head inside the stadium to take a look at the sights and sounds and that countdown clock ahead of our opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
Good work, guys.
I'm not worried. I thought, because I heard.
around again. You wanna dose of this right now? It's KD.
I'm back out to speed up blaze. 소리쳐봐 내 이름 잊지 못해 yeah loud 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 loud. I can take it to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bang yeah yeah yeah.
When I start to talk like that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는 level. 나와 되게 원하는 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. Like we try, but we don't know where to crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We're so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
You ready for this? Let's go. See 언제든지 내 모습 magic that I'm gonna 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 평평 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 run it up 문은 열고 해보여
I'm troubling you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hit my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야. I'm so tough. Let's get it, show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. Think we try, but we go nowhere to crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, it out alive. Go higher and higher, you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise, and make them remember you. Push through heaven, rise, rise, and they will remember you. Welcome to the climb of reach for the summit. Visions breathing one first step in the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you.
Only we gon' rise. We will never be sober. Yeah, 우리 같이, yeah, we can never be humble. We gon' shine. Moving see where we enter. And 평생들이처럼 고백형이면 그 team spirit gone and all. But I pick up your weapon and face it. 아무도 너를 막지 않아. 뭘 그리만 많아. 관중은 너를 믿지 않아. 보기 전까지 무지. That's why we gotta rise. Homie, goddamn. 너와 팀 지못대로 걷고. 여 바꿔 내 힘을 잡아라. 모니터로. 내 방패. 전투하는 나에게. 주눅 씹어 먹고 I got you rising. Go!
Prove yourself and rise, rise. Yeah. Make them remember. Rise, rise. They will remember.
멋진 무대였습니다. 가장 중요한 이 트로피는 항상 센터에 있어야 되기 때문에 제가 위치를 약간만 조정하도록 하겠습니다. 항상 센터에 있어야 되거든요. 네, 자 여러분, 오늘 멋진 무대를 펼쳐준 모든 아티스트들과 뮤지션분들께 다시 한번 감사의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 네, 자 오늘 이곳 문학 경기장에 이르기 위한 험난한 여정, 그 길은 오늘 경기를 펼치게 된 이 두 팀의 뜨거운 열정이 만들어낸 땀과 노력, 그리고 와 이렇게 문학 경기장을 가득 메워준 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성이 있었습니다. 역대 최고의 팀도 꺾었고 올 시즌을 싹쓸이했던 팀도 꺾었고, 그리고 새로운 도전자도 이미 소환사컵을 눈앞에 두고 있는 이 두 팀 앞에 무릎을 꿇었습니다. 자, 이번 월즈에서 정말 역대급 퍼포먼스를 선보이며 명승부를 만들어낸 두 팀이 이제는 단 한 경기만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 바로 2018 리그 오브 레전드 월드 챔피언십 파이널입니다. 자, 그러면 경기에 나서는 이 자랑스러운 두 팀을 여러분께 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 그 어느 때보다도 큰 함성으로 맞아주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 from EU LCS 유럽의 위대한 희망 Fnatic! 타 비포 타 스토아스 정길 브록스타 미드 캡스 AD 캐리 레클리스 서포트 힐리생 자 원모 타임 여러분 다시 한번 프로티에게 큰 응원의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 자 이제 이에 맞서는 팀을 여러분께 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. From LPL 중국의 빛나는 보석 IG 탑더 샤이 탑 듀크 정글 닝 미드 루킹 AD 캐리 제킬러 서포트 파우라 원몰 타임 여러분 다시 한번 아이즈에게 커다란 응원의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 오케이 라스트 Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, welcome to the World Championship.
IG is saying this game, this series, ends right here.
Fnatic are the kings of the West, and they will represent in the World Final.
Going to the final is only half the way. So unless we actually end up winning, then why are we even here?
지금 이렇게 딱 문 앞까지 왔잖아요. 한 발짝인데 이거를 제가 어떻게 잘 해가지고 그 문을 뚫고 나갈지가 정말 관건인 것 같고.
I expect this to be the second of many worlds to come. I can't expect to win every single worlds, but this one in particular, this one is ours.
Every year I've seen the trophy ceremony and I always thought it should be me. I knew it was going to be me one day. This is the best chance I'll ever get. Now that I'm here, I feel like I want it more than ever, and I don't think IG has the same sort of fire that we do.
레클랜스 되게 오래 하셨으니까 이 롤드컵 우승이라는 타이틀이 되게 목숨도 걸고 되게 갈망하실 텐데 뭐 저희도 똑같거든요. 누가 더 갈망하냐 이 차이일 것 같아. 제가 더 우승컵을 많이 바랄 것 같아.
Killing spree of the rookie, IG clean house. Got the pick on the
not just here to win one Worlds. I'm here to make a legacy for myself. I want to have a legacy of championships, and it starts today.
One step, one best of 5 away from their dream of holding the title of world champions, but it's going to be the hardest step they've ever had to take. Some of these players playing on the biggest stage they've ever played on before, and after being introduced like that from a legend in his own right, Caster June, what a wow.
Just to walk over the levitating intros as they came over the crowd. How do you slow down your heart after something like that?
Exactly. I mean, I'm sitting here with my heart racing. I can only imagine what it feels like to be a player on that stage, knowing that you're about to try and perform in front of a crowd this large.
Stage. The one that flew.
On the flying stage, yes.
You know, some of these members have never been on a stage. All of Invictus Gaming, save for Duke and Rookie, have never left China to even compete. When they went to Rift Rivals, it was still in China, and they're now standing on a levitating glass stage like, okay, we're also going to play probably the most important series of our lives in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, without a doubt. But therefore, I think it's very important for us to kind of take a step back and recap how these teams ended up in the position that they did, starting with Fnatic and their road to the finals.
I think Fnatic, I think they definitely had the easiest side of the bracket. I think the main word I would say for them is dominance. I think they showed up big time in the groups. I think they deserved to get the easier bracket. They got the first seed over IG, and then they had EDG. They kind of swept them over, C9 even easier, and now they're here.
Yeah, you only need to lose 3 games to lose a best of 5. Fnatic has lost 2 games this entire World Championship, one in the group stage and one in the quarterfinals. So they have definitely had a very dominant road to this point.
And I will say this though, while Fnatic, you know, people are going to look at kind of that soft best of 3 between IG and Fnatic and say Fnatic, you know, clear favorites. They've got the experience. They beat IG more times last time these teams faced. But if you look at Invictus Gaming's run, the fact that it was almost a 3-0 across from KT Wolfstall, that it was a 3-0 across from G2, I think that kind of skews the lens. You know, if you take a closer look at those games, that IG could actually be favorites in this matchup.
And you look at the whole year, IG was one of the best regular season teams we've ever had. 34-2, their cumulative record across a 17-1 spring and summer. And they as well haven't dropped that many games. The 2 they lost was to KT Rolster, the tournament favorite from Korea. So they have also had a dominant run to this point.
Fantastic regular seasons marred a little bit by some, you know, letdowns in those high pressure moments. They haven't let down in the pressure moments in the knockout stage so far this tournament. But as we just talked about, there is no greater stage than the World Final stage. So can that group of 5 players on both sides of the Rift, can they step up to the moment?
For me, it's kind of like this idea about growth versus refinement. It feels like Fnatic are refining themselves. We already knew that they were a strong team, and now it's just the finishing touches, you know, as Whippo really steps into his own. For Invictus Gaming, it's actually evolution, you know, Ning finding more picks, Jackie Love no longer cracking under pressure, and we saw the intense pressure in that KT Wolfster series.
I think what's been the most impressive part for me, watching Fnatic the entire year, even though they consistently were on top the entire time, there was this little funnel blunder where Reckless was playing Janna and they swapped him out, but they were on top the entire time. And when you're on top, it's very hard to improve, but yet they did. They figured out their issues with how to play around caps. They figured out how to play bot lane. They put Whippo in there as well. They kept improving, and that's the thing that impressed me the most about this roster.
And they very much feel like a well-rounded team. We've said it, Reckless himself said it in that interview we had with him, that him stepping away really forced the team to grow into, you know, an animal that can win through many different strategies as opposed to only through that 80 carry in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at 2017, this team needed to win through individual outplays because they didn't have the map play. They learned the map play, but they still have the ability to win through individual outplays. So I think that's one of the things that has ended up completing this team to allow them to make this run to the finals.
IG almost remind me of kind of old school Fnatic. The fact that if you looked at them domestically in Europe, they had the 2 best carries. They had the best ADC, they had the best mid laner, and they would just dominate through teams. They were never really pushed. And so when they got to MSI and they fall down to greater team play, then they look internally and say, okay, let's tighten this up. Let's be a better team player instead of our superstars. IG, they're kind of in phase 1. They've got some incredible superstars, but it's about the solo lanes. It's about the Shy and Rookie.
I think it's crazy facing IG in scrims alone. Playing against them in scrims, I noticed instantly that this is the best mechanical team that I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Wow, that is...
We just focus on the mechanics. Scrimming against Fnatic, it was a whole different beast because it was so hard to win against them. They were always decisive, they're always one unit. and yet this roster is also very, very stacked.
And Jad, where we see that come into play quite often is that mid lane. We've talked about Rookie building his own advantages, and while Fnatic can still win through the mid lane, it's usually with the jungler and the support coming to aid Caps in getting those advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at IG, and you don't have to look much farther than Rookie and the Shy for how they succeed. Jackie Love has his pop-off moments, and that's the thing. All three lanes are taking risks the entire game. So when they are that good mechanically, that's what results in wins. That's the 17-1 in spring and summer, and that's the IG that's in the final.
For the final time at this World Championship, I'm going to ask you guys to give me win conditions for the two teams remaining fighting for that Summoners Cup, starting with Fnatic and Jat. You're taking them.
All right, I think for both teams, the main win condition is to win the solo lanes. It's about how you get there that I think is important. So how you win the solo lanes, I think you have to deny Xin Zhao from Ning, because he can apply a lot of early pressure with that pick, and I don't think he's shown he can apply the same early pressure on other picks. They also need to control bot side river, because if Rookie starts running away with mid lane, they can collapse up and reduce that pressure. And most importantly, they have to play like they know they are the better team, like they did against C9, because if they give too much respect to IG, they fall back in laning phase, IG pounces on them, and Fnatic loses.
Now, Frosk, IG are in the position to hand the LPL their first world title. Up against Fnatic, how do they do it?
And for me, I'm actually going to look at the pieces that connect those solo lanes, and I'm going to start with Ning. Ning has to find more picks. I believe he's got it in him. He pulled out that Kindred versus KT roster. I don't think he is no longer the Xin Zhao or the Camille two-trick pony. I think he's got a couple more tricks up his sleeve. Then it's for Jackie Love and Baolan to play for lane. Give me that Draven. I know you want the championship skin. Prove to everyone that you're the best Draven in the world, and show that you are a trident team, not just about those two solo lanes. And finally, Rookie, you're the best player at this tournament. It's time to ascend to godhood and remind Caps where he stands.
My resident coach on the desk, how do you feel about these win conditions?
I feel like if you contrast these two teams, you have the individuality versus the team play. I feel like Fnatic coming into the series, they need to look to break the game as soon as possible, and I feel like IG need to draft in a way where they're willing to take those win conditions early on, get the leads, and just pressure, especially from bot lane, as you mentioned. And on top of that, I feel like it's very important Ning gets a good jungle matchup, because he's the type of player that doesn't necessarily does the team play. He's very good at invading the enemy jungler and pressuring the jungler in such a fashion, but I feel like Broxa has the upper hand there.
All right, win conditions are on the table. Fnatic has blue side to start this best of 5. Prediction time down the line. Who will be our next world champion? Frosk.
Okay, I have bet against Invictus Gaming at every single turn. I thought that they can't team fight, they can't win best of 5s, they don't have the champion pools, they're playing too scared, and at every single turn, they have shown that they do have that growth, that Ning will find those pocket pits like the Kindred, that Jackie Love will still take the aggressive flashes, but it'll turn up. I'm not scared for Rookie and Shy. They have that one on lock. All Jackie Love and Ning have to do is match Broxa and Reckless. Make sure that they can just be there for their superstars. So I'm going to say that 2018 is not anyone's year. It is the LPL's year. They have won every single tournament they've attended, and now it's time for the LPL Dark Horse to finish it.
Calling it for IG in a very close series. Yamato, what are you thinking?
I think it's crazy, because we got to this point where I feel like this best of 5 is going to decide which is historically the second best region of all time, which is the best region at the current time in 2018, which 5 players are going to take this immense opportunity, because it's going to be so rare. The odds of these 5, 10 players, 12 players, the odds that they're going to be back here is very, very slim. And I know that Fnatic is going to take it home 3-2.
Woo! 3-2 vote for Fnatic, which leaves Jat as our tiebreak here on the desk. What are you thinking?
I love how the predictions have panned out so far, because I've asked a lot of people who they think is going to win this World Championship. And something that is a trend, you could say, is people from the West think Fnatic will win, and they can find the flaws in IG's games and chart the path for Fnatic's victory. But people from the East who watch the LPL are very strongly in favor of IG winning, because they see the strength of their solo lanes, and they too see a clear path for IG to win, because neither of these regions have been here for the past 3 years at least, where it's been Korea finals. And I try to remove myself as much as possible from this and think of what has won the game so far at this World Championship, and that has been solo lane dominance. And that is where I feel like IG has the edge with Rookie and the Shy. So I'm going to go IG 3-1. 3-1 or 3-2. I'm hoping for 5 games. I hope that that's wrong. And from a homer perspective, from a Western perspective, having cast Fnatic qualify for the EULCS 6 years ago, I want Fnatic to win. but it's going to be such a great series.
All right, well, there you have it. Predictions across the board. We are split, as the whole world is, on this series for who's going to take it home. Got a couple minutes until the players are ready for champion select, so I want to stew in these predictions for a moment. I want to watch you guys, toil in it in contrast with each other. We talked about the solo lane dominance, or the solo lane importance, but we've also talked about Fnatic's ability to affect those solo lanes with anyone other than those two players individually. And so how do you expect this to interact, Frost? How do you expect Fnatic to come out the gate versus how IG approaches this first game?
I mean, frankly, Fnatic have more versatility. The fact that they have shown that they can play an early game, that they can play a late game. You know, Edward Gaming, who are a team that blitz very early, just like IG, and Fnatic were able to weather the storm, and you're simply then banking, if it's on that knife's edge, that IG are just going to push a little bit more, and they have to now find that variance. So it was really like rough and tumble for me, but ultimately looking back at the semifinals, I'm like, or in quarterfinals, IG had the tougher road to get here. They showed so much evolution and growth between groups all the way. You look back at groups, you're missing half the story of them versus Fnatic. This is going to be a completely different animal.
We talked about how this finals is special because you've got plenty of veterans alongside many of newcomers, young guys on this stage, Jeff. But how do your win conditions, or this idea that we're playing on a knife's edge, on that edge of perfection, where mistakes will be made? They will be made in this series. So where do you look at? Who are you looking at to really shore up weaknesses on both teams to perform on the day when they're in search of that Summoner's Cup?
Listen, you look at Fnatic, I think they're the most confident Western team ever. And IG, to get this far, has to have so much confidence, especially when they're able to win that Game 5 against KT. I think if anything could untilt them from an early loss, it would be the fact that they triumphed in that game. So I think both teams will be able to stand up to this enormous pressure.
Yamato, final words for the West, perhaps?
I take a lot of comfort in the fact that knowing Fnatic, even if they're behind, they're so sharp as a team. I feel like it's very, very clear. You know, you can say, oh, they're trying to achieve this right now. They're trying to achieve this right now. I feel like this sentiment is throughout with everything that Fnatic does as a team. And I think this is what's going to make the difference in the mid to late game.
Time for us to settle in to watch the games alongside you at home. And with that, we're going to toss it over to the casters for Champion Select of Game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. We're just about to get into Champion Select for this first of what could be, and what I personally hope is, 5 games between the two best teams in the world.
And what an amazing setting it is. We actually got to get into the crowd and see this amazing opening ceremony. But it's only the table setting for a pick and ban phase, especially game 1, where we're just sitting there spending so many nights burning the midnight oil, trying to work out what's left open and what's taken out, because every stage of this tournament, from groups to quarters and semis and onwards, something has changed.
We've been trying to peek behind every matchup to find a surprise pick that could change the finals here. And yet, we're going to have to wait a moment longer. Now, some of the things, even coming around in solo queue, will tantalize the viewers a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
If you follow the Shy at all, he has been a Riven one-trick in the past and has a lot of the combos and mechanics down with his champion. Now, this is a possible counter that has been put forward to Victor top lane, which has really taken over, as well as things like the Lucian that can be flexed around.
Now, we should mention we saw another possible counter attempted in the semifinals by Licorice, who was playing the top lane Echo that had some similar thoughts. That one didn't pan out. I can see the Riven not panning out either, but I'd love to see it on the Rift, and this is what we're all playing for.
The drums of war begin to sound, and it's time to get ourselves into Champion Select. Let's see how we go about it. Fnatic instantly targeting the solo lanes. Jace and LeBlanc banned away. IG responding by saying Victor will not see Summoner's Rift. 3 of the semi-final power picks and now the Akali tournament power pick are all taken away. IG was banning the Victor on blue side in their semi-final. Seems like the Shy just doesn't want to deal with it, whichever side the Rifty's on.
Yeah, Victor going to be out of the game as well. Jace here, banned by Fnatic, used expertly by both the solo laners of Invictus Gaming in their semi-final to get here today. Definitely a good ban there. And they're rounding out all of these solo lane bans to take away what has been used so much over the course of this tournament.
The final ban from IG is going to be Rakan, the only one of these 6 to not target the solo lanes, as Fnatic will think about their first pick.
And interestingly, they actually ban away the Rakan, denying Xayah Rakan over something like the Urgot, which is available, over the Aurelia, which will be first picked by Fnatic. Will be, of course, a flex pick between top and mid lane, but interesting to see Urgot, who dominated all of the conversation. We've seen it fall through picks once in recent memory. I don't know if Invictus Gaming will pass it up.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely putting a lot of weight on Caps' Aurelia. This is something he's used tremendously throughout this tournament, one of his most played champions. It is one of the more risky assassins as far as having to commit a little bit further up into the lane. And this has been something that we've had a very close magnifying glass, how far these mid laners will play up and how quickly the junglers will come to turn the tides.
And speaking of those junglers, you can see Invictus Gaming quickly putting Ning on a champion that he is known and loved for, that Camille, that comfort pick, locked in for them along with that Alistar.
They did hover over his other pocket pick, the Kane that, of course, he played once in the LPL Grand Finals. Does jump onto the Camille, which, again, much more normal pace for him. Again, interesting. Urgot is skipped over. The Alistar priority shouldn't be a surprise. Alistar has been a first-pick support for a lot of the tournament. The reason why IG takes it in this first round is a blocker pick to Sivir. Most AD carries refuse to play Sivir into Alistar because the spell shield does not negate headbutt pulverize, and thus you get engaged on very reliably.
In addition to the laning phase prowess of Alistar, one of the big reasons it's been so highly prized at this tournament is with the ultimate from the support position, you can be the initiation and a bit of a frontline for the team, with Invictus Gaming showing a much squishier jungler and probably looking to have a more offensive carry for the Shy in the top lane. That might round out, their overall composition. But we have to catch up here. They've already got the Urgot now locked in, another power pick for Fnatic.
And this is very interesting because now you consider what they have. Ostensibly, both solo lanes and their support are locked in. If IG want the Scion, the usual tank answer, it means the Shy. Very unlikely to be on a carry this game, probably going to be on the Scion that he does have a good record on. He is 3-0 on the pick, so definitely a containment pick. But suddenly, one of those win conditions for IG of unlocking the Shy to be a hard carry like he was on the Jace is already going to be a bit of a secondary variable now with the Scion matchup.
Meanwhile, the other pick for Fnatic also very important. Hylissang has played mainly the Rakan or Braum. Those two champions pretty much only, with a couple of other picks here. So Braum with the shield, very important for lane phase for Rekkles. Rekkles is a marksman that likes to farm up, play very defensively in the lane phase. He has one of the highest KDAs and least deaths because of this playstyle, and it has found success for them.
Talking about marksman, going into ban phase 2, that is the name of the game. Rekkles has played a lot of Sivir, Jackie's played none. It's a very easy ban for IG to make. Fnatic also taking the Lucian off the board, one of Jackie's favorite picks throughout the regular split of the LPL.
And also a pick that everyone in solo lanes is also playing around with for flex Lucian possibilities. Usually a Jackie Love pick. Speaking of Jackie Love picks, just going to default to the Kai'Sa that started this tournament with a bang, has kind of gone to more of a whimper recently, but they have a lot of setup CC to apply the plasma and allow Jackie Love to still be a big carry in late game fights.
Exactly. We can already start to judge the entire team compositions that are forming here. Invictus Gaming coming out with a much more solid 5-on-5 setup with those tanks on the front line, and the Camille plus Kai'Sa very good at finding picks throughout the game. But look here, Fnatic locking in the Jhin in answer for lane phase here versus Kai'Sa. A lot of early burst damage potential.
And this is going to be the first Jhin played by Rekkles, as we will see the Lee Sin locked in for Broxah. So much conversation about how well this man has been jungling throughout Worlds 2018, and this has been one of his signature picks.
Exactly. The Lee Sin has been amazing for Fnatic, and Broxah in particular. This man has been the best jungler at the World Championship, and in large part due to creative plays with this champion.
I think he's had one of the best tournaments a jungler has had on the international stage ever. He has been outstanding. We see the draft finally rounded out. Was considering the Rise was rookie, probably going to land on the Lissandra. Big takeaway here from Fnatic. Very physical damage focus. Usually Jhin doesn't want to deal with frontline tanks. He gets a lot of them on the opposition side. Kill still can play 1-3-1 very adeptly, especially if they're able to keep the Scion down and not allow his tankiness to take over. But this could still very much turn into 5v5 team fighting with the setups we have locked in.
And Rookie on this Lissandra, he has made so many plays on this champion. When you look at Rookie, you're not just talking about a guy who can manage to, sometimes he farms up and beats his lane opponent down, sometimes he roams around. He consistently outperforms lane opponents in shoving them in, getting ahead, rotating around. He finds more kills bottom lane than he does around his own lane because he affects the team so well.
Yeah, exactly. It's been about his movement around the map to take his advantage to help out the rest of the team. We shall see now as we are moments away from starting off game number 1 here at the World Championship Finals.
And game number 1 is so important for these two teams who have played such a fast, explosive style before. If you can get your momentum going and make things happen, you could really get yourself off to an awesome, fantastic start here.
Lots of young players on the Rift, 2 squads that, of course, not been in World Finals for Fnatic since Season 1, and then, of course, for the LPL teams, also been a really long time. So there is so much talk about momentum here. You win the game 1, that post-game team talk is a lot more comfortable.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn, and game number 1 opens up for the World's 2018 Grand Final between the LPL and the EULCS. You're gonna see everyone drawing that line of scrimmage down the river now as pings start to come out from both sides.
And I want to focus in on one theme here early on in the first game, and that is this river that we're looking at right now. The river is the highway that connects all 3 lanes on Summoner's Rift and has been the way to control the early game as far as jungler movements, using control wards to allow their supports to affect the other lanes. This has been something that Fnatic especially used to help out Caps, even when Rookie got a 1 versus 1 lead.
And while the importance of the river has always been there in League of Legends, it's even more important at level 1 now with those spotting wards to spot out jungle paths around Scuttlecrab that required camp early. So important they had the clear there is a bit of a hello from the Fnatic bot lane as they enter lane.
Reckless goes in, manages to proc that final shot there to grab the stun, now backing himself away. Lots of damage coming out from both squads here as nobody's pulling any punches.
Really nice trade there as Fnatic found IG, and JackeyLove took an entire round of that Q passive, but even more trading.
Baolan about to be stunned up for a second time here. Does get himself back in time. Fnatic don't want to go too crazy here, but man, these guys are getting scrappy early. Broxa doing what we often see from junglers, making a trip down towards bottom side as soon as he grabs the red.
Yeah, bottom lane has been very important. This has been a super common route, though. Junglers prioritizing red buff into Scuttlecrab. We've seen this over and over the entire tournament. And Broxa here on the Lee Sin will be able to get this vision, which is important considering how aggressively their bottom lane is pushing forward and trading in this lane. They need the extra security.
Broxa actually played blue side Lee Sin in, I believe, the tiebreaker game right at the end of group stage against IG and put off a level 2 lane gank with red buff. So something this time that JackeyLove and co were ready for. Still nice trades on the bottom side for Fnatic, as Ning sees all the action bot side, can't really impact it for now. Gonna settle on level 3 and the Scuttlecrab.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of vertical jungling here as both junglers head into the blue buffs of the opposition there, and doesn't look like they're going to be stopped anytime soon. Broxa needs to clear off this Gromp, and he'll find himself at level 3 as JackeyLove and Baolan are on the back foot here, farming up in the bottom lane. And the man on your screen for Fnatic, Reckless, has posted some impressive stats so far this tournament, has died in only 7 out of the 14 games he's played. Half the time he is deathless. What a performance.
He has had the least deaths per game of any AD carry at this tournament. And in this game as well, we also just saw, I want to point out something Hylissang did. His lane partner there, the Braum, put up the unbreakable wall to block damage, protecting the cannon minion and denying that gold to JackeyLove. Broxa on your screen, though, just comes back from enemy territory, and we return to his side of the jungle.
Adaptations on how to keep Broxa in check was something IG would definitely want after going 2-0 down the second half of the round robin in group stage, and largely due to Broxa outclassing Ning on the day. But also Hylissang, who was able to be a backup jungler on specifically the Braum and come to mid lane and impact lanes that were consistently won by Rookie. We talked about a lot in the pregame, how good a player Rookie is. Against Caps, another super hyped mid laner. He won lane 3 out of 3 games. He was able to exert huge pressure solo and draw so many resources. Any backup he can get from Ning and Baolan will be welcome respite for what should be a pretty tough matchup in mid, just in terms of how many resources Fnatic will send to shut him down.
And as we keep looking towards the bottom lane again and again, I want to also highlight when these two teams played against each other in group stage, the second and third games when Fnatic found their victories, Jackie Love didn't have super impressive showings, but in that first game, he went 11-1-8 on this same pick on the Kai'Sa to really shine there and carry his team to a fantastic spot and a huge victory to start off that group stage as Caps will take a little bit of damage there from Rookie, whose Aftershock will be procced. Cap's not going to find himself the stun. Broxah shows up, but with no mana left on the mid laner, you're not going to find much of a fight here.
Still right time to show up in mid lane. He wants to ensure that Caps can push out the minion wave and back. That's a good back timing here. I imagine Sheen of Age will be the first pickup there. So mostly about just allowing for the pickup. Could go Merc Tread, so it's about 1,100 gold.
The Shy's getting pretty comfortable underneath that turret up here in the top lane, but hey, that's Sion versus Urgot. Urgot kind of showed up as one of those champions who could really put those tanks through the grinder, both literally and metaphorically, and we'll see how the Shy continues to hold up here as Ning and Rookie will take control over the second Scuttle Crab spawn.
Oh yeah, one of the other things, Broxah might go for a steal.
Broxah does manage to steal that one away, and now he's going in for the fight. Backs himself away with nothing else to find, but that's a great thing to find, just walking by, stealing the crab effortlessly.
IG thought there would be no contest because actually Caps was clearing minions in the mid lane. But Hylissang walks up. He feels strong enough to actually go for the Scuttle contest. Picks it up kind of against the flow of play. Nice play there by Broxah.
Yeah, he's able to move in. Another big thing that we mentioned leading up to this was the vision on Scuttle Crabs that you talked about. Big part of that is when you take one and you get vision of the other one, then you know exactly where the second is going to come up. And both of them very well aware there, jumping on. The only difference, really, that we have as far as meaningful play early on in this game, and this game has gone fairly differently than a lot of the analysts predicted as far as the solo lanes because of champion select. You know, so much more important bottom lane. But here's a teleport.
TP coming in. Looks like they're trying to bait Caps into going in on this one. He will find the stun down on a Rookie, but now going to get himself away. Ulti going to come down. Caps still getting away for now. The Claw will not be followed, and IG's plan will not succeed.
Very necessary flash. And again, the way to mid lane, lit by these control wards down that river highway, allowed for the jungler and the support to go try and affect this mid lane matchup. Now, the summoner was blown, but that is very good for Caps that he was able to get it off in time and get under turret.
It was certainly a maximum value flash as he got away from the buffered headbutt Pulverize from the Alistar as well. Do you want to note that he actually made a very late change over to the Ignite away from Cleanse, so he doesn't have a second defensive summoner as Whippo actually being shoved around by the Shy.
Whippo flashing away there from the ulti coming out from the Shy. Both of them very low on mana, but Whippo did not want to take any sort of a risk on Ning maybe being nearby to finish that one off. So Summoner Spell down means you may see IG look towards that top side as Broxah, with the ultimate available, will clear out some vision here from the river.
And now Ning is level 6 with a 4.5 minute plan of getting a successful gank off on mid or top. Both solo lane summoners are down in a solo lane focused meta. That means Fnatic have to do a lot of dotting of I's and crossing of T's with vision. Otherwise, there should be a bounty of kills available by IG.
If plenty of kills show up, it'll be, of course, nice for Broxah, who is running the Dark Harvest on the Lee Sin, so we'll see how well he's able to farm that one up as the game goes on. Rookie going to be stunned up there underneath his turret, but not too worried about it. He'll just continue piling up that CS. He does have a slight lead over his opponent, but nothing crazy.
And this is the game that viewers at home should know, whether you watch the entire tournament or if you're tuning in for just the final. These are the two teams with the most champion kills per minute in the entire tournament. So while we have no kills in the first 8 minutes, don't adjust your sets if we have a kill a minute action if things heat up.
Yeah, in addition to that, in their respective regions, the LPL and the EU LCS, they also had the fastest game times and the most kills per minute for both of these teams heading here. So this game, you can tell, #1, opening up the World Championship, coming out and just kind of testing.
Now, keep your fingers crossed though, Kobe. Caster Curse is a real thing. Let's not lead to that, Caster Curse. We want that bloodthirsty action.
I would love to see a lot of action, and when IG played earlier in the tournament, when they were playing up against KT Rolster in the quarterfinals, we looked at them and they had slowed down their game pace a little bit, and that all had to do with going up against KT. As soon as we saw them back in going against G2 in the semifinals, they did not lose a single objective. They had the fastest best of 5 in the main event, and they were just bloodthirsty once again. So we'll see how well that plays out now as Fnatic set themselves up for maybe making a play here against the Shy, who does still have his flash. Ning will also shadow this lane, expecting something to potentially happen. Let's see if Who's going to pull the trigger first kind of becomes the question here. Shy down 1 level right now. See if he can maybe find that for himself and then begin the fight. Does hit the level 8. Whippo goes in. Broxah going to be seen now, moving back and forth between the brushes maybe. Instead, it's just Shy going back underneath the turret as Ning waits around on the tri-brush, gets himself away, doesn't want anything to do with this fight, recognizes there's got to be something going on.
Definitely a lot of safety first stuff there from Ning, who could have taken an invitation to go in earlier, doesn't. Fnatic walking up to mid lane at the same time, just sniffing around Rookie.
Trying to make this happen now. 3-man gank me, I will 3-man gank you back, but Fnatic will not find any success there.
Yeah, and the bottom lane does have a slight CS lead there for Fnatic, but they need to get back down to the bottom lane to clean up that minion wave after they gank towards mid without losing anything. Looks like Reckless will be able to do it, and everything's safe and sound.
Now this game, still no kills 10 minutes in, but the important thing I'm looking at right now, Rookie has his proto belt completed. This item, as a first item, costs significantly less than most other items will. Caps now going to be CC'd. Broxah making his way towards the fight. Ning looking to go in, jumps back, able to find the stun. Caps going to be taken very low. Hextech Ultimatum comes out, but it's first blood over to Ning. IG find themselves 1, but it doesn't look like they'll likely be able to find the second just yet. Broxah gets himself away, but it's still Fnatic who come out on the wrong end of the fight.
The patience pays off here. Invictus Gaming are able to return to the mid lane before Caps' flash comes back up from their previous gank and get him without the flash. Now, they opted to try and pull off the counter there with Broxah coming from behind Raptor.
And it's all about the bookkeeping, like you say. When you know about the summoner advantage, this becomes a more controlled play. We're watching the replay, and once Rookie locks on with the ultimate, there's definitely going to be the all-in attempt from IG. Broxah only enters the screen now, and Caps feels like his best way to go forward to negate the stun is to engage at this point, but through the ultimate here, no maximum value kick available for Broxah. He actually keeps that throughout the entire fight.
Very good ultimate there by Ning as well, to be able to dodge the damage as well as get down Hextech Ultimatum, finish off that kill for Invictus Gaming.
But Invictus Gaming, despite the fact that they got first blood, despite the fact that it comes along with assist money, the game is still even in terms of gold, and you can look at the jungle and look at the AD carry positions and how well they're out farming their opponents when you want to figure out why that is.
Yeah, Lee Sin, as you mentioned, with Dark Harvest, trying to get as many of those stacks as possible early. Early Tiamat completion means he can rip through those camps very quickly, and had done so.
And I think as this game goes forward, we look at the team comps here. I think Fnatic will definitely err towards the 1-3-1, but they have good team fighting options. You look at IG and you say a lot of setup CC and a Kai'Sa. That's kind of how you think about it. Good burst damage coming through from the Lissandra. But if Aurelia, one of the big reasons we saw movement away from champions like Kai'Sa, is able to get to backline and just negate Jackie-Love, even go 1-for-1, you feel like Fnatic has so much more damage on their side. Not by a landslide, but certainly considerable damage options to win the 5v5. So they'll start off with the 1-3-1, but the right flank, and anything's possible for Fnatic.
But I like IG's idea of starting off trying to target Caps here, because Caps has been a player who's been put under quite a lot of pressure by a lot of different teams so far, and up against Cloud9, he had a bit more breathing room, and he really was able to pop off, but when teams can target him and keep him more under control, that could be a good avenue for IG to make something happen, as the Shy's not able to get himself away just yet, flashing out of the way of the Harpoon to stay alive.
Yep, Whipple's going to earn an extra summoner spell here, but he's also earned the attention of the rest of Invictus Gaming, and he's going to have to flash out.
As soon as he saw Ning, he was getting the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, the Goon Squad was coming in from every direction. Smart to flash away. Also holds onto his stopwatch with that play. Good heads-up stuff, and a bit of a map reset here, although Caps
has decided to go after Rookie here. Aftershock going to be keeping Rookie a little bit safe. Over the wall comes Ning, looking to issue that Hextech Ultimatum. Flash already going to be used. Caps trying to get himself away, but he's brought down for the second time this game. And IG have his number.
That's one of the big drawbacks of Aurelia mid. A lot of the presence of this champion relies on going in, the melee threat. Invictus Gaming are there again. They roam down to mid lane, and they get the first turret bonus.
They're going to keep pushing. It was a mistake by Caps. He knew they were on top side. A lapse of judgment. Opened himself up for this damage. There could be 2 turrets, and there's still a minion wave here.
Invictus Gaming, no plans on stopping anytime soon. Fnatic will at least get the bottom lane tier 1 in retaliation, but instantly losing 2 turrets in the mid lane is quite a victory for IG.
Reckless is the hope here for Fnatic. Their bottom lane winning in CS, as well as able to push down that bottom lane turret. In exchange, for the 2 that Invictus got.
Oh, Broxa gets himself the flash into the kick. Remember, Shy has no flash available. He will be taken down here. Broxa makes sure of it with the Sonic Wave, and Fnatic will get themselves on the kill board.
We'll actually use the heal just to get a kill involvement on that particular kill. We'll go back now, had no mana at the end of that one, but that entire play here is an avoidable risk by Caps. He goes in, surfs in, takes the stun and register it, and the moment you commit this HUD, knowing that Baolan had already roamed and the Ning should be topside, it is a mistake coming through from Caps.
Here we go though, Fnatic are on the board already, starting up the Rift Herald, teleport comes in.
IG not willing to let this go away without a fight. TP gonna be used by Fnatic. Rookie's gonna be off to the side. In the middle goes Whippo, gonna be popping the shield, giving himself alive. Balor on the target, stunned up but not brought down just yet. Reckless gonna be firing from the back with the call, but the fear goes off! Whippo grabs the kill down onto the enemy support, but can they find anything else? They're trying to get Hillsong away into the back, but Jackie Love has already found himself that mark here as well. Whippo's taken down by Ning. The Rift Arrow goes their way as well, and IG have won themselves another fight.
Really patient stuff from IG. They kept playing around Jackie Love instead of engaging too hard, and it paid off in space. They're chasing for more. Here's Ning.
Caps and Broxa in some trouble now, wanting to get themselves away. Stun comes through. Ning's going to be only held at bay for a moment as the Shy will collect the money on that one.
And after that, Invictus Gaming have a clear route towards the top turret. Jackie Love should be able to get solo gold on this, thus making up the difference from the bottom lane and funneling a lot of money onto the late game Kai'Sa here. That is exactly what they want.
And remember what I said earlier, in groups when IG beat Fnatic that first time, Jackie was absolutely monstrous on Kai'Sa, and getting him off to this start is a wonderful step for this team if they want to find that first win here. Let's take another look in the Acer Predator replay.
And we'll start the replay here with Fnatic with positioning on the Rift Hub. It doesn't mean much when there's still 2,000 health left on it. Whippo has to teleport in aggressively. I want you to track Jackie Love, who starts this fight knocked up, but is never under any threat after that point. And at the start, it doesn't matter. The suppression comes in. You think the fear beyond death is going to decide it, but Jackie Love is always free hitting as the replay rolls on.
Yeah, him being able to go offensive there, finding the kill onto Hillsong and finishing up the chase, allowing an easy kill on the Rift Herald as well, means that Invictus Gaming now with a substantial early game lead.
And that's what a lot of people were looking at when comparing these two teams coming into this matchup. The name of the game was, oh yeah, Fnatic's got the team play, but IG has these stars that can really shine if they get ahead. The question is, are they ahead enough now that we're almost 17 minutes into the game, moving into the mid game to really make that shine and be able to crush Fnatic despite their incredible cohesion as a squad?
And it's definitely a question we have to adjust our expectations to item on item. I would say that while we outline Fnatic being a 1-3-1 comp that from the right flank could teamfight, IG is just pure teamfight, set up CC and burst, and then Jackie Love. So you'd have to say they knew where their bread was buttered on cleaner in the couple of engagements we've seen. The items are rolling. It's not 2 item yet on Jackie Love, but Fnatic need to really consider their setups, and if we're not seeing Caps hold down Jackie Love and kill him, you're gonna have to really rethink a lot of your fights.
And a big thing here for this game has been Invictus Gaming and their use of the control wards and that fog of war that it does provide to allow them to roam around and help each other out. Right now, they're trying to invade through Fnatic's jungle onto Whippo.
They're collapsing onto the Fnatic top laner, who will find himself caught between a rock and a hard place and 5 members of IG. You can shoot a harpoon into anyone you want, but you're not getting anything but a gray screen.
And when you don't have carry top laners, when you have tanks, you can afford to go for these sort of vision missions through uncharted territory, pick up kills, put down the Rift Herald, and they already got 2 turrets in the mid lane. How about another 2 if they can push through bot?
These 2 turret pushes are just going fantastically for Invictus Gaming, who will now push onto that second one here. Fnatic want to try to hold on 4 men strong, but the Shy is saying no. He decides to go in, going to be tanking up for now. IG turning attention back onto the turret. Caps knocked up into the air, going to be taking quite a lot of damage, getting himself away for now. Ning goes in, Hextech ultimatum going to be used. Shelly's still on the front line, but Caps going to be taken down in the back. Ning getting himself away. The flourish will not find its way on him for the snipe. Fnatic still in a 4 versus 5. The Shy still on the front line. They might be able to bring him down if they can make that fire find on the target correctly as Balon goes right back in. They're going to be looking to find yet another big fight. Brox is taken down, but the fear beyond death will come in and find fear onto multiple people. Whippo gets himself away, and Fnatic will hold the line with a shutdown onto Jackie Love.
5 turrets now have been taken by Invictus Gaming, only 18.5 minutes into this game. Caps there going very aggressively, trying to create a play for Fnatic to get back into this game, but only ends up going down and opening up the path for more objectives there for Invictus Gaming. Now, it should be a reset, but there is a large gold difference here that will be very difficult to overcome.
And Kobe, the gold lead here that is there, about 5,000 odd gold, is the reason that IG keep their foot jammed on the accelerator. They keep taking fights where a one-item Jhin can't do relevant damage to the front line of IG, especially not the Scion, who's stacking armor. We watched the replay here, and at the start, Jackie Love can't do damage. You think, okay, maybe this will be the disengage. Caps dives in, and if there's an extra item there, he might have threat, but the kills don't come through, and it's only right at the tail end when the Shy exposes himself and takes the full stun here that you understand there might have been a chance of Fnatic if the gold wasn't on so one-sided.
Yeah, then there's the re-engage as Baolan goes in on the Alistar to get the stun. Whippo, very nice ultimate here with the Fear Beyond Death, does get the kill and the fear to allow Fnatic to stop the push.
You do think of a different fight where the items were there and maybe Reckless could be the cleanup crew. He was able to finish his rapid fire cannon as that replay took on, but it's never been Jin's kind of strongest point, trying to puncture through a tank, and it's not even the Hail of Blades Jhin that has that extra auto attack damage.
Yeah, so far Invictus Gaming strategy, allowing Caps this melee risky style assassin that has to play up in the lane and then focusing him. You sometimes forget how young this guy is with how much success he has had this year, and especially in Europe, but Invictus Gaming really putting that pressure to good use.
Fnatic are finding themselves in a spot that they haven't often found themselves in so far this tournament. This is a team that has only been in a major deficit 13% of the time. This is not familiar territory. This is not a way that they have played much League of Legends in the past few weeks, and we need to see how well they can adapt to this 5,500 gold deficit now that we're 20 minutes in.
And on the side of Invictus Gaming, I would definitely commend Ning. This is a jungler that has had a lot of criticism to go along with the praise. This time around, so many of the plays were created because Invictus Gaming controlled the vision. They allowed their support and jungler to go influence the game.
I think in general, they've thought through all their skirmishes and their map movements really smartly in this game on. They're not showing the stage nerves that can shine through in such a big situation like this Monarch Gymnasium Incheon crowd. They're turning onto Baron here as IG, but there is a spotting ward from Fnatic. What can they do to respond to this, though? Brock's going to lead from the front.
They'll have to find some way to work their way in here. Baolan takes a little bit of damage, but bottom side, the Shy going in for the solo kill onto Whippo. We talked about how the Shy win condition might not be possible on a champion like Scion, but he's here to prove us wrong. The Decimate going to be used, but Whippo may now be able to find the kill for himself. Will not. Backs away. The Fear Beyond Death had already been used, so there was no execute. But the Shy is relentless.
He's got Thorn Mayo, Iceborne Gola, and Ninja Tabi. He gives no cares at all about Whippo on a dive like that, but Caps wants to get a kill on the board for himself.
Here's some of that Fnatic team play. They're bringing Caps around with the mop and bucket to try to clean the Shy up, but a quick roar into a Decimate. All right, Caps just gonna wait. He knows the range of that ability. And not gonna find himself too much here, but meanwhile, the Shy is just a big old distraction. Caps can kill the meatball in the bottom lane, but what are they going to do about the Baron being taken? Broxa and Hylissang going to be controlled and bursted down. The shutdown credit goes over to Caps in the bottom lane, but it's going to be a 1-for-2. Whitmo now has to try to get himself away as IG have found anyone who tried to interfere with their efforts, and it looks like they'll find even more now. Ning goes in, he issues the ultimatum, and the price is death. Baolan cashes in, and we're going to see what else they can do.
That was a really nice play there from IG. They started on the Baron, and you look at the team comp they have, hard CC, and the ability for the Kai'Sa to reposition. That is where they want to force positive terrain plays. They were able to so cleanly turn around, take out 3 members of Fnatic. They don't finish off the Baron, but they push out the waves, they pad the gold, and they're in a comfortable spot.
Let's take another look at this attempt here from Invictus Gaming. While they've got 2 members fighting on the bottom of the map, Baolan is able to get over the wall, initiate onto Broxa and Hylissang there. They find the 2 kills, and then because Ning does have his ultimate, they finish this up on Whippo, even though he's taking on Urgot. 4 members of Invictus Gaming able to take him down and find the extra kill.
Not tanky enough, that is for certain, but hey, I see another Glacial Shroud in the Shy's inventory. He's saying, man, you guys really like physical damage champions, and that means I really like armor. It's going to be nigh impossible to kill this guy without a strict concentrated effort of 5 members, but if 5 members are bursting down the Shy, well, The rest of IG, who, by the way, are decked out in items. Hourglass, Proto Belt, 2 M-Pen items on the mid laner, as well as having Jackie working on the 3rd item now with the Ginsu's completed. They will shred Fnatic health bar.
The Shy's going to pop a Righteous Glory, I imagine, with this next armor item, run at Reckless, and if he wastes Reckless's time, there's no bark behind the bite here. It feels like Cap's not going to be able to actually have true threat 1.5 items in at 24 minutes, and that's where things do fall apart. They could never set up a 1-3-1 because they were losing 2 turrets time and time again. They may lose a Baron right now.
IG forcing the issue onto that big objective once more. Ning down to about half HP, Baron going to be down to 1/4, the Shy running interference, and Baron will be secured by the side of Invictus Gaming. What else can they find? Caps tries to continue to get himself away. The Shy running in, unstoppable with that charge, but he's going to be stunned up and taken down, but not fast enough. Whippo looking to find some more damage, the Shy getting himself away, Jackie grabbing the kill onto Caps. In the meantime, Whippo getting himself one in return onto the Shy, but now he's got the passive, and they're taking the entirety of the fight. Hillsong tries to get away, but Whipple's already going to be brought down, and Broxa and Reckless stand only to fall. A double kill over to Ning, and Fnatic have 1 man remaining. Invictus Gaming has not lost a game with Baron at Worlds, and they're not looking to change that now.
Yep, looking to make quick work of Fnatic space right now. 1 inhibitor turret down, inhibitor to go here. Will they continue the push or reset?
Caps and Hillsong up in 5 seconds. IG decide there's no reason to make a big risk. Head back to base, buy up, you're 10,000 gold ahead, and then go for the jugular.
Definitely, and you love it when a plan comes together, as it did for IG. The goaltending on Broxa means he's never in smite range, ends up getting taken down by that passive proc coming through from the Kai'Sa. They can dive in with Reckless Abandon because they always have tanks who can reposition, interrupt, and ensure there's no actual threat onto Jackie Love, who continues to pad his stats with kills. The Fear Beyond Death could have been a team fight changer in a different game. It wasn't here.
Yeah, even though Whippo on the Urgot has a Black Cleaver for armor shred and has the ultimate to try and execute 25% health, getting that single kill took the entire firepower of all of the Fnatic team. After that, Invictus Gaming still able to use their gold lead, and this one is massive. 10,000 already for Invictus Gaming in game number 1.
When I look at a game of League of Legends and talk about coming back into it, or what do you do to turn this one around? You reach a point where it's no longer in your hands. It's up to your opponents almost to make the misplay, and we are far past that point now as IG start very forcefully knocking on the door to the top lane of the Fnatic base. The Shy goes in with a Righteous Glory. They're going to find the lockdown onto Whippo first as Rookie makes the dive into the back here now as well with the ultimate. Caps trying to get himself away, but he's only going to be postponing the inevitable. Jackie Love continues going further into the back. Reckless already down. Caps going to be following him now as well. It's a clean ace for nothing. And Invictus Gaming, 27 minutes into the game, they'll take the second inhibitor just to say we could, and they will push now onto both Nexus turrets, onto the Nexus itself, and they will lead this series 1-0.
After the first game, the first 2 things people are going to look to at Fnatic, the mid lane as well as the draft. Now, you can win full AD compositions, but a lot of it does have to happen early. Yes. You don't have a lot of fallback plans if you go with a strategy like that.
The moment they locked in Jhin, it showed their hand. They wanted to play around a 1-3-1, get ahead in items, and it wouldn't matter about armor stacking. They'd be able to front load and just take over an objective lead. The game does go shorter than 30 minutes, which usually is a good sign for a team composition like what Fnatic drafted, but Caps really overexerted himself in the mid lane. Some of it forced, some of it unforced, and the unforced errors are going to be what he needs to remove from the game. Otherwise, it's going to be tricky because Rookie looked a class above, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming are going to feel very confident heading into game number 2 here. This one was just a fairly solid and standard setup.
IG looked so clean this time around. We'll see how that second one goes, and for more on how game 1 of this World Championship played out, let's head it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. As nighttime descends on Moonhawk Stadium, IG lands the first blow in our finals best of 5, and they do it in somewhat dominating fashion there. We talked about how this series can be very swingy, can turn on a dime when both teams are playing on the precipice. But we also talked about how Champion Select, Champion Priority would play big into this series. Fnatic chose blue side, and they take the loss on blue side. So I want to dive into this Champion Select, get some thoughts. We're starting with you, Yamato.
I think I'm very disappointed in this draft. I think there's a big issue with not first picking Alistar. I think Urgot, Irelia, picking them in the first 3 leaves you with so little options. We saw how Reckless got pinched. He had to pick the Jhin because he couldn't pick the Ezreal into the Kai'Sa. I felt all across the board, I felt like IG had decent enough matchups to make sure that they can reach 20 minutes and then outscale this full AD composition. I felt like Fnatic's draft had very little chances for them to win.
Yeah, you just need to understand that this was about a roadmap, that it was going to be expected. We talked about stylistically how, you know, the game starts popping off early. That's when you expect Invictus Gaming have control of something, that Fnatic are the better team fighting team, that they can sit back, they can cruise 35 minutes, it's a victory. But Invictus Gaming drafting a late game scaling comp and then having some of those mid-game power picks like the Camille, like the Lissandra, with the 2 items on Kai'Sa, it's a really interesting look at Fnatic to say, this is a team that likes to go late, that likes to team fight.
Yeah.
Let's game 1 draft for that, and then just play it slow. And if Fnatic never got it rolling in the lane phase, there was no way that composition was ever going to break IG's team fighting comp.
Yeah, we talk so much about top lane counter picks and the rabbit hole that has led there. You go too deep down the rabbit hole, you go right back to the top. Urgot versus Sion, right? And I agree with you, Yamato, that I thought Fnatic's draft wasn't very good. I would have liked to them just not ban LeBlanc and have the confidence to first pick it. But the first rotationing both solo laners is a strategy that worked against Cloud9. But the solo laners of IG are also just much better. And I thought IG played with a sense of calm and also a sense of respect that ended up not hampering their aggression when they needed it, which is very impressive for this team.
And you could say, you know, when Jackie Love and Balan, they took those very early, like, level 1 trades back and forth with the Jhin, looked a little bit fishy, burning the heal, and then Brox is just sitting there, and he's just waiting for Balan to overcommit and then to look for the counter gank. And Balan and Jackie Love really respecting the fact that Broxa could be around, which is what we didn't see in group stage. So many times, Balan especially was caught out over-engaging, being trapped, and then killed for first blood.
And of course, one of the other things we teased was the idea of attention towards the mid lane. But in particular from Fnatic, this game, though, had attention from both sides of the rift towards that mid lane.
Beautiful. It made me so happy to see Alistar being used in such a way like it's supposed to. It was like, if you remove nameplates and you show me this replay, I would say that's Hylissang.
Yep.
And this is old school Baolan. He used to do this all the time. His signature move, though, is he would normally do it from the top side of the lane, because you see where that control ward is? 9 times out of 10 off of first back for support, the top side of the map isn't where the bottom side is, and so he would catch the blind spot. This time around, he just blitz with Ning, and it's camp for caps.
Ning played that fight beautifully as far as hookshotting through the wall to go back. And the mid lane is where Rookie had an advantage in the group stage tiebreaker, but Fnatic had the advantage in the overall game. I do love the fact that IG made the adaptation to protect Rookie and attack caps with the whole team.
Some early skirmishes towards the mid lane, but things kind of broke apart or in favor of IG around the Rift Herald. Around 15 minutes, we got a 3-for-1 plus the Rift Herald going in favor of IG.
I feel like this team fight right away just sealed the game, because you know, if Fnatic is not ahead with his full AD composition, you know it's going to be tough. And if you know Kai'Sa's winning team fights already at 15 minutes and they're going to get the Rift Herald, then, you know, doors closed.
And it goes back to this idea of IG playing so respectful in the lane phase. They camped out Caps, they made sure that he was constantly dealing with pressure. As soon as they had one item power spikes, the Proto Belt, the Iceborne Gauntlet, and then the Kai'Sa item coming through, they're like, okay, time to group up and time to clean up this Rift Herald, and it just snowballed so far out of control for Fnatic.
Yeah, and if you look at the tools, the composition, Fnatic doesn't have any tools to kill the Shy, but they technically have tools where they could kill Jackie. They just never gained access to the backline because the frontline play of the Alistar, of the Sion, of the Camille, of the Lissandra, always initiating first, gave Jackie the freedom to do what he did in teamfights.
From that point forward, it was just foot on the gas, as the caster said, all the way to the finish for IG, picking up the first win of the best of 5 off the back of our MasterCard player of the game in Ning. Here we see some of those later game skirmishes where it just goes more and more in favor of Invictus Gaming.
And I expected Ning to be pushed in this matchup. Frankly, Broxa has the deeper champion pool. He has shown to be the better jungler over the course of the tournament, but when you give Ning his pocket pick of the Camille, when you allow him the comfort, you show how well he can play those individual matchups.
Really fascinating. There is no Xin Zhao ban, and he does go for the Camille, but it's because they were going for that later game style. And even if you're highlighting the solo lanes for this series, sometimes it's It's those guys that step up when you don't expect them that can actually tilt the series. So Ning showed up this game.
It's absolutely that. This is the worst case scenario for a Fnatic fan. If you ever see Ning or Jackie Love getting MVP, you already know that the Shy is going to solo kill people as Scion of all champions. You already know Rookie's going to be a god. This is panic button for Fnatic when someone like Ning is now playing up to level.
All right, you're calling for the panic button for Fnatic. We heard Youngbuck in his interview before the game saying that he thinks Blue Side is incredibly relevant and important to their victories. Game 2 was the fearful one. Well, we're heading to Game 2 and you're down 0-1 in the series. IG has selected red side. Fnatic gets the side that they wanted, however, not the result that they expected. And so what do they adjust here, staying on blue side in that champion select to perhaps give them a bit more of an edge?
I feel like they need more flexibility in their solo lane picks. In the past, they picked the Victor, they had the AP damage, they could leave the AD pick for later. But now we saw with the bans coming in, all of a sudden it doesn't work. We need to see the first pick Alistar when Urgot and Irelia is available. It's very important.
Or even just leaving open the LeBlanc and grabbing that as your priority pick.
All right, flexibility in the solo lanes. It's all about those solo lanes. On the biggest stage, IG have picked up the first win of the series. See how Fnatic adjusts when we return for Game 2.
Towards the fight, Ning looking to go in, jumps back, able to find the stun. Cap's going to be taken very low. Hextech Ultimatum comes out, but it's first blood over to Ning. Brox is taken down, but the Fear Beyond Death will come in and find fear onto multiple people. Whipple gets himself away, and Fnatic will hold the line. Hillsong tries to get away, but Whipple's already going to be brought down, and Broxa and Reckless stand only to fall. But he's only going to be postponing the inevitable. Jackie Love continues going further into the back. Reckless already down. Cap's going to be following him now as well. It's a clean ace for nothing.
Welcome back to Assist of the Week. During the semifinal series between Fnatic and Cloud9, Fnatic pushed all the way down to Cloud9's base. Jensen, spotting a window of opportunity, clawed his way into the middle of the fight. As Cloud9 decimated members of Fnatic, Caps brought forth the cavalry to divide and conquer Cloud9. An explosive quadra-kill lit up the rift along with Fnatic smiles, and Caps carried his team to victory over Cloud9.
Backline. Oh, look at Caps! He's done everything! And Sneaky falls! A massive quadra kill for Caps!
by Invictus Gaming over Fnatic, and now in game number 2, they have selected to go onto the red side yet again.
Yeah, I like the red side for Invictus Gaming. As we've seen before, they can utilize counter picks for the Shy very effectively, or for Rookie and swap those solo lanes around. That might have gotten into Fnatic's head as far as them focusing on getting solo lane matchups so heavily that they kind of drafted themselves into a corner.
And it's almost like they prioritize getting high-tier picks rather than necessarily considering for the particular lane when they grabbed those 2 solo laners in the first round. And in the end, they were both comfortable matchups for the side of IG. So I wonder if they'll be a bit more bold in terms of their blue side bans. I don't think IG wants to change up too much. Everything kind of fell into place for them in game number 1.
Completely agree. Definitely going to see some changes in the picks and bans. That being said, that game was not determined just in picks and bans. No. We saw a lot of improvements in the Ning as well as Bao Lan as far as characters that we were looking at for IG. And possible mistakes, possible improvements.
And that's the thing, the jungle support duo that you were focusing on pre-match leveled up for the side of IG. A sign of their performances in quarters and semis, not so much the head-to-head matchups we had in that tail end of group stage.
Well, here we go again. Game number 2 in the 2018 World Championship. We're already seeing changes come in as Fnatic is saying, you know what? Ning's got a Camille reputation for a reason. Let's not play against that one here again. LeBlanc and Aatrox also going to be banned as they were in game number 1. IG taking the Victor and the Akali off the table.
See if the Rakan ban comes in once again from IG to try to dissuade Xayah Rakan, and it does. So IG, no changes on the ban sides. First big status for Fnatic will be interesting to track. Very unlikely to be the Kai'Sa, even though Jackie Love had a very good game on it in game number 1. There's a lot of flex picks available. There is also the Alistar. They will look over Alistar. This time they're going to first pick the Urgot that they looked over to the second round in game number 1.
It's still a flex pick. They could still go either top lane or mid lane. You don't know for sure. And Whippo did manage to grab himself a couple of nice fears beyond death in game number 1. Unfortunately, they were so far behind, it honestly didn't make them fear beyond much more than a brief inconvenience. But we'll see how that may change here in game number 2 as Invictus Gaming look to be going for the Alistar yet again.
If I'm IG, I always take the Alistar to try to, again, have that soft answer to a Sivir that we know that Reckless likes to default to. I wonder about the Aurelia that's still available in this game. The Shy hasn't played it at this tournament, but it does fall into his wheelhouse very effortlessly.
Alistar does a really big part in controlling the bottom lane, whether you wanted to go with the scaling marksman or if you wanted to go with an early game and try and use him offensively to set up kills. So definitely remaining versatile here. And we have the takeaway. Now it will be Invictus Gaming piloting the Aurelia.
I always love it when one team beats another team on a pick and then drafts it against them the very next game. It's almost like a let me show you how this is supposed to be done kind of pick.
And it might even be a reverse matchup depending on if IG want to ban away something like the Lissandra. Of course, flexibility for the Aurelia to go top lane. But we see already the Lee Sin Brahms, a very strong duo of picks here for Fnatic for their own playmaking. We talked about how their jungle support duo will have to emulate what IG showed in game number 1. Now you could lock Sion, and IG would also have shown both solo lanes, but I imagine they don't want to do that. This is an interesting one. We know Jackie Love plays the Lucian, but there's no saying this Lucian couldn't be going to a solo lane as well.
That is correct.
This Lucian very well could be flexed around. I like keeping that in the air. That being said, this would definitely be option number 2 for the bottom lane as far as with Alistar. Definitely a very good lane partner, and they can put a lot of pressure out.
Well, they're going to ban the Sivir away from Reckless here yet again. They're really wanting to keep him off that champion that he does have the most plays on so far this tournament. Talia banned out now by Fnatic. That was one of those picks that we kind of saw Ning use to break the idea that he's a 2-trick, and he had a very good game on it, so they don't want him to reprise that here, as the Tristana will also be banned out by IG.
Talia, Jarvan 4, he's played, of course, Gragas earlier in the tournament. Those are the sort of picks he moves to, or a Zac, if he feels he can get away with it. Double ban towards the high tier of his champion pool, though, so jungle something in a solo lane. That's what IG is looking for. Do they go for something like the Gragas here? Do they really have the ability to do it? They're going to hover it at least.
Yeah, I think a more generalist pick here as far as the jungle goes, so you can hold on to the last second, make Fnatic show both of their solo laners, regardless of which one they're going to first, before they make the final decision.
It looks like that Gragas will be locked in there. All right, Fnatic, you've still got to pick yourself a solo lane. You've still got to pick yourself that AD carry. IG was focused on that marksman position in the second half of the ban, so let's see where it goes.
And it's tricky because you need two lanes that can lane against Aurelia, and you have that Lucian at the back of your mind. Rekko's going to jump on the Ezreal here. It's been one of his fallback picks. Does, of course, not get as shut down by the disarm effect that the Aurelia is able to put out. But they still need to find that solo lane. The Azir popped off last time against Cloud9. Definitely a lot of NA fans who have war flashbacks about that one. He's going to bring it out in the mid lane, but what's the result going to be from IG?
Caps made expert use of Divide and Conquer there from Azir. Using his ultimate to knock back a lot of melee threats is going to be very key when you're facing something like Aurelia and possible roams from the side lanes. Here we go, though. Will be a switch up to the top lane, and we get the Shy on Aurelia versus Bwipo's Urgot.
The Shy on Aurelia, that means rookies on Syndra, and the Lucian will go bottom to Jackie Love to play against the Ezreal of Fnatic. We talked about how we wanted to see changes from Fnatic in the second game because the first game just did not work out at all for them. Are these changes the right ones?
They've definitely at least diversified the damage portfolio. Not an all physical damage comp here. Azir with the consistent damage alongside the Ezreal. When they played the Azir in semis, it was a much more squishy comp with an Azir to finish off. This is more of the old school. They have a pretty big front line and then Azir to do consistent damage behind it. I'm loving the rookie Syndra here, though, because if he's able to force Azir back, Syndra has a great matchup into Azir. Azir's really only way to use his ultimate is to go in aggressively. And if Caps can actually pull off the duo plays with Broxah, that might be one way to subvert what is a bit of a painful early laning phase for the Azir.
Plus, because of that lane swap with Aurelia now going top, we have a very different game. These lanes are so much more volatile than the Urgot versus Sion. Aurelia definitely could depend much more on that jungle pressure, and we could see more action there.
And this is more of the champion that people think of when they're talking about, oh, I want to see the Shy pop off. When somebody pops off on Sion, they're like, man, that is a big meatball of a champion. He can't die.
Look at all that armor!
Oh my goodness, they just can't kill him no matter how many times they shoot him. But with Irelia, you've got some serious potential for mechanical outplay, and the Shy has absolutely shined on that kind of opportunity.
And if you've been waiting on the Shy Aurelia, you've been waiting all tournament. First game that he's actually going to be piloting that pick, so going to be hyped to watch. That matchup also goes the other way with Urgot just running you down from full health and shredding you, so certainly could swing a snowball match up top, and to some degree the matchup that if Azir is going to do anything, he's going to have to be aggressive as well. So let's see if the junglers can set them up.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. We're on it for the second time today as the teams will once again draw those lines of scrimmage as we saw in game number 1. Broxah again piloting that Dark Harvest Lee Sin. We're going to see how well that plays out for him here this time around up against the Gragas from Ning. See if Broxah can get his team going with some of those big signature Lee Sin plays early on.
All right, let's see if we get some vintage Invictus gaming style with 3 aggressive lanes trying to make their own plays early on. Ning now on the Gragas. You have a couple options. It is a Predator champion, so early clearing and trying to get early boots to back and then go for a big gank with that cooldown is a very, very strong strategy. We've also seen earlier routes and surprise movements from them to try and catch solo laners off guard and really get the lead in summoner spells.
Again, you're not bound to going for that kind of full clear by your boots. You can also try to subvert expectations and make some plays. And what I'd like to see from this game, if I'm going to be greedy and try to kind of hope for something or prophesize something, is Fnatic actually getting some real counter-punching. Because if it was a boxing match in game 1, it was a very one-sided one. IG, their bread and butter in that big run over domestically, where they went basically undefeated in regular season and spring and summer, only one best-of-3 loss in each, was the fact that from ahead, they are just so oppressive. Winning lanes and a jungler that can take advantage of that. From behind, that's when they've looked much more susceptible. Didn't fall behind in game number 1.
Like we said in game number 1, it was a very different look for Fnatic as well. A team that has, throughout the course of this tournament, almost always been significantly far ahead. And we'll see what they can do now that things have been reset. We're back to that even point. Can they get themselves to that major lead again?
Yeah, I think the first site to fight over is, again, bringing it back to the river because the roaming of the supports and junglers has been so important. And the control wards that were purchased very early on in game number 1 by Invictus Gaming definitely paid for themselves and allowed them to really get a hold on the opener. Here we go, though. The Shy pushed up fairly close to the top turret, and he doesn't actually have defensive vision down for himself. So Broxa, and just the threat of Broxa, now making him play off the wave.
Ning does manage to clear himself 3 camps, go right back to base, get himself a nice pair of shoes, and now he can utilize the Keystone, get out onto the map and make those ganks happen as mid lane, Rookie and Caps trade back and forth here just a little bit. But last time around, we saw IG get themselves to a point where they were so scary strong by the time Fnatic got to try to team fight them. Fnatic couldn't do anything. And although Fnatic has had some pretty big performances from everyone, the consistent thing about this team is how they play together, how they move as a squad, and we'll see if they can make that happen here in game number 2 as Broxa tries to go in, but a nice Scat of the Week comes out from Rookie to make sure they won't find any more of his health bar.
No Scat of the Weeks to the Rookie special. He was blind picking this champion, a bit out of meta in the second half of summer season, winning against Yasuo, winning against comfortable matchups for the Syndra. This is ultra comfort for him, and this is very much the sort of game where if they can take it down, this might just break open the series. So I like him going to ultra comfort and a good matchup for Syndra.
Both of these mid laners selecting defensive summoner spells for their second summoner spell as well, with the barrier for Caps and heal for Rookie. So the junglers do not want to get baited under turrets, looking for that first blood. Ning now making his own pass and dropping his control ward through the river, trying to allow the subsequent version.
It's been a very risk-averse path from Ning. He gave up both scuttles to start the game, wasn't looking for any skirmishes, so very much just trying to keep himself relevant. Lane's in a good spot for him. Jackie Love trying to control. Here you can see a bit of a CS lead just because Lucian does have the ability to trade and push the wave unless Ezreal really gets the game going at level 1 with his Q.
Yeah, Reckless will be fine, just hanging back, farming up a little bit here, and especially with Infernal Drake being the first Elemental Drake this time around, I hope we get to see a bit more early action than we saw in the previous game. I mean, these two teams, you guys already talked about how they have the highest champion kills per minute. They're also just two teams that have really fast game times. These guys close out games very quickly. Once they get Barons, it's often only a few minutes afterwards that they win the game, as we saw in game number 1. But top side is going to be Bwipo. Being on the worst end of a trade here as Ning makes his way into the lane, looking to find the gank. Flash into the body slam, into the damage, into the kill, into the first blood for IG.
And Ning again, able to have an early game impact here. Makes very good use of those Predator boots right up the river into the top lane, getting Summoner Spell Flash from Bwipo as well.
This is great punishment. The timing there to call the jungler, the duo coming in as Bwipo's trying to push in the wave. You know he wants to get greedy, push out this wave in an awkward spot for the Urgot. When the reverse was true, the Shy was just fine. This time, when the Fnatic top laner is pushed up, Ning comes in, the body slam flash is perfect, and Bwipo nowhere to run.
Bwipo being picked off. First blood going over to IG puts them at about a 700 gold lead here. Bwipo will make his way back into the lane now, but Ning is making a return visit, and he's making it rather quickly. The Shy going in, tries to find the stun, dash away from Bwipo, gonna buffer through the duration. As Shy goes back in, gonna drop the Vanguard's edge. Ning wants to show up here as well, grabbing the kill onto that one. Brox are gonna be taken low. Can't show up in time to save the top laner, and that is 2 for IG. Bottom side is Balan going in to force out a 2v2 here. Flash out from Reckless to keep himself alive, as now they might be looking to turn things back around, but Hylissang is quickly losing way too much health.
This top lane situation is exactly what we cautioned against in Champion Select with the switch of top laners. Top Focus gets 2 kills now for Invictus Gaming, and then bottom lane we just saw their summoner spells blown on their own.
And that's the problem. It exacerbates the problem on the top side, as at 2v2 Reckless went for a very conservative flash away there. He would have known, of course, the jungler couldn't be bot side. He was showing top side after the successful gank, but he makes the defensive play. It's a sign of where the comms are for Fnatic here. They're feeling defensive. They're understanding that after 2 kills go in on the top side, things are starting to once again slip away.
And I want to harken back to Champion Select, where we mentioned the volatility of the top lane with the way these picks are playing out. When you talk about a volatile matchup, you don't want to see your guy falling significantly behind in CS and going 0-2 in the first 6 minutes.
If you're talking about a volatile top lane matchup, you're inevitably in the same breath talking about the junglers and Ning. dodging action in the start, giving up Scuttle Crabs to get his summoners. His mid lane.
Oh, Caps tries to go for the Shurima shuffle, but instead he will be too slow on the trigger, and that means Rookie with a good flash will negate the summoner spell usage from Caps and keep himself just fine.
Yeah, flash is traded there. Barrier also used by Caps since the ultimate from Rookie expended to try and threaten him upon getting into turret range. That also has attracted supports. Everybody's roaming down to the mid lane because these are flashless mages here with a lot of damage output and not a lot of escape options.
It's going to be a party in mid lane, gentlemen, as Ning and Baolan look to clear out some vision, move up towards the mid lane. Hylissang's in some trouble. Caps wants to be close enough to allow Hilly to jump away. He will get himself away for now. The cast doesn't hit. Hylissang stays far forward enough to make sure that doesn't happen, and Fnatic are striking back with a punish. Ning gets taken very low, but he will miraculously survive.
It pops his potion. 20 HP is enough to keep Ning alive. The crowd roars for that one, but damn, it was close.
That is one where you wipe your brow a little bit. Almost went down for missing his ultimate there and not securing the kill. But in the end, everybody does get out, and Broxa has made his way up to the top lane.
Broxa wanted to find some help here for his top laner. Shy's going to be taken very low. Sonic Wave not finding the mark. The Shy still looking to make a kill happen here, but he will not do it. And Fnatic get themselves on the board.
Broxa answers back here on the Lee Sin, comes in with red buff, and they get a kill back for the top lane. Ning is going to come to just secure the minions here because there's no teleport for the Shy once he gets back up, and that is a cannon minion wave.
Here's the high-octane gameplay we didn't see in the first 9 minutes. Even though the previous game went pre-30 minutes in the ending by IG, first 9 minutes there were no kills. We get 3 in the first 9 this time. And also, as we start the replay here, we see on the top side, Bwipo much more comfortable in this matchup, despite the Shy getting 2 kill involvements early. The ult doesn't end up actually triggering, but Brox is in the right place.
And again, a big reason for this gank from Broxa is because Ning just missed his ultimate and was chased out of mid lane. That gives full priority over to the Fnatic jungler to try and make use of the time where Invictus Gaming jungler had to recall, had to pay for his mistakes. And there, they do find a reward.
And the agency of the jungle and support to impact the game is something actually that Rookie was talking about yesterday in some of the media interviews, talking about the fact that he lost, or I should say his team, Invictus Gaming, lost 2 games in a row because specifically Fnatic sent more members mid and negated his influence. This time IG's giving the backup that he was calling for in the press interview.
All that being said, the Shy on this Aurelia still with a significant CS lead and a very threatening possibility here of running away with it.
Syndra is one of the greatest jungle camp controllers that there is. You just yoink the crab away from your opponent, say, that's my crab. And you don't let Broxa even have a chance to smite it away like game number 1. They learned their lesson, and they're still 700 gold up compared to Fnatic. But what I'm looking at for Fnatic right here is the fact that they are not just letting IG take over things. Broxa striking back at the top side is a good omen for them. And again, it's all about getting to the point where you're on even enough ground to let that 5-man team play really shine.
And it's also about your fundamentals, because you look, 3 lanes here are losing for Fnatic when it comes to the carry CS numbers. So very much they need to double down on the vision. You can see a control one on the top side of the mid lane here. Know where they're strong and actually push for some advantages in lanes, because if they all passively lose out in the CS department, one team fight goes the way of IG. You can't be surprised if some of those jungle camps, let alone CS, are being denied, and the gold lead will be further exacerbated.
I would also say that regardless of the last couple of plays here, Ning on Gragas with the 2 kills has Sorcerer's Boots and upgraded jungle item. That is a huge amount of burst damage. So with Predator ready, he could go for another kill immediately.
And there comes the Predator right now. Vanguard's edge thrown down. Bwipo trying to get himself away. Ning still looking to find that flashing the body slam, and it's a killing spree for the IG jungler.
Yeah, with the flash advantage, it makes it trivial, honestly. Predator move speed in there, and he's able to secure it. But he took the kill again. He's not giving these last hits over to the Shy, which may be a diversification that Invictus Gaming would want later in the game.
I gotta say, I'm happy to see the assassin AP Gragas come back. Season 1 World Champions Fnatic. There's a lot of irony that it's the AP Gragas that's keeping them down in game number 2.
Yeah, maybe some waves to Suche. for 7 years ago. He does have a trump card in his inventory, and that is the stopwatch. So even though it's very squishy on the Gragas, you can fully commit and have that stasis to rely upon.
But the full commitment is happening on the bot side as Hillsong trying to make something happen. They're understanding they can't lose Pop and Butters. Here we go.
Jackie Love is going to be taken very low now. Ignite coming down. Jackie having to flash away to keep himself alive, but it's Hillsong who's now in some real danger. Balon pops the ulti, looking to go forward yet again. Colin coming out. Reckless trying to absorb the shot.
You let one bullet go through, and your support dies. Reckless is able to block them, and Hillsong stays alive.
Pro status for Reckless definitely is confirmed on that particular play. Issue we're seeing, though, is Fnatic understand that if Ning is getting successful ganks top side, they're trying to have some presence bot side. The fact that they're, in these cases, still trading down means that we need a Broxah special, and we need one soon to actually get the tempo of this game, the pace of this game, to finally be in the control of Fnatic for what it feels like the first time this series.
All right, vision set up here for both teams around this Infernal Drake. And Fnatic have seen this movement, and that's going to be enough to send over the reinforcements. Look at the mini-map. Everybody's coming. The Shy does have teleport ready. Aurelia could join.
True Shot Barrage finds its way onto Rookie. Broxah still hanging around. The Drake is still aggroed. He's still very mad. Broxah wants to go back in and start putting damage onto that health bar. Ning's still around as well. It's going to be a smite fight for the objective. Broxah's the one tanking for now. Scatter the Wing coming through. Secured by the side of Invictus Gaming as Whipple's going to be on the front line and Broxah tries to escape. It's now in isolation down onto the Fnatic top laner who gets taken out immediately. And IG find objective and kill as dessert.
Two big plays for Ning there, landing the smite with his barrel as well to secure the Infernal Drake, and then the ultimate splitting off Whippo from the rest of Fnatic, allowing another kill. And this one to go over to a main carry for Invictus Gaming. Rookie on Syndra now will have the extra gold.
That Drake was begging to be taken. 426 HP was the value we saw. Smite was available for Broxah. It was true from Ning, and then splitting up the team fight with that barrel. It's so much about the supporting cast in this first and second game, and Ning can hold his head up high.
Bottom lane, Fnatic's turret has taken a beating. Let's take another look, though. Acer Predator replay at how the Infernal Drake went down.
And this Infernal is at least a, well, later on we can come back moment for Fnatic. Even though they have agency over the pit, they lose it out, and the cask here is on point.
Yep, able to knock even the tankiest member into the rest of his team to allow very quick work of.
And that puts IG in a spot where, once again, they are over 2,000 gold ahead. They've got bonus stat scaling in the form of the Infernal Drake. And as I was saying, that bottom lane turret for Fnatic, a strong breeze will knock that thing over.
And this is really important to have this confidence building for Ning. I was talking to Yamato Cannon after some review where we saw the group stage games, quite a lot of Gragas mistakes. However, he said that in the scrimmages that they had versus Invictus Gaming, Ning's Gragas was amazing and put out a lot of highlight plays. So we can definitely see both sides of the coin. And right now, he's on the move again already. This top camp.
Whippo in some trouble once more. This has happened so many times. It's feeling like deja vu at this point, but the Shy will finally grab a kill for himself, and IG are relentless.
And we're seeing regular season IG flex on the World Finals stage. Seeing them try to push up in the mid lane here at Fnatic, but we can see IG coming to punish.
Broxah in some trouble, trying to get himself away, but a very nice scatter of the week will take him so dangerously low, and Jackie Love will pick up a free 300 gold.
This is the IG that did not show themselves against Fnatic. This is the IG that was always there in theory, but in practice in one of these matches, in a must-win best-of-5, would often go missing. IG are firing on every cylinder, and it's 5 members strong as mid lane.
Rookie in some trouble. Hillsong trying to come in and make sure they can find the kill here. One more shot will do it, and Caps takes him down.
That is a very important gold for the Azir. This is one of the big scaling champions, but can he get out?
It's not him they're worried about. It should be that support. The Emperor's Divide gonna keep him alive for now, but it's a double kill over to Ning. The Vanguard's edge will completely cut them down.
Ning with the double dunk gets them both with the combination. 5 kills on this Gragas now. You thought he had a lot of damage before. He's gonna continue.
Ning, man, keep building that AP. Keep going for the burst, because you're just being a fight decider rather than a facilitator on your own.
Let's take another look at how they did it here, starting with the play on the Rookie.
We watch Caps at the start of this fight. He doesn't actually get the streamer shuffle play at the start. Flashes over. He will be able to register the kill on Rookie. Holds his ult for later.
Very good flash there from Caps, getting around the model of Gragas. But now he's going to try and defend Hylissang. You see the ultimate come out, but the Shy on Aurelia has already cut behind. He flashes in just to get an assist. Ning already had taken care of business.
That is just so hard to deal with when they can burst you like that. What in the world are you going to do about it? And look at the inventory, gentlemen. You can see the Oblivion Orb for Ning. More magic penetration on this Gragas.
You can already see the no magic mantles also coming into Fnatic inventory here. They're really worried about that possibility of damage output. The problem is that the Shy on Aurelia here is going to be physical damage. Trinity Force has been completed, and Aurelia had such a strong top lane for the majority of this game because that's where Ning was going to get a lot of his kills, that there are going to be threats for dives and burst damage on both sides.
And let's not forget about Jackie doing physical damage as well. There's so much threat on the side of IG, and they're moving over into the Baron.
How do you itemize against burst magic damage, have very strong physical damage, and have damage of your own? At this point in the game, you don't if you're Fnatic. That is the cost here. It's going to have to be conservative positioning. Even if you're Reckless, who usually at 2 items, is going to be at least able to shrug off some physical damage. So that's why Fnatic will be second to basically every brush, because they have burst engage everywhere to respect. And with that Rift Herald summoned, IG want to once again open up this map.
Shelly summoned up, looking for that tier 1 here in the mid lane. They've got everybody backing her up. Whippo's going to try to clear away the minions. True Shot Barrage makes its way through. The Shy's coming around from behind. Drops 1 blade for the stun, thinking about going in even further. Instead, going to back away. Scatter the Weak finding its way onto Caps, who does get himself further back. Calling going to be used now by Jackie. They won't find much more. IG just want to disengage this one. Whippo continuing to try to chase. Balong going to be taken down about half, but here comes the counterattack going through now. Whippo taken very low. Jackie Love looking to find the damage, has the auto attacks. That's the first kill of the fight. Shy still looking to find someone else. Won't be able to land the stun, as now it's Rookie who will scatter the Weak to the wind as a double kill for Jackie. Signals no chance for Fnatic. Broxa and Hylissang will run away into the bottom lane, but Ning is in hot pursuit. He finds a hit on a Broxa, who gets himself away underneath the turret, but will it be enough in time? The Shy continues, the stun is down, the double kill is through, and Invictus Gaming are annihilating Fnatic.
This is the Invictus Gaming that went 34-2 in the LPL, made the finals, and they are making game number 2 look like it's gonna go the same way as game number 1 with another Infernal Drake.
And no one is lost in the shuffle. This is not a solo lane carry, this is a flying V of death approaching the Fnatic members and finding them wanting. Knowing your ranges and hitting that flash Scatter the Weak was insane from Rookie halfway through this play, but they've got the damage down. We mentioned the table setting of Fnatic wanting to fight behind frontliners. No one's tanky compared to all this damage IG can do, and when the re-engage starts, the pain never ends.
Battleland there had a very good interrupt. Look at the chase as after they get Whippo, the tankiest member, Invictus Gaming trying to rush them down. Rookie was looking for that stun the entire time. 3 members lined up against the wall, and he finds it.
And it's just a ability to clean up from here. The Shy waiting for his moment. His ability to spread his lead on top lane Aurelia has been the best I've seen from the Aurelia players, which is an amazing mechanics from people like Smeb. This is the Shy just being able to spread his lead from top to mid, and now bot side is Fnatic sticking in a bush and hoping something can happen.
Fnatic want to make a play onto the Shy here, but the thing is, IG has backup hanging around as well, and it looks like nothing's going to happen.
Let me tell you, the Fnatic brush, you know, brought into existence by...
Very treacherous.
Yeah, also by the previous Fnatic teams that were able to do so well at the World Championship. And this is the point in the game where teams turn to strategies like the Fnatic brush. When you're down so heavily in gold,
you have to.
You're facing incredible odds here, and you have to look for you know, those brush with control wards and try and find a sneak play to get some kills back for yourself.
And Fnatic are trying to find magic resist. They're trying to deal with now Titanic Hydra Jerome's Fist done after the Trinity Force on the Shy. IG flexing in terms of items, and everyone can push up, and there's level leads, there's item leads, and the control ward line from Fnatic is getting shallower and shallower as IG strangle out the map.
we start to think, you know, with Bwipo being 0-6 in this game due to the top lane camp, Fnatic do have Soaz, a veteran, on the bench. When we talk about possible champion changes, as Shy threatens to dive him again, but there may be even roster moves.
Stun comes down on a Hillsong. Over the wall goes Balan. Won't find anything else on that one. Bwipo not getting the ultimate down on the Shy, but the damage onto Broxa is huge. Will not be enough, and a nice shutdown goes the way of Bwipo.
Bwipo finally getting some gold for himself here on the Urgot, finds the kill onto the Shy, puts a stop to Invictus Gaming pressure for now.
Desperately needed, doesn't manage to claw back much of the gold lead that we can see the Shy is wearing on his pick. About 2,600 gold is the lead for the Aurelia. Again, Fnatic just want to find a way to control some territory. In all of our prep, in all previous games, they just never were blown open. They'd always stay competitive and have a counter punch on the map when the other team made a good play. Issue here is we consistently seen a top lane or a mid lane camp go successfully for IG, but also the side lanes that aren't being affected by the jungler also falling down.
Even though it is a small win for Fnatic, it is exactly what they want. You see that little dent?
That's the dent of hope.
That's a significant dent. Red graph, that is what you have to do, step by step, if you're gonna make an epic comeback like this in one of these games. Fnatic need to buy time, and they've bought a little bit. Broxa with that play, trying to help out Bwipo.
I hope they've got a lot of money stored up on their time credit card, Kobe, because you are not in a spot where this is going to be a game you come back from very swiftly. They will have to really dig in, entrench themselves, and hold out for a while to come back in this one. The Shy continues to just be a massive threat here in the split push situation. The stopwatch has still never been needed by Ning. Pointing that out because I know you mentioned the item earlier. He's never needed the stasis just yet. You can see it also having been purchased for the Shy, so he can dive in with impunity. Over on the side of Fnatic, you've got the Banshee's Veil for caps to prevent some of that pick-off potential from a stray Gragas barrel. But this is still a very troubling situation as Hillsong lets out the Glacial Fissure. Balan still looking for the opportunity to maybe make something happen. Does have the flash up and available here for the Alistar. IG still not afraid, moving into Fnatic territory, clearing out the wards. Rookie throws the orb over the wall, but not going to find a whole lot with that one just yet. IG continuing to sweep and remove that vision as they make their way back into the mid lane. Rookie picks up some farm, and this team knows how far ahead they are.
And they want to be able to use these long-range pick tools that they have at their disposal. Ning, the 505 Gragas with Flash, can initiate on any member that steps out of line. In addition to Rookie, laser-targeted Syndra stuns. There's so many things that make it difficult to navigate through Summoner's Rift for Fnatic, and IG are starting it out.
IG starting up the Baron, but Fnatic have vision over the pit. This is your chance to come back into the game if you're Fnatic, if you can punish this and make some kind of a play. But at the same time, it's the Shy on the flank, and you've got to respect how strong that flank could be. IG will be stopped for now. Fnatic happy to do that, but they still have to find some way back into this game.
Very smart from IG because they were pushing in and understanding that Fnatic have good wave clear, that is happy to hang under inner turrets and just wave clear and hope that items come later. Just inject some gold and what is currently 39,000 gold for Fnatic. If they can keep it this game state at 50, 55, 60, then Azir will definitely have a lot more threat behind him. The only way you can actually draw the turtle away from the side of Fnatic is to force them to come to Baron. There was a very nice ward placed earlier that I imagine IG wasn't expecting, but you just go back, buy your control wards, and recreate a situation where there's multiple pushing waves and so much Baron threat from IG.
Meanwhile, for the underdogs here, Fnatic, they are doing the necessary work to give themselves the possibility of coming back in the game. They put a ton of vision and expended all of their wards around Baron right now to give them a little bit more information as far as when Invictus Gaming are going to pull that trigger.
I mean, this is a team that coming into the finals had been down a total of 5 games at 20 minutes so far at Worlds, and they had still won 3 out of those 5, despite being behind at 20. Now they've been behind 2 games in a row, and the Shy is looking to make that even more extreme. Going in for the solo kill onto Bwipo, missing the Vanguard's edge means the Urgot will get away for now, but another stun comes down. The Shy continues to find the damage. The culling goes out, and Jackie Love shows up just to make it a sure thing, as Baron will be started up by Fnatic. Seeing IG in the bottom part part of the map. We'll see if IG can respond to this. Hillesong's gonna be caught out, and the damage is more than enough. Rookie grabs the freebie onto him. Brox and Fnatic need to take down the Baron. It is going to be ultimately secured by Broxa as Rookie goes into the pit to pick up one. Won't be able to find the second. Shut down over to Fnatic. Cap mowed down by the Shy and Ning. As now Brox is in some trouble over the wall, goes the Alistar. And Fnatic will be aced as Jackie's in the base. And they're looking to end it right here.
And that is a huge, huge sweep for Invictus Gaming. Jackie Love will take down the inhibitor turret. He's going to take down the inhibitor, and the death timers ticking away mean that Whippo and Hylissang will be the two to try and save the game.
Oh, but mid lane, they're looking for that second lane of triumph and destruction. Death timers for Fnatic still short enough that they can get the top laner and the support back alive to stop it. But IG completely dismantle the Baron play despite Fnatic making their move.
These are sort of reactive plays from Fnatic that worked so well when they were 2,000 to 3,000 gold down in those few games where they fell behind. But this far down, they can't kill the Baron fast enough to be able to get out. At this point, it's only a gold Baron here because they're not going to be able to wear any buffs. The top lane already dead. 4 members go down as well. The game may not end, but important to realize that this is the sort of call that worked for Fnatic so well in their road to the final, but did not work because of how the early game has gone for IG.
I have so much respect for Fnatic for making that call. You don't win by sitting in your base and waiting for them to take everything all over the map. That was one avenue to get back in. It did not work, but sometimes you have to make those decisions.
I think the only way to show respect to the Shy's Aurelia at this point is to maybe not enter lane near him, because every time a minion wave comes in,
just give him
he
the
sees
map.
it as multiple gap closures to get another solo kill. So around the Aurelia, that's pretty tricky. Pushing up, they don't have the vision to be able to do that, and that just means that Goldie is going to inch further and further ahead for IG.
It does feel like you have to have multiple members trailing behind you if you step into the same lane as the Shy right now.
How many, Kobe? Because I don't think 2
Probably about 5.
Well, you would need some with shields because even if you have multiple members, Aurelia still has the burst damage to possibly take someone down with them that you have to be very careful with. Anyways, though, we have the inhibitor down on bottom. That means super minions working for Invictus Gaming there while they continue the siege on top side.
Fnatic will continue trying to hold the line top side. The Azir is scaling. 3 items completed. Banshee's Veil, Nashor's Tooth, Leandri's Torment. But the question is it enough? Iceborne, Muramana, and Blade of the Ruined King also completed over onto Reckless. But the Ezreal is not one of those huge cannons of a carry like you get when you think of a Xayah or a Kai'Sa. And Fnatic now find themselves once again more than 10,000 gold behind, ready to make the impossible defense. Finding a little bit of damage there onto Ning. Hylissang trying to get himself back to safety. Balan once again always looking on the front, always looking to make those plays. The Shy will continue to provide split push threat there mid as the super minions will do the same thing bottom. Stun comes down through Scatter the Weak onto Hilly, and Fnatic will continue to hold the line. IG are just firing off everything right now. Moving themselves up towards that tier 3 turret. Jackie Love taking a little bit of damage, but honestly nothing to really write home about. IG moving themselves back over to mid lane now. As the wave moves up, the bottom lane will collide into the Nexus turrets, and it means Fnatic cannot defend. Invictus Gaming are on to inhibitor number 2. The Shy finds the stun. He'll be shuffled back into the Nexus turrets. That's exactly what Fnatic needs. Fear Beyond Death finds him, but he's still going to be going into Resurrection. Hilly taken very low. The cast comes down. It's Jackie on a rampage, and IG are still managing to find the fight. Jackie Love will go even further. He'll force Fnatic back, and IG will have to retreat for now with no minions over the Nexus turrets. The Shy wants more, but he bites off more than he can chew, and Brox has got the shutdown.
The Shy is certifiably insane. Re-engages again and again. He could have gotten away, but his hand is still in the cookie jar because the Shy plays on that razor's edge between genius and madness. And so far this world, it's been genius almost every time.
His whole arm's in the cookie jar. Look at the man.
I mean, he's literally trying to 1v5 under Nexus turrets right now. Relying on the Guardian Angel plus his flash to come back up at the exact same time as Ning uses the Gragas ultimate to knock away Fnatic was a very good escape from them. But Invictus Gaming, out of all of that, they weren't able to take down any other member of Fnatic. And then this is a legit 1v4 attempt at the Fountain.
Yeah.
He knows he's not coming back from that.
Well, you know,
it's a one-way ticket.
10 players there definitely would have fully disengaged, but the 1 out of 10 is working out just fine. for IG is, honestly, this is a squad maturing in front of our eyes. There's a reason that Proscurin talks about how this squad in the LPL could never get it done, that wasn't consistent, that wasn't the best team domestically, but internationally growing up in a tournament like this, you take your hats off because, again, a squad performance has come out from IG.
And we think about even the history of Invictus Gaming as an entire organization.
Older than the LPL.
Older than the LPL itself, and yet they only even made the finals a couple of times.
Twice.
This year was one of those years, and it was off the back of great individual talents. We are seeing the individual talent show up here on the big stage, and they're looking at a very good...
Caps is going to be nearly killed instantly. Forget the nearly. It's unstoppable for Jackie Love. As the enemy mid laner being down is the green light for IG to push for the end itself. Brox is eliminated next. Jackie Love's going to be dragged in. Fear Beyond Death. A shutdown over to Bwipo. Fnatic make their last stand here. Vanguard's Edge finds its way onto that Fnatic top laner. It's a double kill over to the Shy. And Invictus Gaming will continue their push. A beautiful cast brings Bwipo to his death as Reckless will nearly fall in the fountain. He can run away, but the Nexus cannot. It'll be brought down, and that's IG taking us to match point.
Big smiles from the IG members, again maturing in front of our eyes. If you looked at the facts, if you looked at the tape, Fnatic came in very, very well equipped to deal with IG in this best of 5. But it was the intangibles, it was the ceilings of IG that had never been explored when it came to actually performing in the clutch. And while this series is not over, we are seeing some of those ceilings today on the 5 members.
They've done it with a standard tank in the top lane. They've done it with a carry in the top lane now. Scaling marksman, early game marksman. IG seem to be firing on all cylinders.
And the scary question is, which one did they wear best, the tank or the carry? Because both of them were about as one-sided matches as can be. So if they can do both of them at this level, Fnatic gonna have to redefine the battlefield, find a way to harness the momentum that got themselves here, because so far it has been amazing stuff from IG.
You're talking about ceilings, and right now for IG, it looks like the sky is the limit. But for more on how they are one win away from being world champions, let's get a breakdown from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. The dominance continues for the LPL representatives, and Invictus Gaming moving to 2-0 in the series. Match point already. But this game, too, was eerily similar to game 1 in the way that it played out. Granted, we did have some differences in champion select.
I think the adjustments were good. We saw a composition that didn't have full AD. We saw some opportunities. The Camille got banned. Lee Sin had a better jungle matchup. But I'm still frustrated with the fact that Alistar goes through.
Yeah.
I think Alistar's just too powerful.
Alistar has been great for Battleland, but I want to talk about the style from IG. And I'm not talking like play style.
Just
they're dancing on Fnatic right now, and they did it in draft phase as well, because you look at the first game draft, where Fnatic picked the Urgot and the Aurelia. This time, they don't even give them the option with the same counter pick up that Rookie was able to play into Caps. That is a gauntlet being thrown down, and then just jumped away from when he plays the Azir. Then they swap it up top lane, make Bwipo 06 with the help of Gragas. And the Shy, you couldn't get him out of the enemy Nexus that game. He just decided to keep going back there.
Yeah, he threw a couple kills back, but he had the ground to give in that sense. Game 1, all about the attention to the mid lane. Game 2, all about the attention to the top lane.
And you really have to look at Ning as well. I understand that, you have the individual members that are really stepping up. The Shy and Rookie still doing that picture-perfect performance. But Ning, this is the guy who in 2017 was supposed to be the best jungler in China behind Condi. 2018, he falls back a little bit. He has too much variance right now, but he's returning to that 2017 form. This is a guy who was an ADC main. He is a role swap into jungle for Invictus Game. Ming from RNG, that's who he used to play alongside.
3 kills in the first 15 minutes. I think he had 7 or something kills for the game. Deathless throughout. I mean, one-shotting 2 people at a time. Best game he's had at this tournament.
I mean, look at these CSD numbers at 15. Just it continues to tell the story of dominance across the board for IG. That rolls into, of course, another global objective contested by Fnatic, and they lose it out to IG along with the fight to follow.
Yeah, this was... It's a tricky fight at the Infernal Drake, right? Because you're trying to stop the opponent team from getting the Infernal Drake, but IG had so many lane advantages I don't believe we quite have the clip up on the screen yet, but it was definitely an important part
I
of
mean,
the game.
that's pretty much a microcosm for the game.
Shining versus just no one.
I was going to say.
Because was already
You've seen everything you need to see, ladies and gentlemen. No, I believe we will be coming in with that play shortly, if possible. But thoughts on the way that this series really broke, or game rather, broke down?
For me, the series showed me the IG that I saw in scrims. The scrim god IG. Ning mechanically playing very, very well. I think Caps performed good in this game. He had some CS advantages. He picked the Azir, got countered, still did very, very well.
And we've... Oh, go.
I think I'm just shocked by how IG is playing, because all of their weaknesses, all the strengths we talk about Fnatic is exactly what IG is showing. They are versatile. They're making the plays all across the map. They're playing as a unit, and it's beautiful.
And IG have always had this reputation of being scrim gods for years. Them and Snake Esports from the LPL, but they've never been able to turn that scrim god into the best of fives when it counts. And now for, again, what Papa Smithy said, just echoing the sentiment, you are watching a team mature before your eyes in the most important match of their lives.
Yeah, shiny things in the side. Don't watch the Shy miss the ultimate, because he still makes a big play at the end of this. And this is the type of confidence that I was worried IG wasn't going to pull out in the World Final, right? Dashing in between two turrets when the outermost turret is still alive. Look where IG is in relation to the turrets.
And you saw it against KT, Game 5. Rookie doesn't buy items. You saw Invictus Gaming have those shaky hands, have that confidence issue come to them.
A couple things I want to talk about. Broxa, best performing jungler in the tournament, coming into this best of 5, and Ning is making him look terrible. And so questions around how Broxa kind of recovers from this, because he had a good matchup, you called it out, in this game, a better matchup when it comes champion to champion, and yet he couldn't necessarily convert anything.
I will say it's kind of hard to say if it's on Broxa or if it's on the laners. Something is not clicking, however, because every single time Broxa is opposite side the map when Bwipo is getting caught out. It's easy to say that's Bwipo's fault, but I think it's a communication problem. Either they're not tracking Ning, he's getting better backs, he's having better ganks, but I don't know if it's all on Broxa, but he's in the wrong place.
I felt like the jungle pathings of both players were very predictable. Lee Sin got the double crab, which is what's supposed to happen in the match, so he's supposed to reach level 6 first. The Gragas timing of the gank on top was something that was very predictable. They did the jungle pathings in opposite directions, and the timing of the jungle spawns is just going to be in a very, this fashion where they kind of mismatch all the time.
With Bwipo starting 06, I want to see Soaz in game 3.
Yes,
well, I'll have
please.
the answer for you. So, there it is. Soaz is in.
What's
But before we talk about Game 3 and match point for IG, we have to recognize Ning once again for MasterCard Player of the Game. 2 in a row already. This is a guy who we've been waiting for him to step up into that spotlight and be the carry, be that glue for those solo laners to really get ahead.
And don't let this rewrite history. The last time Ning faced Broxa, he was firmly put in his place. It was Ning that kind of walked from bases and Zhao right to Fnatic's hand and fed. It was Broxa that was kicking him in the face as Lee Sin. So for Ning to then just switch it up, looks beautiful.
All right, so here we go. Fnatic on red side. Soaz coming in. What's the answer? Backs against the wall. Got to put 3 together in a row. Yamato.
I think they need to hope that Soaz can bring everyone together, because I don't think it was primarily a Bwipo issue. I think they need to just recharge, reset, and just come in with these ideas of picking strong matchups, because I don't like this Ezreal, don't like this Jhin. Let Reckless play what's good.
They can't let Reckless get pinched out. They got to pick his AD carry first phase.
We talk about taking the 50-50s and the 60-40s with confidence. That's what IG's doing. Fnatic's going to have to do it plenty if they want to push forward to victory on this. For IG, how do they keep Fnatic at arm's length and end it here?
They've already got the confidence. They've got the momentum. I say IG, Jayo, end them. You can smell the blood.
All right, just keep pumping it forward. As the first global sponsor of League of Legends Esports, MasterCard is excited to join the community and bring priceless surprises to MasterCard fans of the day. Making the trip from the U.S., we have Damien, Xavier, and Tyler, who were surprised with the VIP experience in Incheon. And they were taken on a backstage tour, took a picture with Shox, the Summoner's Cup, and received seat upgrades under the floating stage for the opening ceremony. There you go, Jad. They didn't miss the floating stage that you called out.
It was a very important part of the ceremony.
Yeah. A lot of this taking place throughout the day today. As you can see, the sun shining bright as these fans took in that VIP experience. Thank you for making the trip all the way internationally to see us here. You've seen them on stage. You can see them on the Rift after the show when the new KDA skins are officially live. You can pick up your set and participate in the after-party event when the championship concludes. As we go to break, though, here's a look at the KDA's debut single, Pop Stars. The full video will be available on youtube.com/League of Legends.
synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Thank you for joining us for game number 3, where the LPL are 1 win away from claiming their first World Championship as Invictus Gaming aim to clean sweep Fnatic. Now, coming into this third game, Fnatic have decided to change things up in 2 important ways. They're going to be on the red side, and even more so, Bwipo is out, Soaz is in.
This is what we were thinking about as game number 2 progressed. Soaz is a player who has been in World Championship before on Against All Authority versus Fnatic. This is a consummate veteran here, and he's going to bring some leadership. Will this be enough to turn around the game for Fnatic? They definitely need to test it and try something different.
It's definitely going to vary up the effective champion pool here, because we mostly give Soaz credit for the tank matchups that he's much more proficient in. Honestly, now that they're on red side for game number 3, I think Fnatic might want to recreate what happened in game number 1 for the Shy. leave open the Urgot, take the Scion, and that's the sort of matchup where he will find himself very comfortable in and could potentially be a quarterback because he's had some pretty amazing Scion plays. Think of his Baron contest earlier in the tournament. That was one of those big MVP plays. Ironically, the last time we also saw Soaz, because it's been Bwipo playing since that game.
There's also might shift more of the focus towards a later game carry for Reckless, and maybe a shift in playstyle from Fnatic to try and play a little bit more back.
Interestingly enough, during the group stage, you know, when each team has 2 top laners, there's a total different 4 matchups you could see. Soaz versus the Shy is the one we didn't get to see during the group stage play. So seeing these two go head-to-head for the first time at Worlds will be interesting in terms of how they decide to play that one out. But we're into Champion Select for what could be the final time today if Invictus Gaming has their way, but Fnatic will do everything in their power to stop that as the Shen is the first ban.
Yeah, already we're seeing the effect of Soaz in here. Definitely a champion that they can flex to Hylissang, but primarily this change due to the change in top laners and the champions you talked about.
We'll see if the Fnatic does leave open the Urgot to try to bait the Scion versus Urgot matchup. It could be pretty comfortable for Soaz. I think Scion is the most expected pick for him, but we're zoomed in on Invictus Gaming here on the blue side for their second ban. They will be the ones banning away the Aurelia, so still leaving it open as a caps pick. This is much less of a flex pick here, even though Soaz, of course, has practiced the pick in solo.
Right, you would much more expect it from Caps, who has already played the champion 6 times now at this tournament, including when we saw him play it earlier today. Fnatic already taking the Akali off the board. Their second ban coming up here in a moment, and that one will target LeBlanc, keeping it away from Rookie and the potential of an IG first pick now that they're on blue.
I'm already starting to think about possible marksman picks as well, since I'm thinking more of the shift for Fnatic will turn towards Reckless as a carry. Securing a good matchup for him will be very important. The Lucian, piloted by Jackie Love, was very oppressive early on in the lane phase previously, and it has always been coupled with Alistar here, who does find himself on the ban.
Yeah, with it being a blue side ban, it does mean that the Sivir is pretty freed up here in terms of a draft from the side of Fnatic. We already talked about that a couple of times. Still worth drawing Sivir bans in spite of the Alistar being worn by Invictus Gaming in the first couple of games. Jace, the final ban here, trying to reduce the explosive burst damage. And like Kobe said, we are expecting this to eventually be a hyper carry for Reckless.
First game that the Rakan is not banned. First game that the Rakan is now first picked. The champion instantly locked in there for IG.
And will we see Fnatic try to contest Xayah Rakan or leave it open, because the Xayah kind of straddles the line between having some early power and being very relevant in the late game. Other stuff is available. Urgot, available. Victor, available.
And locked in.
Victor will be locked in for the side of Fnatic. Soaz, in years past, had plenty of top lane mages like the Vladimir in his pool, but this could be a 3-way flex for Fnatic.
Will we see it? Invictus Gaming, they have the Shy in the top lane, who was previously a Riven one-trick. He talked about wanting a World Championship skin for Riven.
Oh boy, you're talking about this.
And it's a possible all-in kill lane versus a Victor. All right, we're getting definitely a little bit ahead, but that is kind of the tantalizing idea here. Victor has dominated the World Championship since he emerged with the Q-Max early evolution for the top lane, using that shield and speed very effectively for a lot of those melee matchups.
And let's talk about what Victor doesn't do well against, because that's kind of why Riven and Echo have come up, is gap close. You want something that can gap close onto and make his life hell. Think of Echo in the mid lane. Theoretically, Echo in the top lane, but the jungle matchup always fell away from Cloud9. IG have responded with Camille, which could be a top lane pick here to try to all in with a strong jungler. And Aatrox, who we know that Victor actually rose as a counter pick too. So will it just be the Aatrox mid lane, or this Aatrox jungle we've alluded to a couple of times, lead to this being a quite surprising blue side flex draft from IG?
Yeah,
I love how many flex drafts there are.
The Aatrox into showing Victor already is a little
suspicious,
curious.
huh?
Yeah, the extra speed from Victor goes a very long way in dodging those Q sweet spots. As you said, though, Rookie very well could use it in the mid lane. We'll see how the bans in number 2 do turn out.
First thing I'm seeing, Broxah will not be on Lee Sin for the 3rd time today. They're saying, all right, you got the Xayah, you got the Victor. We don't really want Broxah on this champion that he's so trademarked for to begin with, so let's go ahead and get that out of the picture. The Lucian banned out by Fnatic. Let's see what they decide to do here as their final ban of this third game in a best of 5. What will it be? And it's Syndra. Rookie's accuracy on that was just way too good.
It does seem like Fnatic are opening up the chance for there to be some shenanigans with this IG draft. Probably a good move, as I imagine they will not know the roles that the champions are assigned to till after everything has been locked in. Fnatic looking for a jungler here so they can play around with this Victor as the final pick. Lee Sin banned away this time, the Xin Zhao. So a lot of top tier is banned. We saw Broxah jump onto the Rex side previously.
Yes.
Not 100% sure of the matchup here. Which way is he going to go? The Jax that he's hovered and had banned is actually going to be picked up, and this is probably the jungle Jax for Broxah.
Yes, sir. That is quite an interesting pick that you do not see too much of these days, as Invictus Gaming now have their last 2 picks to make, having seen the Jax. Look at that, 100% win rate.
Yeah.
That's the kind of numbers you like to say. Ignore how many times he's been picked and all, but that, at least it's a win. 1 game, 1 win, that's a good number, as Jackie Love's going to be playing Kai'Sa yet again, and Galio is locked in for IG.
And I was wondering about this Galio in the last round here, because it does round out so well with the Camille, and it doesn't necessarily cement the roles. Your first thought is Aatrox top lane, Camille jungle. It allows those 2 to be played around with. Fnatic, they consider their options. It will in fact be Victor mid, which plays into Soaz being in the game rather than Whippo, who we would really credit as the top lane mage player. And now we're going to see Victor mid lane against Galio. Not necessarily a matchup that Victor can influence too much.
And Victor mid lane, especially against Galio, can very well still max E. It doesn't have to be the new top lane max Q for the lower cooldown or on your shield spam for the lane, because E max does go a long way as far as wave clear in the mid lane. You don't have to worry as much about those all-ins.
And topside, it's the most classic matchup of Worlds 2018. It's Aatrox Urgot. We've seen this time and time again. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme. Demon and the big industrial clankety-clank thing. But either way, these guys are going to go head-to-head and what should be a very intense skill matchup.
So as on the Urgot, going to want to have a better performance than Whippo was able to in game number 2. And the Shy and a skill matchup is a very scary proposition, given the sort of form he's shown in especially game number 2.
Also, looking at the overall team compositions, Invictus Gaming drafting heavily into synergies between champions. Rakan, Camille, and Galio, some of the champions that work the best together with those ultimates. That is a huge team fight presence and a very quick engage that Fnatic will have to work around. Meanwhile, the Fnatic team composition does work quite well when split up. They have a Thresh Lantern to try and save people from possible engages, and a couple of options as trying to pressure side lanes.
Chances are running out for Fnatic. It's do or die. They made some adjustments in game number 2. The adjustments did not bring them any closer to a win than game number 1, as IG has played phenomenally so far. But this is the European representatives' last chance to make their stand before IG make a clean sweep out of the World Finals. They will be playing from the blue side for the first time this series, as Fnatic will finally be coming out of the red corner. And we'll see everyone draw those lines. So far this game, we've seen a ward killed in the top part of the river before minions. 2 games in a row. We'll see if that happens a 3rd time in a row here, as everything just continues playing out pretty normally for now. Wards being placed down into brushes. Baolon walking over one of those. Again, this Rakan has been banned out twice before. Now that it's finally on the Rift, what is it going to do? Is Baolon in a bad spot? Hylissang is going to walk forward here. Jackie finding a little bit of damage down into Reckless. It's Baolon who's in some trouble more than anyone else. Ignite going to be going down. Baolon still trying to get himself away, but first blood over to Fnatic, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
And who does it go to? Caps in the mid lane on Victor. On top of that, he got a slide
sack of gold
from his Kleptomancy off of the auto for the kill. So he's super cashing in. The game doing everything it can to try and get Fnatic and extend this series.
And the MVP here is the ward they put down at level 1. Balan doesn't scout it, as you were pointing out. Long cooldown on that one, Kobe, at level 1. No ability to get out. They chase him down. Rakan had so many base stat nerfs that he is just a slice of paper. That paper is taken down, and that's a nice advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, Balan was a little bit greedy there. He didn't want to immediately flash over the wall, wanted to save his summoner spell, but him walking back allowed the travel time there for Caps to come over and get all that money.
And you can see on your screen right now, this is Soaz's 69th game at Worlds, tied for the 2nd of all time. Kobe, you mentioned how this guy has experience dating all the way back to Season 1. That's what you're talking about. As Hylissang gets thrown up into the air, Balon gonna lose about half his health here again. Reckless also taking a couple hits in this bottom side trade. But Fnatic are off to the best start they've found themselves so far this series, as the Shy finds himself a favorable trade onto Soaz, who returns some damage there with a machine gun, and they'll back away.
Seeing Soaz just try to stand tall because he knows the bot lane is where most of the action is happening, and there is always the chance of a return play onto Baolan, who is, of course, eminently squishy early. It's why Guardian is now the go-to summoner.
Yeah.
Keystone here onto the Rakan, just to have that extra shielding to allow the 2v2 trades not to be as one-sided.
I would also say that even though Caps cashed in and got so much money off the level 1, he has to be a little bit worried about Camille ganking towards the mid lane since he used his flash. Bottom lane right now, though, is where the action is.
Speaking about ganks, it's Broxa going in. He's finding the counter-strike instantly. Hylissang trying to get away. He's going to be in some trouble. No flash available means Jackie Love's able to clean it up as Broxa tries to escape here now as well. No flash available. He will leap strike over to his AD carry, but Fnatic lose one.
Ability to leap strike to a friendly, one of those unique things about the Q there from the Jax. They invest quite a lot, IG, to make this play happen. Flash and teleport comes through from Rookie for just a single kill. Stun doesn't register, although Ning, he's hunting for another kill.
All he does is wait for the counter-strike to be used on the Grom. There it comes, Ning goes in, stun lands, counter stun coming out from Broxa, but remember the man does not have himself a flash. He does have a support nearby, and Ning may have bit off more than he can chew. Baolan does show up to make sure there's no sort of a counter kill coming through, but IG is aggressive.
Yep, the bottom lane pushing in allows for this invade, and they know that Caps doesn't have a flash, so his rotation over did not have a lot of threat behind it either, as he had to walk away after that. Meanwhile, top lane, still trading away in the classic Aatrox Urgot matchup.
Let's talk about the camps down here. This is buff to buff. Red buff into blue buff. Big camps is what Jax does best with attack speed steroid. Comes bot lane, doesn't have his auto attack counts, just Q and E here for the gank. Able to come down and invest a lot, but with the teleports coming in and Ning being bottom side, that play, of course, was halted very quickly.
Oh, but now Caps is in some trouble. Throws down the gravity well, trying to get himself away, down to 50 HP, still going to be kept alive. And Caps will make it out.
Caps lives in the mid lane, doesn't even use the cleanse there. 3 members of Invictus Gaming come for him, but he defies all.
And it's so important to repel pressure in an early game that's been much kinder to Fnatic than game 1 and game 2. Never found the perfect time for a cleanse, didn't need it in hindsight. That'll bail him out till his flashes back up. But speaking of flashes, Brox is coming here. And
Broxa wants to go in. It's Soaz starting things off with a flash into Disdain. Broxa still has Counter-Strike, ready to go. Needs to get the stun down onto the Shy, and Soaz will find kill number 2 for Fnatic.
Jungle Jax has so many different gank paths, can even extend his engage range with a ward, can do lots of unique things. That's why Broxa was getting respect bans in the semifinals. Nice to be finding some of those targets. He needs them as he only now pings level 4 with a top side scuttle.
Cheers go out from the crowd as they see life returning to Fnatic here in game number 3. A must-win game for themselves, already facing match point.
And returning to the state of the series as well, because we want to see a level up here. Even if this game 3 does go the way of IG, for it to be more competitive than the outings we saw in game 1 and 2, to get the fire out of this crowd here in Incheon would be awesome to see. We thought this would be another big 50-50 like Fnatic versus C9 was set up to be in the semifinals. Fnatic haven't been able to get over the hump. There still is plenty of firepower here for IG, but the level 1 start has so far heralded a much better time for Fnatic.
The level 1 start into the active early game from Broxa. Ning now trying to get himself into the bottom lane. Remember, no flash available for Hylissang, who is going to be chain CC'd now. The stun comes in, and Hilly's in some serious trouble. Ning also going to be taken pretty low here, but not low enough for it to matter. 1v1 in the mid lane as Rookie nearly finds himself a solo kill, but now Caps can retaliate with force. The damage will not quite be there. The storm slows down as you walk away from it, and Caps can't find it. But now the rotation is coming in. The Shy wants to try to make something happen here on the Caps. Ulti's going to be used. Broxa comes in to try to stop this. Gravity field goes down. Caps is eliminated by the electrocution, and the Shy makes it a 3-2 game.
The passive auto attack from Aatrox, such a lethal part of his kit, and it does find the kill with the electrocute proc from the Shy.
And we shouldn't be surprised about auto attack cancels on a Riven main when he jumps onto Aatrox. He finds Soaz in lane, actually has to flash.
Yeah, that's not a situation you get away from if you don't flash away from that one. Good heads up there from the Shy, staying alive. But we've got ourselves a very close game now as Hylissang will not find that death sentence. Reckless is level 6, Jackie Love only level 5. Explains why Fnatic would want to go for a fight there, but no initiation means they're just farming up.
And what I want the fans at home to take away from some of the early plays here, as the hook does go wide, is that the play calling and the target selection from IG has been so smart. They go bot lane, not interested in Reckless, his flash is up, turn it onto Hylissang, they know his flash is down. The capitalization on the roam timing by the Shy to go from top lane to mid lane and look for a kill. Those sort of play calls, those adaptive play calls rather than reactive play calls, have been the tenet of IG today. Not IG all throughout this year, but for the maturing squad, they are finding little counterpunches, and actually now, this game is all tied up in terms of goal.
In addition to that, those bottom lane plays created by Invictus Gaming, they spent the time to give the last hits over to Jackie Love 2 on the Kai'Sa now to propel him towards the completion of the Storm Racer.
Bottom side, Hylissang will hang out in this brush. So, you know, maybe there's a death sentence or a flay to find. Balon still not level 6, and the death sentence just shy. It's a heartbreaker there for Fnatic to not be able to get that one, but it doesn't mean that IG can make a counterattack just yet. You can see the Galio hanging around that bottom side of the river, looking to maybe go in. It's Balon grabbing himself a 2-man knockup as Fnatic get themselves back now. Lantern bringing that 80 carry back to safety as Jackie and Balon will also disengage.
Yep, a lot of cards were shown there. Fnatic back off because they saw Rookie rotating down through the river for a possible Galio ultimate. Now they've turned their attention towards him in defending this control ward. Little do they know, Ning is waiting over the wall.
This could be a very explosive 2 versus 2 if Ning has his way. Rookie taking a little bit of damage there from Caps from that Q that we talked about so much in the top lane matchups, but Caps will just continue farming up here as it looks like Balon will also join the party.
In spite of what we might have expected, it is actually the Q augment first here for movement speed to try to avoid ganks rather than the E augment that's been picked up by Caps. So much less about pushing klepto trades and also sidestep on Galio when he goes aggressive with the Hero's Entrance or even just with the Justice Punch is what he's prized on. And so far, it's been pretty comfortable lane, but no meaningful CS lead for the victor.
And IG have just been pressuring Caps so much so far. And it's something that I mentioned in the Cloud9 series that Fnatic dominated so heavily. Caps had a lot of room to breathe. He was not pressured excessively, and he had phenomenal performances. IG are saying that's not the game Fnatic get to play today. They're having people hang around. They don't want Caps to feel like he can play the game he wants to play. And we'll see how they continue moving on with that as Hylissang moves into the Drake pit just to drop a ward over the wall. It is Infernal first. We'll see how the teams want to fight over that one as Void Seeker from Jackie Love makes its way onto Hylissang, who instantly loses half his HP.
Look at the expenditure of wards from Invictus Gaming around the bottom lane. It is littered with control wards. Investments from every single member. Here we go, though. Hylissang lands a hook.
Hylissang wanting to go in. The box is going to be dropped down. Hilly can't get himself away, and Jackie will pop the plasma to go on a killing spree. Soaz, in the meantime, trying to find himself a fight against the Shy 1v1. The chains come out, the ult goes through. Soaz trying to get himself back now. The Shy is going to be revived even if he drops. Soaz gets himself back, has already used the Fear Beyond Death. Reckless will continue trying to hold the line in the bottom lane, but it's already first turret going over to IG.
And those control wards at entrances meant that Galio was able to rotate first. That's why they could re-engage on the fight. The percentage play is to play around your vision, and the global that has easy access to bot side. So that's exactly what IG do. They pick up the kill, the turret, everything falls into place, except for Broxah trying to take advantage of some recall timings in order to sneak an Infernal Drake.
Well, the ward from IG in the pit, we'll see him making that attempt as Rookie comes back into the mid lane and instantly takes off half of Caps' health. Red team securing themselves the Drake, it says on your screen, and that is at least something for Fnatic, who have not got themselves any Drakes up until this point in the series. Ning tries to go over the wall, but they have gone too far forward. Tries to go into the Hextech ultimatum. Cap's gonna be caught out, goes into stasis, keeping himself alive. Taunt gonna be used, finds its way onto 2, wins the 4 over the wall, will not find the kill as Jackie goes in, looking to find the damage onto Caps, won't quite be able to do it. Reckless barely getting away now as well. Hook down onto Ning, the Panthers are recalled. The damage is through, and Brox has found himself one. Soaz is taken down as the Shy makes it an even trade, but Caps is looking for more. Hylissang grabs the CC down on the IG top laner as the Caps tries to get away. Jackie Love goes on a rampage. The shutdown onto the Shy. It is a bloodbath as IG lose 2 and Fnatic lose 3.
What a chase through the jungle. They're still looking for Hylissang. This chase isn't over. He's running down towards the bottom lane, but there's nowhere to go.
He's running the wrong way. Rip. I don't think there's any way out of that one. They'll give the money over to Rookie. Oh, Hylissang, it's a slow, painful kind of death. And nope, Ning swoops in. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's unstoppable underneath the turret, and Caps cannot get away.
And it's a delayed ace for IG by the end of it. Fnatic were playing out their skins, trying to find the first kill, but the moment the Shy could get going, as we'll see at the tail end, things turn. But we'll start here on the Ace of Predator replay with how the fight started. Ning has to evacuate early. The threat is too much as Caps is turned onto by him. But with the front-to-back team fighting here, definitely wasn't necessarily IG favored at the start.
Look at Jackie Love into the back line, forces Caps' flash, and out to the other side of the fight. Then Soaz sees the kill. He goes in and finds Ning, only to be answered quickly by the Shy. 1-for-1 top laners at that moment, but the chase is not over as Invictus Gaming runs straight through the jungle to finish it up.
The Shy happy to push forward with no ultimate, knowing the rest of his team would back him up. Reckless head in hands in the replay understands that even though they played that pretty well, they got the first kill. The health bars being low and the Shy having his flash up meant that the innards were exposed and the reward was 5 kills.
I mean, this has been an incredible year for Fnatic in the European LCS. It was their return to the throne, taking back first place after G2 had owned it for so long. However, this year on the world stage has completely belonged to the LPL, them winning every international tournament.
And it was RG up till now.
Yep.
That were able to find those wins. IG coming up short again, except in the regular season. But now they're the ones who have stepped up to the challenge here against Fnatic.
And if IG to go on to win, they would, of course, complete that LPL clean sweep of international events. And you look at IG, and in hindsight, after a win here, you might say, okay, but of course they can make those adaptations and win. They have the talent to do so. But the adaptation LPL team was always RNG and their ability to warp games and allow Uzi to be that primary carry. Our IG were guilty of having very skillful players who would win the game the same way. Win lane, win game was always their approach, and adaptations were the reasons they couldn't actually pick up that big trophy domestically. The adaptations over the course of Worlds, smartly using Duke, and by the end, the Shy, as the meta has evolved, are the reasons they've looked so good. As Fnatic, they're looking for a gank.
They want to make the play onto the Shy, but he also wants to turn things around. A lot of damage comes out from him, quickly goes into the Resurrection. 200 HP again, but now brought down. And Ning walks into a really bad spot. He'll be taken very low, but Rookie comes in to save him. The double kill's already gone over to Reckless. Can they find anything else? They're trying to get away, but the shutdown goes over to the side of Balan and IG. Fnatic bringing the reinforcements as Hylissang tries to buy some time. Caps and Soaz make their way into the fight, but Jackie's already dominating. Rookie's able to find the lockdown. The damage comes through. It's Jackie Love! Caps will be the last man standing, but he will fall with the rest.
There are yellow pings being spammed on the map by IG, but Rookie says not done yet. He continues to go forward on Galio, finds a kill on Hylissang, and then flashes in to set up the other two for Jackie Love to clean house. Rookie definitely stands tall.
And you kind of losing the shuffle. This begun with the Shy being 3v1, taken down, and then Ning messing up his hook shot, and it was a 2-for-0. Remember, this is a 3v3 at best to start off this play after the Galio joins. Balan starts to group up. It's only Galio and Rakan, but skill expression on Galio is often almost impossible. He can be very binary as a champion. And yet Rookie always gets the maximum out of his toolkit. He sees the Fnatic carries group up and flash taunt later. Suddenly everything falls into place for Jackie Love.
Yeah, I believe on the review, those pings were just to alert everyone of the presence. Rookie says, yes.
Hey, watch this.
2 more kills are headed my way. And honestly, so well deserved from this guy. He is considered by many to be the single best League of Legends player at the entire tournament, and he has definitely shown up.
Well, mid lane, it's Hillsong, who's now finding himself collapsed on by IG, and Jackie Love 8-0-3, 17 minutes into the game on this Kai'Sa. The Shy still looking to extend the fight. Will be taken into the resurrection. Can he get himself away? Soaz wants to find something, but Balon's able to go in with CC. Shut down over for Reckless. Rookie looking to find some more. It's Ning locking down Caps, and Soaz will flash for his life.
The slaughter here for IG. They can't find everyone, but able to disengage, but they continue to play make, and I love that you bring up Rookie. Someone we haven't had to discuss too much this series, because it's been Ning who's been popping off. It's been the supporting cast that's been having big games. This is Rookie's homecoming back to his native Korea. His only Korea title was in South Korea, in Busan, ironically, when Katie Rolls to Arrows won OGN Champions Summer 2014. No titles since then, despite his reputation as a top 3 mid laner. His next title might be the World Championship back in his native Korea.
And as Proscurin said, that would make it all worth it. The time he has spent, the amount he has invested in his career with the Chinese scene means that he could very well make it all worthwhile today as Invictus Gaming will grab the second Infernal Drake of the game.
And that time can't be trivialized because a lot of Korean players went to China and went to the LPL and then bailed out. They said, okay, I need to go back to Korea to win. KT Rolster is founded upon that concept in the last 2 years. But this is him sticking the course, learning Chinese, and then watching his teammates level up around him.
And this is Invictus Gaming. Once they get the lead, they turn it up to 10. Full power here, not letting off the gas pedal. Riftail used once again, and they're taking it all the way to the inhibitor turret.
IG is a team that has broken into the base before without needing Baron. 2 times against G2, they just kicked the door and they said, we don't need Baron, it's not important. And they might just look to do it here again as they're already onto the tier 3 turrets.
Sometimes they don't even need turrets, Captain Flower. Sometimes just dive triple turrets against them and go for plays in there anyway. They definitely don't need an invitation to go for further aggression, but they control so much of the map. And spare a thought for Jackie Love, 9-0-4. Double legendary already here. His items are piling up, and the pain for Fnatic is as well.
There's one thing for sure, it's that Invictus Gaming style fully encompasses what we've seen at this year's Worlds Tournament.
Absolutely.
Individual outplays, aggressive movements, very, very quick games. And this one, they're making it look very similar. Infernal Drakes have been evened up. Invictus Gaming do have a substantial gold lead, and they're already trying to move Vision into Fnatic's jungle in preparation for Baron, who hasn't even arrived yet.
Yeah, it's a 17-7 lead. You've got a 9-kill Kai'Sa. Baron's not even on the map. IG is going crazy this game.
I'm amused by the fact that Ning has a Kindle gem. He might just say, well, I got a 9-0 Kai'Sa. I guess I'm building a Knight's Vow on Camille. Why not?
No reason not to.
There's no reason to. He understands that this is very much Jackie Love's game to control. And that means that IG, they start up the Baron. It's 20 minutes and 17 seconds in. What can Fnatic do?
All right, Fnatic, they got to look for it. This is their hope. Their backs are against the walls. The Baron is dropping down, and they have no vision.
You've got to stop it here, but Belon's able to go over the wall. Broxton goes in! He steals the Baron and keeps Fnatic hopes alive.
Just when it is darkest, Broxa gets over the pit. He gets the Baron. They kill the Shy Fnatic.
Shy's gone down. Rookie's into the middle of 4, but now here comes the cavalry. It's IG looking to find the kills. Balon's taken down. Rookie and Jackie in retreat. A double kill over to Reckless. And Fnatic will find their shot.
They will not let this World Championship slip through their fingers just yet. Fnatic fighting are able to just pull themselves back within reach.
And this Fnatic is the one with the grit, is the one that will continue to fight back. Watch this still, I believe 70 health. Pops over, comes in,
God.
70 health, no smite used by Ning. He smite auto attacks it to death. And from there, the Shy actually dies because he popped his ult earlier, and that means the Galio ult is for North.
Yep, they catch him as soon as it times out. Caps has a very well-timed laser. didn't want to pop it too early for the revive. Invictus Gaming then try and collapse, as they've done before, to clean up the extra kills, but it won't be the same case this time around.
And that's some really good positioning from Soaz, who was eating all of the damage from the 9, now 10-0 Kai'Sa. Wasn't able to spread that lead to the backline. That means that Xayah actually out-damages the Kai'Sa because the setups were just more favorable for Fnatic.
And this is what we talked about with Soaz being subbed in. This could mean a more reckless-centric composition. One where he's the big carry, where he's doing the heavy lifting. And man, he's flexing those muscles with damage outputs like that. Soaz has the righteous glory, looking to find his way onto the Shy. Wants the disdain for that throwback. It's Fnatic with a 4-man collapse. IG will push into the rest of the map, as they'll have the Shy buy as much time as he can. Caps is already sent back to the base to try to clear some waves, as the rest of Fnatic will head back now as well.
Those sort of plays are fine when you have the Baron buff and you can't be caught out in a couple of different locations. They will lose an inner turret, but after winning a team fight, having minions push in this area probably means more farm to Fnatic rather than as much woes as if the map was in the state it was before. They now have more ability to push out and actually reclaim control over things like Raptors and their sides of the jungle. Now, this hasn't brought the game to parity by any means. They are still 5,000 gold behind, but the ability to fight back and make those smart reactive calls from Fnatic are keeping them in the series.
While the game may not be even, this is the first time this series where we've seen Fnatic really hit back. This is not just a sign of life. These guys are going to go down swinging, and that's exactly what you need to see, and it's all on the back of the superstar jungler Broxah, again, making the play for his team.
He has definitely had huge plays on the world stage, but they need to remain focused. Even though you get excited in the game with a huge play like that, they need to take the necessary steps here in setting up their vision so that they don't get hit with this incredible engage that Invictus Gaming have. So Fnatic, they're trying to pressure up on the top side, get some turret damage for themselves with this Baron buff in time, while also laying defensive wards through their red jungle.
And it's honestly been the first time where it's been relevant to take a step back, zoom out and say, how do IG play out team fights rather than just, okay, they're crushing in multiple areas, the team comp's not necessary. Like you say, IG have Camille ultimate into Galio, a very reliable engage tool used around the world. Fnatic can run them around the map to decrease the potential of this play, but maybe they're going to meet each other head on.
Broxah wants to go in. He's going to be taken very low, though. IG already looking to knock down that tier 3 turret. Broxah's in some trouble. Has to pop the ult just in case Jackie wants to go crazy. The Shy finds a little bit of damage down into Caps, but the inhibitor is the target. With Broxah still low, Fnatic can't make their counterattack just yet. Hylissang wants to hang out off to the side, see if maybe he can find something. Caps grabs the laser, but it's Balon into the back line, looking to find everybody. Here comes your Hextech ultimatum into your Galio ultimate. Ning's gonna be taken low, goes into the stasis. Jackie's legendary. They've already found the kill into Soaz, they've already found the kill into Caps. It's the solo laners down, and IG are pushing for the win. Hylissang is taken very low, and it's still 5 members of the LPL squad alive.
Flash up onto Rakan, the re-engage gets some of the carries. Reckless still alive, but can they keep this game up?
It's an impossible defense at this point. Broxah and Reckless versus the world. Reckless goes on a rampage, but Ning is still there pressuring onto the turret with the rest of IG. Reckless is down, Broxah's away. IG are on to the Nexus. The LPL has never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.
Invictus Gaming have never won an LPL title, but now they have something no other LPL team has. The Summoner's Cup.
See the tears of joy in Rookie's eyes. The Chinese squad here, the LPL squad, able to celebrate a famous victory and cap off a year of domination for the LPL. Some say that year started at All-Star last year. We know that it ends today here with a massive victory for Invictus Gaming. RNG were able to get them this far, and IG were the ones, surprisingly, to cap off this year. The Shy and Rookie embrace Rookie's first title in 4 years.
For a team
that won so handedly in the regular splits and then came up short during the biggest moments. This is vindication. Everything they worked for, everything they did, how far they've come. This is the culmination of all that hard work for the entire team. This has to feel fantastic. This wasn't even a series that you look back at and say, man, what a close one. This is a series you look at and say, IG showed everyone how you play League of Legends in 2018.
Just look at the emotion on stage. Rookie letting it all out. He is the one who committed to the exchange, going to the LPL, 5 years invested in that league, learning the language and climbing up the ranks. Now it's all worth it as he finds a championship back in Korea.
And we see, of course, the Fnatic players accepting the handshakes here in defeat. It has still been an incredible year for the EULCS. 2 teams in the semi-finals. Fnatic in the World Finals, first Western team in the World Finals since Season 1. But this day is going to be remembered as cementing China's year. 2018 does go to the LPL, and very, very worthy winners will be Invictus Gaming.
The dream of every competitive League of Legends team now being realized as Invictus Gaming will hoist the Summoners Cup together and claim their victory.
Gotta say, my favorite part about today was that it was very much 5 members of Invictus Gaming, not just the Korean solo laners dragging their teammates to the trophy. Ning was probably the MVP of this series. We'll see where the votes go. That's gonna be a complicated decision. Jackie Love popping off more often than not, leveling up like we asked him to after really being second best to Reckless in the group stage. 5 members strong, Invictus Gaming, reaching their ceilings on the same day, coalesces in these amazing scenes in Incheon.
They've definitely improved over the course of this tournament and looked exceptional today. What a performance.
It doesn't get any better for IG, finally bringing the Summoners Cup home to the LPL for the first time in competitive League of Legends history. What a moment for these guys, what a moment for this team. And now to wrap up the tournament, we're gonna send things over to the analyst desk.
Thank you once again, Captain Flowers. Invictus Gaming, your 2018 World Final Champions. As they hoist the Summoners Cup, pure elation for this team as they achieve what no other LPL team has done up to this point.
They were domestic gods in the LPL, but under crunch time, they fell down. They stood in the shadow of RNG, and proving that 2018 may have been started by Uzi, but it was finished by Rookie.
And the players that had been understated all year, Ning, Balan, Jackie, all showed up as well as Rookie and the Shy.
As Caster June takes to the stage next to Rookie, I'd like to welcome Ho-Min Lee of Riot Korea to the desk to help us with any translations as necessary. Ho-Min, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
일단 너무 고맙고 just so thankful.
Oh, Rookie.
The crowd behind him.
제가 지금까지 우승만을 위해 달려왔는데 지금까지 우승 못 해봐서 너무 갈망했거든요. 근데 이렇게 가져 너무 팀원한테 고맙고.
So thankful to my teammates.
首先
Emotion getting the better of him, as it should, as you've worked your entire life towards this moment.
我非常感谢以来支持爱的所有的粉丝，支持爱一直支持 Rookie 的粉丝们。
Overcome with emotion, but support pouring out from the fans in the audience.
可能这几年我很累的时候，其实很多压力的时候，其实很想放弃这个职业这个选手，然后一直很多就不管什么粉丝都喊我，就给我鼓励，给我鼓掌什么的，我 才能做到现在这个位置，才能达到这个位置。我非常感谢粉丝们，谢谢。
Speaking in Chinese, so Ho-Min will hold off for us. But of course, that seems right.
How much he's committed to the LPL as well, saying these in Mandarin.
Rookie speaks in Mandarin on stream,
네.
so he's known the
저한테
language for
해주신
a very
말씀이랑
long
비슷한
time.
말씀하신 거죠, 네.
Incredible.
아, 그래도 우리가 참 오랜만에 봤는데, 예. 그래도 어느 시점쯤 돼서 16강, 8강, 4강 어느 쯤 되니까 내가 이제 우승할 수 있겠구나. 우리 IG가
Throughout what
우승할
point
수
of the
있겠구나.
tournament,
그 생각이
like
딱 들더라고요.
quarterfinals, group stage, semifinals, did you feel that you can maybe hoist the Summers Cup and win the actual tournament?
저희가 하던 대로 보여드리면 되지 않을까 하고 지금까지 그냥 부담 없이 게임을 했던 것 같아요.
We were always confident that as long as we can play our own game and not be pressured under the crowd or the opponents, I was confident that we could win the whole tournament.
回答的就是，因为大家的对我们的期望没有那么高嘛，所以就对我个人是就所有的压力都就是扔掉，然后很放松去打，然后结果我们就拿到冠军了，谢谢。
What can I say? People didn't have this high as expectations. It was a lot of pressure. That's a translation being fed to me, and now we have the championship.
자, LPL이 드디어 월드 챔피언십에서 우승을 차지했습니다.
LPL finally won its first World Championship.
뭐 EDG 팬분들,
There are RNG fans, EDG
정말 이
fans.
순간을 기뻐하고 계실 텐데
I'm sure they're all cheering for IG in celebration of LPL's first championship.
끝으로 부탁드릴게요.
Please say your last words to the LPL fans.
어떻게? 그러니까 다시 문제 안 돼.
LPL이 힘들게 최초로 정상에 올랐잖아요. RNG 팬분들, 뭐 IG 팬들, EDG 팬들 듣고 싶은 말씀
So he's
많으실
just
것 같습니다.
repeating the same
그분들 좀
question.
프라이드 생기게 자긍심 느끼게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 끝으로.
일단 진짜 오랫동안 LPL이 월드 챔피언십에서 우승을 차지 못했는데
It's been so long that LPL has failed to perform well at the World Championship. I'm so proud that I could provide this championship to all the LPL fans.
就 LPL 这8年一个都没拿到世界冠军，然后他让我跟你们说一句话，就我很感谢这帮 LPL 拿冠军的战队是 IG， 然后我希望大家对 IG 的要求啊、期望啊、支持率越来越高，然后希望大家都不停的支持我们一下。我不知道
I
怎
hope
么
the
说话。
fans have more faith in IG and continue to support us. But to me, so fitting that he ends on the note of the Chinese language.
축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 네.
Please send your applause to IG and LPL.
네, 자 지금부터는
Speaks volumes that a player
메달
of his caliber
수여식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자,
would move to another region
메달을 수여하실 분을 여러분께 모시겠는데요.
and play a vital role in handing them their first world title.
Especially when so many of the LCK players went back to the LCK after a year or two. You can see how much Rookie has committed to the LPL and really values his teammates so much as well.
And he embodies that LPL spirit of being someone who plays for the lane.
Very much so. Of course, again, swapping between Korean and Mandarin. Thank you, Ho-Min, for stepping onto the desk to help us with the points that you could.
Thank you.
With that, though, Mark Merrill, Brandon Beck, some other notables I will name as we see them roll across your screen here for the medal ceremony to award these players for their championship title.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to Duke while we have him on camera. Two-time world champion now, and while he didn't play in this final, he was pivotal in Invictus Gaming making this moment.
You as well have Niccolo Laurent from Riot. Siri Park, former LPGA pro on the stage. Chan Ho Park, former MLB pitcher. Thank you very much. Not much of a baseball fan myself. Ryu Seung-min, gold medalist in table tennis. And then, of course, as I mentioned, Brandon Beck and Mark Merrill of Riot Games. And again, for our finalists, as the fans in the stadium rally behind them.
Yeah, LPL fans really came out in force today as well. Plenty of Invictus Gaming flags. You could hear IG chants during the opening ceremony. And here they give another ovation.
Next up, Finals MVP will be awarded. So we wait on bated breath for that announcement.
해도 되겠죠? 예. 자, 이제 오늘 결승전 자, 파이널의 MVP를 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이승현 대표님 그리고 니콜로 씨 연임 부탁드리겠습니다.
Voted on by representatives from around the world.
롤드컵 우승을 향한 정말 대단한 여정이었습니다. 이 과정에서 오늘 우리는 특별한 활약을 보여주신 한 선수를 기억합니다. 2018 League of Legends World Championship Finals MVP 닝 선수입니다.
And it goes to Ning. Finals MVP has just been awarded to Ning.
Well deserved.
Huge moment for Ning. Obviously, massive variance in his performance. There we go. Ning has been a double-edged sword for Invictus Gaming for so long. His hyper-aggression has sometimes bit them in the ass, but today he played the right side of that coin and came up massive when it counted.
And I know we awarded him 2 Player of the Games for Games 1 and 2 as well. I think he's incredibly deserving of the Finals MVP, which is speaking about this particular series, because he really had amazing games. Jungle pathing early on, Camille. The Gragas game was legendary, and he brought it home in the end.
Yeah, all tournament long, we were waiting for him to step up into what we knew he could be, what he had been in the past and had been known throughout the LPL for being at times. But here on the biggest stage, in the biggest moment, staring down the barrel of the first LPL title, and he puts up an MVP performance.
And it's so important, you know, it's not Rookie, it's not the Shy. People look at this team and say, of course, it's hard carried by your Korean imports. Of course that's how it's going to be. But it is the Chinese jungler who brings it home.
It is so crazy to believe, you know, a player that has trouble transferring his scrim performance onto stage does it in the World Finals. Out of all places, he does it in the World Finals, performs out of his mind, and just delivers for his team.
Has his Wheaties this morning.
Yeah, the known quantities coming into the series felt like Rookie in the Shy. It was Ning, Baolan, Jackie that felt like the variables. And Ning had the series of his life.
Yeah, all of them stepping up in their own right, but Ning just that eensy bit more than the rest. One more time, huddling around that trophy that they so very much deserve. Absolute dominance here in the 2018 World Final. 3-0 victory over the EU squad in Fnatic. They got it done.
Put it to bed, put it to rest. The LPL is the best region in the world.
Absolutely agree.
We started that conversation at the beginning of the day, and IG just ended it.
Prior to the World Championship, there was the discussion as IG gets their final call from Caster June.
Oh, please relish that moment, fellows. You said it at the top of the day, Yamato, for a lot of these players. This may be the only time, who knows, right? Some of them have returned, some of them stepping up onto the stage for the first time, but it's a special moment and you have to do everything in your power to remember it, to cling on to it, to live in it.
You gotta take as many mental pictures as you can because this is rare and they deserve it.
You never know if you'll be back on this stage again.
And such youth. The prodigy Jackulov popping off in that final game as Kaisa. He now has this momentum, this confidence behind him that as that prodigy, as a newcomer to the competition to Uzi, that he gets to lift the Summoners Cup.
Exactly. Before the tournament, there was the conversation of tournament favorites, and it was all between KT and RNG. And if you were having the conversation about best region in the world, it was asking the question of, is it the LPL or is it just RNG? I think IG answered the question definitively in this matchup, 3-0ing Fnatic in the World Final. As Frostcurrent said, the LPL is now the best region in the world.
24 teams entered this tournament, all the way back where the play-in started. One team remains standing, and it is Invictus Gaming of the LPL. That's right, boys. Pick it up one more time. Take it away. It's yours. Just don't drop it. Oh, I love it. Look at him shuffling off.
No solo carries for the Summoners Cup Dash.
It's a team effort.
Is that the duo lane carrying it off? I think it is.
Game 3, 13-0-7 on the Kaisa.
Support staff greeting them as they make their way off the stage. We say it's a team effort. Let's remember all the people behind these 5 players. Subs included. coaches, analysts, team managers, GMs, everything it takes to build a world championship team.
And a huge shout out to the coach of Invictus Gaming. They have had the best drafting in LPL. They have had the best laners in the LPL. And now they finally have the best team performance because everyone stepped up. When your variants and your variables become your X factor, that's how you make champions.
And from here, LPL's at the top, as we mentioned. But now they're in a position they've never been in before. You get to the top, how do you improve? How do you stop or keep from being complacent? Those are challenges that these guys will now face.
I think it's so crazy to imagine that IG hasn't won a title.
You're right, they still have something to reach for.
And I feel like at the World Championship, they've solved so many of their issues that they've shown during regular season, failing to perform in best of fives. And now I'm just imagining they're going to win some LPL title for sure if they bring this caliber of play.
We've basked in the glory that is the LPL and Invictus Gaming players there on the stage. I do want to talk again about how they did it, how they crafted this 3-0 series, and in particular this third game, which had a few moments, particularly at level 1, where it looked like perhaps things might have gone awry.
Consider this. This was a game in which IG gave up a level 1 first blood and had a miraculous Baron stolen from them and had the Urgot get the kill onto the Aatrox in the skill matchup top lane, and then they still won in 30 minutes.
But the LPL are the 51%. If this is a 50-50, if you think it's even, they think that they're better than you. They will bet it all on that 1%. They will make the mechanical outplays. We have so many people in this region. The superstar talent, it rises to the top. It gets consolidated onto one team. People thought that there's no way the Shy and Rookie are that much better than their counterparts. And it wasn't just the Shy and Rookie. It was Ning and it was Jackie Love.
It is just crazy because LPL, even in the years where they didn't do so good, their individual players were always crazy good. I think that's what comes when you have such a massive player base. The top percentage is just going to be on another level, and now team play is coming together and LPL is showing up big time.
And the region is only getting bigger. By 2020, the LPL will have 20 teams, 2 conferences, over 6 home and away arenas. And Invictus Gaming, one of the few teams that don't have their own home arena now. But Shanghai might as well be it after this.
It's quite possible that we're entering a new era beyond Korean dominance and into LPL dominance. We've talked about how previous World Championships, they came down to 90-10 plays and who could craft those the best. This year has been all about the 60-40s, the 50-50s, the 51-50s, whatever it is. But IG played in every moment like they knew they could outplay, that they could take the win in any skirmish.
They're so good. Like they're so good in so many individual fights. That's what we just kept saying to each other after a lane trade or a gank happened or a rookie dodged a gank. We're just, how are they so good? Because their individual skill merged with the team play that they showed to a higher level than I think they ever had in this series was so dominant. I mean, that's kind of Yamato Cannon thinking, how could this team, if they play like this, not win the LPL?
Right. And we have to remember that they've done this to Fnatic. They 3-0'd a team that 3-0'd in the semifinals to get here. Yeah. That beat them in the group stage. Yes, the meta has evolved. The game has changed. But, you know, they made Fnatic look almost amateurish at times in this series because of those players who stepped up beyond what was expected of them.
And it felt like a couple of combined issues. Fnatic, if we do want to turn the lens towards them, I think one of the issues was the AD carry champion pool, the fact that it felt like it kept getting squeezed, that Jackie Love, you know, IG finally becoming a trident. The fact that Jackie Love was finding 10, 20 CS leads, where normally you expected that Reckless and Hilly would go even.
Now, on the biggest stage of the year, all 5 players had to perform, but these players earned themselves MasterCard Players of the Game at the World Final. For the championship series, they were Ning twice in a row in games 1 and 2, and Jackie Love to finish us off.
Finals MVP ends up going to Ning for that amazing Gragas game 2, as well as Camille games 1 and 3. And Jackie did not choke this time. He had a bad go of it the first time he played Fnatic in those tiebreaker games. Not this time.
We've got an interview with Ning coming to your way around the corner. Sorry, Yamato, to cut you off.
It just kind of reminds me of Game 5 against KT as well. Jackie Love just, when it was the deciding game, he just turned into a completely different player. I think in Game 3, he was showing up big time, even though his support gave up first blood already straight off the bat.
Now, I know I'm looking ahead to 2019, but since it was brought up, this idea that, okay, IG has now captured a world title and not yet a domestic title, being the analyst from that region, what is your kind of opinion or outlook of the 2019 season and how this team might be able to, you know, ride this momentum into domestic success that they've never found before.
When you kind of look at history, it looked like spring semifinals across from RNG, that was IG's best moment to take down RNG. And when they lost there because the Shy couldn't start, it went to all 5 games, it was Duke, it felt like RNG got this confidence back. And they just got this huge momentum behind them. You're like, maybe that was IG's only chance to beat RNG. Maybe they created this international monster, gave Uzi the confidence to lift the trophy and to steamroll ahead. Same thing happens for IG. Winning this cup, you now have that mental blocker completely thrown away. You now have the momentum and the confidence. IG just need to take that mental game back into the LPL and dominate the Eastern Conference.
And on the flip side, Fnatic has pushed farther in a world tournament than any team has for Europe since Season 1, Fnatic themselves taking the victory there. So what are your takeaways, Yamato, as they return to Europe?
I think, you know, I know that the West as a whole is disappointed. I am disappointed. You know, we expected way more coming from Fnatic in this game. And I know for a fact that the players on Fnatic, the staff on Fnatic, are more disappointed than all of us. And I think this is a time where they need all the support they can get, all the support possible on social media, etc., because I know they're in pain. But through this pain, you know, it will heal, knowing that we did amazingly at this tournament. I think the West, Cloud9, we had G2, we had Fnatic. I'm proud of my performance as well with Vitality. It's been quite the journey, and I think this is very important to remember because this will mend our wounds coming back from this final.
Yeah, right now, it hurts, right? But you look back at this tournament in 4 months, and you'll see 2 EU teams in the semifinal, 1 NA team in the semifinal, and it will be easy now to look at Fnatic and say, how dare you think you could win the final? How are you so overconfident? That's what you have to be to succeed in sports. So please do not call down Fnatic for saying they were going to win, because if they are ever going to win, they have to say that. And I thought they took some monstrous steps forward for the possibility of a Western Championship. It wasn't this year, but this is the way they have to do it if they're going to get in the future.
I mean, just think of the statements that we're saying, the fact that Fnatic are in the finals and they're disappointed about that. And I agree, it must burn right there, being so close. But ultimately, the leaps and bounds, the gap that they closed was massive. And I think in 4 months, everyone will decide that this was a success, even if they didn't take home the trophy.
Right, and to a degree, the takeaways from the tournament, right? It comes back to the Vitality speech, but this idea that all of these teams throughout this tournament, the ones that made it the furthest were the ones that honed in on an identity, whatever it be, playing to that and understanding it in the moment.
Even Rookie just now in the finals interview, when he was asked like what to do, he said, we had to play our game and then we knew we'd be able to win the championship. And that's honestly what they did. Like, to be able to come out on the world final stage and attempt the plays that they made, we've never seen before. Like, we've seen methodical dominance, and we've seen a guy with the 10,000 gold and make a big play. But in even gold situations, when you're 300 gold up on your opponent, attempting some of the stuff that IG did in this series, we just haven't seen before.
Yeah. And of course, we have to remember, we talk about Rookie, one of the veterans, one of the guys who's been chasing after that. For Reckless, that chase continues towards the Summoners Cup. But if anything, it will be that reinvigoration of having been so close and yet so far. It stings, yes, but it's all that much more motivation to show up on this stage again next year and take it, because you know what it takes to get there. Now, for more on that new world champions, let's send it over to an interview with the IG jungler.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm here with MVP of the finals, Ning. Ning, congratulations. What an incredible victory. We saw a lot of emotions from your teammates already, but could you tell us what it means to you personally to lift the Summoners Cup with your team?
首先恭喜你取得最后的胜利，然后也可以看到你们所有的队友都非常的激动，然后他们也现在非常的开心。也想问一下你，那么对于你来说，举起这个最后的决赛奖杯意味着什么？有什么感受？
就意味着就是我就打职业，然后这几年就没有白费吧，就3年时间，然后我没有白费掉，然后最后捧的这个奖杯就算是对我的最大肯定嘛，因为我也是个特别好强的人，然后。我其实来到这里之后，转了大 V 之后，其实我一直想证明一件事，就是我想让他们都觉得我是就现在最强的打野。然后，也没有人就即使我说出来，也没有人会认为。然后，我觉得我现在就是拿到世界冠军，我觉得别人可以证明我是最强打野，我自己也可以证明。
Yeah, so he's super happy that he has been playing pro for 3 years and everything, the hard work paid off in the end, and he actually get that he's super happy about that, the fact that he actually proved himself that he's the best jungler in the world. He was an AD carry player, and then he switched to a jungle position, and he always trying to prove. But with this trophy right now, it is a statement.
It is a definite statement. Best jungler in the world right now. And there were a lot of eyes on you with an up-and-down performance all through Worlds. What allowed you to step up in this moment precisely? This, the most important one of your entire career so far.
因为世界赛特别的久，那么在这1个月，你们也有过很多的高光，但你们也有过失败的时刻。那在最后这一个系列赛，你是如何顶住压力，表现得这么好的？
就我觉得我们所有人就是在小组赛是输过嘛，然后之后一路很艰难的赢了上来，然后我觉得我们每个人都像是，我们不像是就是我们更像是战友，然后也像是兄弟一样，然后我们每个人都很相信对方，然后我们也会吸取就我们输掉的那个从我们输掉然后吸取经验，然后到最后我觉得我们现在真的我觉得我们5个人就像是1个人一样，所以我觉得我们今天赢了。
Yeah, so they lost in the groups. And then it was a hard way that they fought out. And along the process, they're really playing as a team, and everyone trusts each other, and the communication was really well. And in the end today, actually, he felt like 5 people are playing as 1 people. So he thinks it's a team.
Yeah, well, that is absolutely what it looked like. Ning, finally, what would you like to say about what this means for IG, but also for the LPL winning their very first title and for the future of the region?
那你觉得赢下这个奖杯，那么对于 IG， 那么对于 LPL 来说，或者说对于 LPL 的未来来说，有什么样的意义？
我觉得就 LPL 之前没有拿过任何一个没有拿过任何一个 S 赛冠军嘛，然后8年时间，然后我们最后拿到了。我觉得这个拿到了世界赛冠军就可以向全世界证明，现在中国就 LPL 的LPL 的水平应该是现在全世界是最强的。
Yeah, so LPL wasn't able to get the win a final championship for the past 8 years, and now they're finally making this happen. It's a statement to tell everyone that LPL is the strongest region right now.
That it is, Shisha. Thank you very much, Ning. Thank you, Wenson, as well. Best jungler in the world right now and world champions, and well-deserved it is. Back over to you guys.
World Final MVP, World Finals champion. But 5 players playing as 1 was what stood out to me there in that interview. Definitely crediting the rest of his team for aiding in that victory.
For sure. I think cohesiveness. I think they showed the points we were giving to Fnatic. Cohesiveness, teamwork, playing as 5, roaming with the support and jungle. That's what IG just did. They just took all those things, did it better. And I think that's what's the most incredible thing about IG's journey here. The improvement they did throughout the tournament.
Right, this is a different team than the IG that entered the World Championship just weeks ago.
And I don't want to take anything away from it, but I also do have to say that it almost felt like the perfect storm. The fact that the meta came down to being about solo laners, that it was about the mechanical outplays, because so long IG have struggled in the 5v5 meta, in the AD carry meta, but as soon as it's about, putting it on the line, making those clutch plays, suddenly their talent, it hits that ceiling and it breaks through.
Yeah, and I mean, we have the best teams of the world come to the World Championship every single year, so I don't think it's bad to say that yeah, the meta really favored them because that's always the case with the world champion. It's very rare you say, man, they're really going to have to play against what the best strategy is, because usually it's the results that make people decide what the best strategy is.
Right, exactly. People will look at this series by virtue of IG's victory, say they learned how to play the game the best way of all of the teams here at the World Championships. Now, when you're looking to be crowned a champion, a carry is looking for a precise snipe or a slide dodge. And then there are the bot laners who just keep their supports alive, just to say, I'm helping, presented by State Farm. In the championship bout, Reckless blocks every shot to keep his duo partner, Hillesong, alive.
They're understanding, they can't pop and butters. Here we go.
Jackie Love is going to be taken very low now. Ignite coming down. Jackie having to flash away to keep himself alive, and it's Hillesong who's now in some real danger. Balon pops the ulti, looking to go forward yet again. Cullen coming out. Reckless trying to absorb the shot.
You let one bullet go through, and your support dies.
And maybe you say there that maybe Reckless should have played a bit more offensive than defense. Maybe he could have tried to go for the all-in, but it was teleport versus heal.
True. Small victories for them in that moment. Again, we say goodbye to Fnatic. We take a look back at their road here as well. We've already talked about Reckless and that continued journey for this title, but I do want to talk about the young guys in Bwipo. Right, in Caps, who, yes, has been on the team for some time, but very much less experience than, say, the likes of Soaz or Reckless. And reflect on their performance here at the World Championships?
I think to start off with Caps, I think game 1 was very rough for him. They tried some 2v2s. I think the draft was also very off, but game two, Azir did very well. He kept up in CS, even in a game that looked so horrible. Game 3, kept getting ganked, kept surviving. So I think Caps performed pretty well.
On the side of Bwipo, yes, there was a lot of attention to the top lane in that game too, falling down 5-6 deaths. But to me, from the eye test, at least in the 1v1, very competitive between him and the Shy in many of those matchups.
Until the jungler arrived, right?
Exactly.
So I do think that Bwipo's risky play style definitely backfired a lot on him during this series. That's why I think they ended up sending in Soaz. Not his best series, but he's also a very young player who I think will be able to bounce back.
A learning point for him as he pushes forward in his career. Invictus Gaming's championship, did not come without its challenges, as they took down the likes of KT Rolster, G2, and Fnatic to earn the crown in a tournament of unexpected results.
I feel like the big moment of them was, of course, taking down KT Rolster. It almost looked like a 3-0 and a crazy base race, and then KT Rolster tried to pull it back.
They were a base race away from 9-0ing the knockout stages.
Holy moly.
It's crazy, right? And then, I mean, yes, they lost to Fnatic twice in a row, but they were 5-0 in the group stage before the first loss at Fnatic. Like, little small things would change the way we look at this Invictus Gaming team in retrospect.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much about how they transition this into next year and what happens when the LCK comes back with a different read on the game state and maybe some changes to their philosophies, because Invictus Gaming in semifinals and finals, the double 3-0, man.
Don't
That's
get me
real
excited about 2019, Jay. We got to wait 11 months for that.
Why? I'm excited now. I want the
man.
off-season. I want to see what the preseason patch is. I want position select in the rank queue. That's not even like this thing. I want that.
Christmas is coming.
Yeah, it very much is. Off-season is very much like Christmas. A lot of anticipation for some crazy moves. Now, you didn't just tune into the finals. You also blew up Twitter with some of your favorite moments from the championship for our Acer Predator big plays. First, it's the final fight that clinched Invictus Gaming the title of 2018 World Champions.
See if maybe he can find something. Caps grabs the laser, but it's Bellon into the back line, looking to find everybody. Here comes your Hextech ultimatum into your Galio ultimate. Ning's gonna be taken low, goes into the stasis. Jackie's legendary. They've already found the kill in a Soaz. They've already found the kill in a Caps. It's the solo laners down. The LPL has never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.
And in the LPL, we call them shells in terms of style of team compositions. That is called the cannonball shell. It's always the Galio and some form of initiation. And as soon as we saw the Rakan, the Camille, we're like, it's cannonball!
I missed this.
I wasn't not a part of that inside joke. For me, it's the moments following that play. Players jumping out of their seats. Again, that pure elation, tears of joy. I mean, every emotion. Watching Rookie in that interview struggle against his own emotions to get words of appreciation out to both his fans here in Korea and his fans in China.
And it's so hard to contain that because, you know, throughout the series, they were looking stone cold.
Yeah.
Completely stone cold. And then the moment the Nexus was dying, there was certain, boom, all those emotions that have been gathered throughout the day.
They were given permission to feel them all of a sudden.
Yeah, and they only had 85 minutes and 33 seconds of in-game time.
How long are you sitting on that?
That was the fastest finals we've ever had.
Blazing
faster than SKT versus RNG in 2013.
Wow, wow. When you surpass SKT in a stat of dominance, that is something to be said. Finally, Edward reminded us, they don't call him King Ning for nothing.
Can he get out? It's not him they're worried about. It should be that support. The Emperor's Divide gonna keep him alive right now, and it's a double kill over to Ning.
To try and defend Hylissang, you see the ultimate come out, but the Shy on Aurelia has already cut behind. He flashes in just to get an assist. Ning already had taken care of business.
Fade away, dude, he turned away.
Straight dunked.
Cool guys don't watch explosions. The Shy coming in and laying out for anything.
The Shy had it covered, by the way. Like, he had both of them marked. He could have just jumped between them.
Right.
That looked cooler.
I love it. That looked way cooler. Exactly. Now to hear from the world champion who earned the title in front of the home crowd, let's hand it off for an interview with the IG mid laner.
and it's to get yourself together, what it means for you after all those years of hard work to win the World Championship.
因为你刚刚也可以看出你在舞台上特别的激动嘛，也想问一下你这么多年努力以后，终于赢得了冠军，你现在怎么感觉？
首先对我来说是个第一个冠军嘛，但是也算是个 LPL 的第一个世界赛总决赛的冠军，所以对我来说一个很骄傲的一件事情。然后我在台上的时候，就话都说不清楚了，就整个脑子就在做个梦一样，然后现在特别开心了。
Yeah, so this is his first world champion. And also, it's also the first for LPL. So he's really proud that he's able to make this happen. And as for he himself, he can't believe that he actually won everything. So back on the stage, he was just overly excited. But right now, he's just feeling extremely happy.
Can you tell me about what it was like to come down the stage? I saw everyone that's here working for the LPL, everyone in your team, the casters, just hugging everybody and being so happy. What does this mean for the LPL going forward?
因为可以刚刚看到你从舞台上走下来的时候，所有的 LPL 的工作人员也都非常开心对此。所以你觉得赢下这个对 LPL 意味着什么？
对 LPL 吗？我觉得，就是虽然我们这怎么说来着？我脑子慌了，不知道说啥了。
没关系。
觉得我们我们是一个 LPL 的一支战队嘛，然后我一直都特别渴望就冠军这件事情。包括 LPL 的冠军是一直没有拿到过，所以我这一次的我们突然就打到决赛之后，我就对期望这个要求是特别高了，对自己的，然后就现在我们的努力的结果已经实现了，现在就快想睡觉了。
Yeah, so this IG is a part of LPL. So you know, he felt like it's his responsibility to win this champion, especially after they proceed after semifinal and quarterfinal. They were able to make into the final. At that moment, he was like super stressful, and he told himself that he have to win this champion for LPL. And now that he did it, he's super relieved.
Absolutely. A fantastic victory, but Rookie, I have to ask, in the history of competitive League of Legends, there's only been one team that won and kept winning and dominating the scenes for years to come, and that was SKT with Faker. Do you think that you, Rookie, in this IG lineup can do the same for years to come?
在所有的这种世界冠军里面，只有一个队 SKT 能赢得2次冠军，因为他们中单 Faker 赢得2次、3次，对吧？那想问一下你，你觉得 IG 这支队伍和你们现在的阵容能赢得几个冠军？接下来？
也还是看我们的努力吧。我们我觉得我这一次的运气也是算很好的，很不错的。然后就总感觉这一次的世界赛。一直说让我们拿冠军，这种想法对我来说，让我一直想起这种想法的。然后结果我们努力已经实现了。但后来呢，就接下来所有的比赛，如果我们能够努力的话，我觉得我们的阵容还是继续就是努力下去的话，可以拿所有的冠军吧。但是还是不好说吧。虽然今天我们打得确实不错，不过后来的比赛不知道会变得怎么样嘛。然后 IG 战队也是不能。一直都很强势，所以就希望大家能够努力吧。
Well, it's really hard to say for the future, but two things that's required to win a champion is first, all the dedication or the effort you have to put into. The second is the luck. So as for him, he doesn't know what's going to happen next, but he wants to be able to keep his team, and he wants his team to keep fighting for the next champion and to win more.
A lot of dedication, some luck, but a lot of skill today. Congratulations, Rookie. Fantastic run, and also an interview in Mandarin. That's a statement, if you ask me. Back over to you guys.
I couldn't agree more, Shocks. The fact that his final interview on the stage there took place in both languages, that of Korean and that of Mandarin, really speaks to, again, where he came from, what he was born out of, but now how he considers himself to be very much an LPL player.
That's why we call Rookie the career Korean. Yes, he had his career in the LCK, but he came over to the LPL. He took a spot on a pillar of the LPL in Invictus Gaming, and he's been there for 4 years now.
As well, a kernel of wisdom. Yes, you have to have the pieces to the puzzle. You have to have the dedication and that small amount of luck for things to go in your favor.
Yeah, there are a lot of small storylines we have, which is like, who's going to win this game? Who's going to win this week? Who's going to win this split? And then we have like, who's going to win Worlds and who is the best region? Those are the long-term stories that we tease out over multiple seasons. And this is at one of its most interesting points for me, because last year we had Faker falling. And we're wondering, how's Faker going to come back? He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't even make it back to the World Championship. This year we had LPL winning everything. And because Korea was so soundly defeated by everyone, there could be a very real change in mindset compared with their work ethic. So I am more excited than ever to watch LPL try and hold that throne, because when Korea vacated it, there was that mad scramble to see who could claim it, and it was clearly Rookie in the LPL after today. But I just can't wait to watch what happens in the offseason and what happens next year.
Yamato?
I think we've awoken a beast. I think the Korean offseason, there's a lot of contracts running out. I think Griffin is amazing, Damwon Gaming, the newcomers. I think the new era of Korean League of Legends is coming.
We lived the SKT dynasty.
Yeah.
Shocks asked the question, but I want to ask the same question to you guys. How do you feel about an IG dynasty?
I'd love to see it, but I've seen IG for a long time. I think there is an interesting question, though. You know, Korea across the board has been so dominant, but SKT, for a lot of it, has been there. So how much do you separate Korean dominance versus SKT mystique?
Yeah, and I do think SKT won their first Worlds, then didn't make it back to Worlds the next year. The dynasty happened almost after that. So this could be the very beginning for IG. It would be incredibly impressive if they can get back-to-back, but like we said, after that performance, you can be a little bit hopeful.
Jat, you said it was the fastest final series we've ever had. So with that, I want to take one more moment to appreciate this venue, as well as Korea, the host country, for everything that it has delivered to us. And of course, as I do that, I recognize that I'm actually on the VIP TV back there. So hello to all of the VIPs that might
waving at yourself.
Remain. Or yeah, just to myself. I'll take that little private moment. Why not? But no, I mean, what an incredible host country. Again, birthplace of esports in many ways, the region that everyone else chases. And so to come here, to win your title here, the first title for your region, yeah, it wasn't in front of a home crowd per se. Plenty of LPL fans in the crowd, though, today.
And it almost kind of just makes it all worth it for all the investment that every LPL team has put into it. Again, you have 2 conferences, you have 14 teams, you have 6 different arenas. It's going to keep getting bigger, and now it pays off, and it's so sweet. This is not just a victory for IG. This is a huge statement for the LPL, and now there are no questions and no pushback. They are the best.
You know, I'm really curious on my end. Am I bootcamping in Korea next year, or am I bootcamping in China?
I got the connections for you.
I don't know.
I've always said you should boot camp in the country that hosts the tournament, because you should get on the time zone.
Right, just get there.
It infuriated me when NA teams went across the world to show Korea how they played, only to come back to be beaten by them. Please, if it's in Europe, boot camp in Europe.
Soapbox, Jat, soapbox. Yeah.
Please.
I love it. All right, words of wisdom to close us out here at the World Championships. We do return December 6th for the All-Star event from the Esports Arena in Las Vegas, where your favorite league players from around the world will compete for global glory. That is going to do it for us here, though, at the 2018 World Championships. So now for myself, the casters, and the entire Worlds crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in a few weeks for the 2018 All-Stars. Good night.
Yes.
Yeah.
This has been one of the most hyped playing stages we've ever seen.
All of the major regions being pushed to the limit.
Are you ready?
You gotta be kidding me!
Are you ready?
Ooh! Massive Dragon Soul into the last breath. What a play from G-Rex.
That was insane! They look to break the tie against Kaboom Esports, taking second seed in Group C.
Jet FM, first time at Worlds and a statement game.
This could be the team-winning fight. We'll see if they're able to find the damage of the rest. Bankle's already going to be brought down Scout as well. Infinity Esports, you just did it! To infinity and beyond. God bless, they take down EDG.
Oh my god! The Quadra into a penta for Sight9! Supermassive doing everything they can to stop them, but it'll never be enough! G-Rex is moving on! I cannot wait for what the rest of Worlds has for us. Hot damn!
It is my favorite time of the year, the start of group stage, when magic is in the air and all of the possibilities are still alive.
Q-Tang is going to be good. Disdain is there. Looking for the ulti, and there it is. Hanabi going to grab himself first blood.
Flash walls melt through Afrika once again, and they're looking to top the group.
They chase EDG all the way back. Oh, he's not done yet.
There's the flash!
Duke's got to make it all happen himself. Does he have the damage? Gets the double trades. Duke shows why he's a world champion. And maybe Gen G can answer back a little bit, but look out, because Xiao, who is here, the no-look pass to himself.
It's games like this that remind you that RNG are this overwhelming favorite in Worlds 2018.
I think it's absolutely insane that Korea is sitting at 1-4.
Afrika Freaks now sit in a spot where they're 7,000 gold up. Their top laner's now looking for blood 1v1, and he's found it. This is the game people wanted to see.
Zeroso re-engages. I think PBB, they actually may have found the fight here, as the rest of the team piles in, and that's going to be a wipe.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
There they go, seeing if maybe they can find some sort of a knockout. Boy's already grabbing the kill on to score. KT's in trouble.
What a lightning quick flank from Mako and the rest of EDG.
TO clearly not on the same page.
We haven't played at the level that I think we should be.
Might turn it back around for EDG. They're going in for a scout with a massive shuffle.
Fourth year in a row, the NA #1 seed doesn't make it through the quarterfinals.
2018 has certainly favored the teams with no fear.
Ming tries to get the body slam back in, but he puts himself into a bad spot. He gets locked out. A double kill on the spell flux coming in for Jizuke. Vitality, they shock in all worlds. Genji's getting run out of the river, and there goes Licorice right into the fight.
This roster has really only been together for part of the split. They were in last place.
Cloud9 pass the group of death and qualify for the quarterfinals.
I actually thought EU was going to be pretty bad.
Trying to outplay, buying as much time as possible.
I was wrong.
G2 approaching to the first quarterfinals. Roxa may have been up more than he can chew. The health bar's running down. The kick, the Q, the second. That was gorgeous. Fnatic will foul Invictus. They will take the #1 seed.
Trying to get the auto spacing in, but he can't even take down Smev with the damage he has right now. A triple kill for Death.
You can hear how loud the crowd are. They know who their best hope is for Korea.
Both of the favorites dropping games, and this is making 2018 look like it could be anyone's year.
Shy goes in with the ulti, looking to find decimating smash. There fell on. Here comes Shugali. Ulti flare. Storm going down 5. IG will take KT to game point. It's a base race. The Shy's on the blue next to KT's on the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not. KT takes it to game 4.
Holy crap!
Let Me's ultimate gets them first. There's a reply from Carter for the second. G2 Esports are being obliterated.
And it's at Worlds where legends will fall and new ones will.
Jackie Love! Jackie Love just found everybody! KT Roaster have fallen!
Not this will find out! But G2 have just dismantled RNG!
It was supposed to be the year of the LPL. However, it is 2 European LCS teams.
But will they even stop the Baron as the fight? Oh, he gets the kill on the juggler! Who's gonna get it? You gotta be kidding me! And the last vestige of Korea has been destroyed! Cloud9 will make it to the semifinals! The first time in 7 years! Hey, 2 for 1, 3 for 1, kills coming across. Oh, look at Cap! He's done everything! Whoa! There's blood on the crowd. The Shy trying to disengage now, but instead round! This man is a monster!
Mid lane, maybe Perks is lane king, but the top lane belongs to the Shy.
and we will never be sober.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn, the World's 2018 Grand Final.
Europe watched a Korea final in Europe. China watched a Korea final in China. Guess what Korea gets to watch?
I can't expect to win every single Worlds, but this one in particular, this one is ours.
누가 더 갈망하냐 이 차일 것 같아. 제가 더 우승컵을 많이 받을 것 같아.
Cap trying to get himself away, but he's only going to be postponing the inevitable. And Invictus Gaming lead this series 1-0. It's not him they're worried about. It should be that support. The Emperor's Divide going to keep him alive for now. And it's a double kill over to Ning. As now it's Rookie who will gather the weak to the win. Fnatic make their last stand here. Vanguard's Edge finds its way onto that Fnatic top laner. It's a double kill over to the Shy. And Invictus Gaming will continue their push. Caps and Soaz make their way into the fight. But Jackie's already dominating. Rookie's able to find the lockdown. The damage comes through. It's Jackie Love. The Crownless are finally king. And Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.